This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary.
Members, first item of business in the order paper is the consideration of business not concluded on Monday, 14th of February. However, as all business was disposed of last night, we will move on. I was advised, just a second, I was advised this morning that the Minister of Education is unwell and unable to respond to questions today. We'll ask the Business Committee to reschedule her question time slot when it meets this afternoon, but to allow business to continue at 2 o'clock today. The Business Committee has agreed to issue a revised order paper which includes the suspension of Standing Order 20(1), and I will take that item of business now. Just a wee second, Mr. Allister. I'll call you in a second. Are we dealing with it?
Mr. Speaker, now that the last of the COVID regulations are to be lifted, can you advise the House when will the House return to normality in terms of full membership being able to attend and restoring our normal voting patterns? When will that happen?
Well, the Assembly will consider, the Business Committee, etc., will consider, and the Commission will consider in due course, like everybody else, to be looking for clarity and all the rest of that around guidance. We have always worked in the context of guidance as well as regulations, which are compulsory or enforceable. So we will return that as quickly as possible and advise the House accordingly. Next item on the order paper is a motion to suspend Standing Order 20(1). Clerk, please read the motion.
That Standing Order 20(1) be suspended for the 15th of February 2022.
And I call Robbie Butler to move the motion. Before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and as there are ayes from all sides of the House and there are no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated and the motion is agreed. I have received notice from the Minister of Finance that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members here in the Chamber that in light of social distancing being observed by parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the Chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members participating remotely must make sure that their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called. Members present in the Chamber must also do this, but may do so by rising in their places, as well as notifying the Business Office or Speaker's table directly. I remind members to be concise in asking their questions. This is not an opportunity for debate per se, and long introductions will not be accepted. I also remind members that in accordance with long-established procedure, points of order are not normally taken during the statement or the question period after. So I call the Minister of Finance, Conor Murphy.
I'd like to update members on where we stand with a range of budgetary issues. Funding allocations are normally decided by the Executive, so the absence of an Executive following the resignation of the First Minister creates significant difficulties. Having considered the options for progressing budgetary matters and taken legal advice from DSO and the Attorney-General, I can now set out the approach I intend to take. I will start with the multi-year budget. In December, the Executive agreed to consult on a draft budget. This draft budget provided health with a 10% real terms uplift by 2024-25. In the process, funding mental health, waiting list and cancer strategies in full. It provided a solid basis to transform the health service and bring down waiting lists on a sustainable basis. Since the resignation of the First Minister, I have considered all possible avenues that might have allowed me to proceed with the budget, including bringing it directly to the Assembly. Unfortunately, the legal advice is clear that the budget must be agreed by the Executive. This means that on the 1st of April, the Health Service will not be able to plan on a 3-year basis, nor will it be equipped with additional resources to invest in waiting lists, cancer services and mental health. In these circumstances, rather than improving, the Health Service will decline. Last week, the Health Minister apologised to people on waiting lists because without a multi-year budget, the opportunity to rebuild the Health Service would be cruelly taken away. That analysis is sadly correct, although it should be the DUP apologising for the damage it is inflicting on the Health Service and not Minister Swan. With no prospect of a budget in this mandate, it will be a new Executive with new ministers which will have to agree a budget. In this context, the current consultation is of limited value. I have therefore decided to pause the public consultation for now. A new Executive will be best placed to take further decisions on how the budget process will proceed. Members will be aware of my intention to carry over a significant amount of money in order to ease pressures faced by departments next year. £100 million of funding resulting from the recently announced council tax rebate in England can be carried forward to 2022-23. We will also receive an additional £150 million in 2022-23 following the announcement of a discount on electricity bills for consumers in Britain. The Executive can also carry over a limit of £104.3 million in unspent resource. Currently, £95 million is unspent, and I would recommend that at least £50 million is carried over. This means that the Executive, if it were still in place, could allocate in the region of an extra £300 million to departments for next year, on top of the published draft budget position. This money could be used for various purposes, including skills, housing and the police service. I am particularly conscious that a number of community groups need to match fund money from the European Social Fund. These groups help around 17,000 people, including people with disabilities, back into work. At the moment, they do not have funding in place from the 1st of April, and the tremendous service they provide is at risk of collapse. The Economy Minister could prioritise this within his own budget, which under the proposed draft budget increases each year. However, I would happily recommend that the Department for Economy receive additional funds to meet this need. Unfortunately, the legal advice is that this cannot happen without an executive, so departments cannot plan to make use of this additional £300 million in funding. Instead, the money will sit idle until such times as an executive is re-established. With regard to the in-year position, as I have already said, the Executive can carry over £104.3 million in unspent resource. Currently, £95 million is unspent, leaving little headroom if further underspends emerge at the end of the financial year. In normal circumstances, I would bring a paper to the Executive recommending that £45 million is allocated now. The Department for Communities, Education and Infrastructure have come forward with proposals to utilise the available resources, and sufficient headroom has been built into their spring supplementary estimates. Having considered this matter at some length and taken legal advice, I intend to proceed to make allocations to these departments. I have written to ministers to ask them for their views on this course of action, and have made clear to them that the alternative is that funding that could be used to support local people and services might instead be lost to Treasury. I have also written to the Economy Minister on the issue of the community groups needing match funding for the European Social Fund. As I said, the Economy Minister could prioritise this within his own budget, and if the DUP had not collapsed the Executive, additional resources from the £300 million being carried over could have been allocated for this specific purpose. In order to ensure the continuation of this vital service, I have asked the Minister Lyons to consider another possible solution. Therefore, if the Economy Minister wishes to support these groups, there is no reason why it cannot happen. Finally, the draft budget consultation included a proposal to freeze both the domestic and non-domestic regional rates for the next 3 years. This freeze was intended to help with the rising costs being faced by families and businesses alike. On the basis of legal advice, I can proceed with this freeze for 1 year only. That means that households and businesses will not have certainty on their rates for the subsequent 2 years. The draft budget also proposed a £50 million rate relief package for businesses. A Barnett consequential of £50 million arises from the removal of businesses' right to appeal NAVs on the grounds of the pandemic. This £50 million provided a 3-month rates holiday for retail, tourism, hospitality, leisure, childcare, newspapers and airports, the sectors hit hardest by the pandemic. It also provided all other businesses, except utilities and larger food stores, with a 1-month rates holiday. Having taken legal advice, I intend to press on with this rates package, despite the absence of an executive. Corley, the executive should be on the cusp of agreeing a multi-year budget which prioritises health, and it should be deciding how to invest an additional £300 million next year for housing, skills, for the police and for European Social Fund match funding. Due to the reckless actions of the DUP, this is not possible. Instead, public services will operate on an emergency basis without the benefits of long-term planning or additional resources until such times as the executive is re-established. However, I do intend to make £45 million of allocations for this year, and I have set out another approach to the Economy Minister which may provide a solution for the community groups seeking match funding for their vital services. I will also press on with next year's rates freeze and the £50 million rate package for businesses. I will continue to do my best to support public services despite the damage being caused by the DUP. And
I thank the Minister for that statement. And I call the Chairperson of the Finance Committee, Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. I would like to thank the Minister for his statement, for meeting with me and indeed the Deputy Chairperson earlier today in order to discuss the key points. At January monitoring, I expressed some considerable surprise at the levels of reduced resource requirements and capital underspends. It looked then like the Minister might well struggle to get all the unspent monies properly disposed of before the end of the financial year. The picture now seems to be additionally complicated by two things: the very welcome, if unexpected, additional Barnett consequentials from our nation, associated with council tax and electricity measures in England, and regrettably the less welcome and regrettably the resignation of the First Minister. Mr Speaker, it would seem that there is no shortage of capital or resource projects, including for sub-regional stadia, into which this money could be put, and the committee understood that Treasury is to permit a carryover of some of the aforementioned extra consequentials. The outstanding problems would seem to be political. I think the committee would welcome the decision to press ahead with the rates, holidays and other allocations. I am not so sure about the decision to pause the consultation. I think this is a mistake. And I think that, plus the work of the statutory committees, that might have been very useful to inform a successor executive, whenever that would be. Minister, in asking my question, can I ask him to consider whether, with the amount of capital and resource available, particularly the £45 million that he's always referred to, that he's looking to as well, why we're in a position, there was an announcement yesterday that the sub-regional stadia cannot go ahead, yet money has apparently been ring-fenced for Casement Park, which indeed has no business case or plan before it, and is equally an issue that might have to come back to the Executive for checking on funding and additional funds that might come forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the member.
Just in terms of clearing up some of the additional money, we don't actually have capital to carry forward into next year. The Executive latest notification, which came after the January monitoring round, included some substantial changes from the previous position that they had notified us of, including £8.2 million additional resource DEL, £18.1 million additional ring-fence resource DEL, £37.4 million less capital DEL, and £10.1 million less financial transaction capital. So the picture has changed in perhaps more ways than he has outlined. In relation to the, of course, carryover has no bearing in terms of stadia or sub-regional stadia. Those are capital programmes which carry on into the next budget. And in relation to that, the Executive had two programmes, regional stadia one, which clearly identified Windsor Park, Ravenhill, and Casement Park as the three projects that they wish to bring forward. Two of those have already been done and completed, and the Casement Park project was approved by the Executive. In relation to sub-regional stadia, there are no projects as yet approved within that, and that may be the reason why the Communities Minister has announced that it requires further Executive approval. So in one case, Executive approval is there. It will be, of course, a matter for whatever the cost emerges for the Department for Communities to consider the business case for that, and that might be within their own gift to consider how they would take that forward in that regard. But there is no other issue involved in terms of politics other than one has approval in terms of the Executive, and one in terms of no identified projects within that sub-regional stadia would require approval from the Executive.
Colm Gildernew.
Minister, your draft budget very clearly and decisively prioritised our health service in terms of funding over the coming 3 years. Our health service and health workers are under immense pressure as we speak. Multi-year budgeting is a key part and certainly essential to take forward the structural and the transformation changes that are needed and crucial to protecting our health services. But with the DUP walking away from the Executive, Minister, can you outline what this will mean for the planned transformation of health services?
Well, essentially, if we can't agree a budget ahead of the new financial year, we get into an emergency situation where 45% of what would have been the Department of Health's baseline is allowed to be spent in the next financial year. That won't allow the Department access to the uplift that we had planned for them. It won't allow them to fund in full as we had planned waiting lists reduction, cancer treatments, mental health strategy, or indeed transformation, and so they'll essentially be on a care and maintenance operation for the next number of months. That essentially also loses the benefit of the 3-year budget that we had, because the 3-year budget was an opportunity after about a decade of annual budgets to actually plan and strategise ahead and try and tackle one of the big public funding issues that has been an issue for all executives in the last number of years, is how to fund and transform the health service. That opportunity will be lost because even if a new executive comes in place, you certainly will be losing year one. That gives you only a 2-year opportunity to do that, which is a significant reduction, even if a new executive will follow through on the original plan which we developed.
I call Keith Buchanan.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers. Minister, I see in your statement the Democratic Unionist Party has been mentioned 4 times, but strangely no mention of your own party when they pulled this entire, and I mean the entire Assembly down in early 2017. No budget, No health support, no nothing. Surely a case of amnesia. Surely a case of amnesia of the members on the far side of the House. Purely for political gain. Can you and other parties not see the damage the Northern Ireland Protocol is doing to this place? Are you blind to see that?
Well, can I say in terms of amnesia, let me remind them of a few facts. The RHI scandal, which was developed and hidden from the rest of the executive by your own party, would have brought down any coalition. Once we had the inquiry established, within 10 months of that, we had a deal on the table for these institutions to be reinstated, and it was on the basis of annual budgets, not multi-year budgets, with the opportunity to plan. It took the DUP a further 2 years, from February 2018 to January 2020, to take the same deal that had been on offer in February 2018 and come in to the executive. So 2 of those years were lost by the internal wranglings of your own party. We now have an opportunity to plan on a multi-year basis for the first time in almost a decade, and we have the opportunity to put significant resources into health. Your party's decision, in order to scramble to save their own seats, is having very real consequences. A lot of them apparently unforeseen or not thought through by your party, but it's having very real consequences for the communities that we represent, and you should own that yourself.
Call Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, I'm almost speechless from the previous question. I'm due to ask the Finance Minister a question, but it's worth saying. I think if anyone in the DUP is serious about their position, they should go to people who are on waiting lists and aren't going to get seen when they expected to, and tell them that that's not going to happen because of the protocol. No, your party's shameful, I'm afraid. Your party is the shameful one.
Order.
Minister, can you confirm...
Sorry, Mr. O'Toole. I just want to remind members, I've already advised people that they have to stick to the issue and discussion here this morning, which is the budget and the statement from the Minister. And we've already advised people not to be getting into long introductions. I want people to go to their questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'll be quick. Minister, in relation to the one-year budget, can a one-year budget be provided in the absence of a multi-year, 3-year budget, or is it just emergency funding? And second, have there been any proposals at all from any department, or indeed yours, around further additional funding to help with the cost of living crisis?
Well, without the absence of executive means we can't agree even a one-year budget. There's no budget can be agreed. It requires, and I've tested this consistently over the last number of days, including up to the level of Attorney General. It does require executive approval. If no executive can sit, then that approval can't be got. So essentially what you do get into is a process where 45% in some of the budget legislation I'll be bringing through in the next number of weeks, we can include within that a 45% allocation for departments into the new financial year, but it will be at the basis of their own baseline. So it won't be anything additional. It won't allow them to plan beyond that, and it won't allocate them certainly either the way we had proposed the budget to be allocated, or indeed the additional £300 million that we now have available for allocations next year, which would go a long way to easing some of the significant pressures across a range of departments.
Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. If I'm going to be honest, I feel very angry hearing this statement. This is the impact upon people's lives and livelihoods as a result of the DUP actions. And I want to ask the Minister, as a result of the departments not having a budget for next year and just being able to spend 45%, does that not mean the public services are going to be looking at cuts, protective redundancy, and also halting recruitment, just when we need to be rebuilding our public services, particularly our health service, with desperate waiting lists, the worst in the UK?
Well, it will be a matter for each department to try and manage that budget, and if an executive isn't reformed, then it will be on the basis of caretaker executive ministers as well, because of the legislation that has now emerged through Westminster, and so the ability to take significant decisions is also inhibited and limited. And so it will be, yes, it is a bad outcome. The 3-year spending review outcome was not what we would have wanted in terms of public services, but what we were trying to do was to put that in, prioritise in a particular direction, one which repeatedly had the support of all executive parties, certainly in terms of their statements in relation to prioritising health, and the ability to do that now over that 3-year period will be lost. I would hope that we do form an executive very, very quickly. I do hope it comes back to this budget, and I do hope it attempts to make good use of that £300 million. But the certainty that a lot of departments would need now in terms of what they can do in the next financial year is lost to them, and they're basically operating in a care and maintenance role.
Call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement on the budget. Many organisations in the community voluntary sector, as you're aware, face great uncertainty. Staff are on protected notice since December. They work with 17,000 plus people, long-term unemployed, those with a disability, trying to get them back into work, reskilling, training. These groups do enormous and really, really important work, and despite the reckless actions, I have to say, of the DUP, can the Minister indicate to us how this difficulty and uncertainty for all those organisations, groups who provide that service, and for all the individuals on an annual basis who benefit, how can this be resolved?
Well, I had the opportunity both to visit some of those groups in recent times, but also to engage with a meeting that had been organised by NICFA, which brought together a lot of the groups, and I clearly understand the great difficulty they're in, but also the very valuable services. One thing is consistent from any time I've been out in all the various sectors: manufacturing, retail, hospitality, services. Everyone requires more workers. An organisation such as this will help take people who are currently economically inactive and try and assist them in getting back into work. So it's a vital service now for our potential economic growth in the future. The Department of Economy and the Minister for Economy could prioritise it for next year and signal that now, even within the limitations that there are on the budget. There is another solution which I have proposed to him, which could be met from some in-year funding to those groups, and I will wait to hear back from him in relation to that. But I think the case for protection of them, the potential for collapse, and particularly that very vital service that we need very much at this time, then I will certainly do all in my part to try and assist to make sure that they are sustainable going into the future.
I call Paul Frew.
Speaker, this is yet another minister who in the past week is playing silly games, this time with the people's money. The regional sports stadia for football funding and the Casement Park funding has both been approved by this executive. Why has this Finance Minister and the Communities Minister made sectarian decisions to proceed with Casement Park but to stop and halt the sports stadiums for football?
Well, clearly yourself and your party haven't thought through the consequences of what you decided to do. And you scrambled to defend your own seats. You haven't thought through what the impact of that will be. And the impact is going to be very, very real across a range of communities. And sports stadia are one, waiting lists and other issues are another. And in your rush to get out of the executive to try and generate some electoral support for yourselves, you have not thought through the consequences of your action. But many people will suffer the consequences of your action. As I explained, the regional stadia project identified 3 projects, 2 of which have already been funded and developed, and the other one was identified and supported in terms of its funding. The sub-regional stadia have not identified any specific projects and would require to come back to the executive for further approval. The fact that you have collapsed the executive means that all those clubs who are waiting on money will continue to wait on money until such times as you grow up and start to play serious politics.
Call Orlea Flynn.
Miagat Cancolia and Minister, thank you for your answers thus far. You've already addressed part of the question that I was going to ask there, but it was really about setting out clearly the enormously damaging implications of the DUP through collapse in the executive. You had already mentioned some examples, but particularly in the case of the proposed additional $255 million that could have been set aside for mental health funding.
Well, again, health had identified its priorities, and as I've said many times in this chamber, all of the parties in the executive and practically all the parties in the chamber have consistently over a number of years identified health as their priority. And we've talked about big issues like waiting lists and cancer treatment services, but increasingly, I suppose, over the course of the pandemic in particular, the issues of mental health have come very much to the fore, and the Department for Health had identified a strategy and costed it, and the proposal that we had in the draft budget would have funded it in full. It's a matter of deep, deep regret that that is now not going to happen, but it is as a consequence of the actions being taken in terms of bringing down the executive, and I think there are very many people who will suffer as a consequence directly of that.
Well, Deborah Ruskin.
Mr Speaker, would the Minister agree that the budget he put out for consultation is actually a bad budget, Others, apart from the DUP, have actually raised their concerns in relation to it. It fails to deliver on new decade, new approach targets such as policing, cuts huge chunks out of education and infrastructure. If it's a bad budget, it won't deliver on the ground for my constituents. So would it have been approved by ministers? It doesn't matter if it's a 1-year or 3-year budget. People want a delivery on the ground from a budget which provides better roads, actually does transform our health service and gives proper funding for our children in schools.
Well, I'd like to hear the answer from herself and her party as to how that will all be achieved. The reality is that every single department under the proposed budget got an increase. Every department got an increase over the 3 years. But what we had decided to do, and this was the professed priority of the DUP for many years, we've decided, as the Executive had agreed, as we had discussed even prior to the Executive coming back, in the very early stages of the new Executive, before the pandemic even hit, the parties agreed health was the priority and trying to fund transformation in health and the real challenges in health was our priority. So if you're going to do that, you have to do that then. Other departments don't get as much as they would like, but there were none of them suffering a loss. They all had an increase in their budget over the 3 years. So you need to go away and study the budget proposals to make commentary on them. And also we had, in effect, £300 million for next year, which would have gone a long way. I recognise that the propositions in relation to health did present a challenge for other departments. It didn't present a reduction, but it presented a challenge. And there was £300 million additional to be allocated next year. And that now sits in limbo until such times as the DUP can come back and assist the rest of us in reforming an executive and taking the decisions that are necessary for all of those services that you mentioned. And clearly there was going to be an opportunity at some stage for people to actually put their money where their mouth was over the years. Did they support the very necessary support that was going to be provided to health, or had that all been rhetoric, and when it came to actually putting their hands in the pockets they weren't going to stand up to it?
Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Minister published the draft 3-year budget, he ring-fenced something over £14 million per annum for PSNI staffing costs, and I declare an interest as a member of the Policing Board. The question is that money now lost? Because if it is, the 3-year pressures on the PSNI rise from £226 to £240 million. And I don't see how they can keep people safe if we're choking them of finance.
Well, I'll come back to the member in terms of ring fencing. Certainly in terms of the Department for Justice will, from the 1st of April, have access to 45% of its baseline budget and no additional money. And as I say, the Department for Justice were raising issues, as all departments, in terms of the consequences of supporting the health budget would mean for departments. That didn't mean it was impossible. But there were certainly challenges. And I think the £300 million figure for next year would have gone a long way to meeting some of those challenges. But we're not now able to allocate it either. It sits in limbo, as does a budget decision. So in terms of ring fencing, I will come back to the member in relation to where exactly that sits. But in general terms, the department will have access to 45% of its baseline budget for the next financial year.
I call Carol Killen.
Thank the Minister for his statement. It's clear, even from the Minister's statement, that there's deep frustration, but certainly an agreement that the DUP's decision to collapse the Executive is quite disgraceful. Will the Minister confirm that this budget is going to have a devastating impact on £182 million that was set aside to rebuild cancer services? Gormarket.
Well, as I say, there were a number of priorities that had been taken forward by the Health Department themselves. They had costed those and presented them to our own department, and this budget takes account of that and recognises. I think even in the last number of days there have been further discussions in terms of waiting lists and people waiting on cancer treatment services. So we recognise it's not just the general pressure of that, but actually the individual cases and the real tragedy that is attached to people who have to wait longer than they should in relation to that. So there was a proposition there to fund that strategy in full. we recognise in terms of health service funding that we're coming from a long way back, 10 years of austerity, budgets, attempt to privatise parts of the health service, all have taken their toll in terms of the type of health service that we want. But this was an opportunity to begin to start to turn things around, and unfortunately it has been squandered.
Call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I'll start off by apologising to you because I am so absolutely furious at this statement. I know it's not your fault because you're the messenger, but oh my goodness, I'm so cross about this because we have upwards of 6,000 people who are homeless today in Northern Ireland, and you're telling me that £300 million will sit idle while we have 6,000 people who are homeless. Those children, those families who don't have a permanent home. Are you telling me, Minister, that they won't get the help because the DUP pulled their First Minister out?
Well, we won't be able to allocate that $300 million. I did seek legal advice. I would have liked to be in a position where we could identify two departments to say, all being well, this is where we would like this to have gone, and that departments could begin to plan, but they can't have the legal certainty to do that. So accounting officers and departments can't take it on the basis that an executive decision hasn't been taken around it. There is a difference in terms of in-year allocations where the executive did recognise that further allocations were going to have to be made, but that's in a very limited way between now and the end of the financial year. So yes, clearly that £300 million will sit until such times as an executive is reformed and will not be able to assist all of the very many worthy causes that people have identified over the course of this statement.
I call John O'Dowd.
Minister, I've been around this place for 20 years, and in my opinion, the budget as proposed by yourself on the 10% increase in health spending was the biggest socio-economic investment in our society since the Good Friday Agreement. That's the scale, in my opinion, the change that your budget could have made. Would the Minister agree with me that it's not the EU or the protocol that's denying people access to medicine, it's the DUP? It's not the EU or the protocol that's denying people access to operations or the recruitment of more nurses and doctors. It's the DUP. And that the failure of that party opposite to allow you to pass a budget is going to have huge consequences for every citizen on this part of the island.
Well, the reality is the issues around the protocol will not be resolved in the executive. They will not be helped by damaging people as a consequence of not having a budget to support our public services. They will be resolved between the British Government and the EU, and that's where we want to see them resolved. And if there are issues in terms of how the protocol has been implemented and issues have been raised, we want to see them resolved and sorted there, so we have the least possible damage as a consequence of Brexit for people who live in this part of Ireland. And Brexit was always going to damage all of the people who live in this part of Ireland. So that's where those will be resolved. The idea that we bring down an executive and we inflict more pain on the people that we represent through our inability to allocate sufficient funding to very vital services, then for me is beyond belief, and I can't understand the logic in relation to that. If they wanted to make a protest, pull their MPs out of Westminster, where they're not doing any harm anyway.
Mark Durgan.
And I thank the Minister for his statement, which I apologise for missing, and his answers thus far, most of which I have heard. Minister, the last time I addressed you in the chamber here, I'd asked you around the £100 million on spent this year and whether there could be an executive intervention to ensure that that money could get into the pockets and purses of hard-pressed people here who haven't been able to avail of any support while we're in the midst of a cost of living crisis. The crisis has got worse a few weeks later. You had assured me at the time that work was being done or could be done with executive colleagues. Now, in the absence of the executive, is it fair enough to assume that that work can't be done and that people can't get the help that they so badly need?
Well, as the member knows, we did put together a scheme. It took some time to get it through the executive. I wished it had been in place earlier. Both myself and the Minister for Communities had identified funding in terms of supporting people in their energy costs and home heating. I am going to propose to allocate for the £45 million. The Department of Communities is one of the departments who will bid for support in that regard. And I think, given that in January monitoring the Executive agreed, I would keep the in-year position under review and revisit potential allocations once the financial position was clearer, and it is now clearer in terms of the end-of-year sort of accountancy that the Treasury has done, then it is my intention to make more allocations in that regard. However, the larger sum of money that we have, as I say, could go a long way in the next financial year to assisting people who are struggling and will continue to struggle as the cost of living crisis increases on a daily basis and the impact that that's having on families.
Call Roy Beggs.
Minister, in the absence of an executive, you're deciding how to spend £45 million without that executive approval, and also to hold back a potential £300 million. Now, yesterday we had the outcome of the Health Minister consulting other ministers and taking decisions to limit the risk of legal challenge. So will the Minister do likewise to enable more funds to get the ground, and will he detail how his £45 million will be spent?
Well, I intend to do precisely that, and I have written to other executive ministers, and I do believe that because in the January monitoring position the executive did agree that further allocations could be made once the financial position was clearer, then there is, as in taking away the restrictions, the executive had a position that restrictions should not be in place any longer than necessary. So I do believe on the same basis that there is some cover, and of course I wait to hear from ministerial colleagues who are still in place in relation to that. But it is my desire, because I have a very clear view that if we don't, there are allocations that are necessary, and it would be beneficial to get that support out on the ground, but also that would be lost to Treasury at the end of the year, and that ability to support those services would be denied to us. So I don't have a clear picture in terms of the £300 million and identifying where it should be spent in the next financial year, and I have sought legal advice on these issues, and that's fairly clear in relation to that. So it seems that the only decision I can take is around that £45 million allocation. I will bring a statement back if we can get agreement to get that done, and I will bring a statement back to the Assembly as to how that will be spent.
Call John Blair.
Mr Speaker, the Minister has clearly explained the difficulties faced due to a non-functioning executive, and I note the financial packages he intends to pursue despite this. Declaring, Mr Speaker, my own membership of the Policing Board, can I ask, however, for the Minister's assessment of the Fiscal Council's analysis of the severe proposed hit on the Department of Justice budget, with the obvious impact on policing numbers, neighbourhood policing teams, tackling crime and overcoming the fear of crime. Can this be rectified?
Well, there was a ring-fenced amount of money available to the Department of Justice, which wasn't included in the Fiscal Council analysis, which does alter the picture. And as I say, there is no department that suffers a reduction in budget under the proposed reduction in allocation under the proposed budget. I do recognise that if we are going to fix, and it's a finite budget, if we were going to prioritise and fix the big issues in health, which people have consistently said we should be doing and they want us to do, then that does not give other departments as much as they would like in terms of their public services. But I also think that the £300 million available to us next year would have gone a long way to addressing some of the most acute problems, including in the Department of Justice, in the next financial year. Unfortunately, we aren't able to do that now.
Call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Would the Minister accept that the message going out from this House today to those on hospital waiting lists, waiting for consultation and routine surgery, and NHS staff working to their absolute limits, is that the promised reforms of the NHS is on hold for the immediate future, and the prospect of planned and much-needed improvements in the NHS initiated by Minister Swan will be seriously curtailed? Thank you.
Well, I think he's accurate in his analysis, and unfortunately, because this was a three-year budget, it still is a three-year budget timeframe. If we lose even a year of that in terms of just having a kind of care and maintenance budget, then that substantially reduces the amount of time that you have to do the transformation by a third. And we will run in through a two-year budget cycle then, if an executive is back in place. So the ability to actually begin now, plan and fund and carry out that transformation, tackle the big issues, as we've mentioned, in terms of waiting lists and cancer treatment and mental health, all of that is very substantially impacted on by the fact that we can't get the budget agreed, and we won't be able to have that in place for the start of this financial year.
Call Stuart Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, I have to say today that this is a very disappointing statement from the Minister, particularly when we hear people asking questions about football stadiums and the like. Surely the priority has to be issues like cancer services and higher health service is to be delivered. That has to be the #1 priority in this chamber. But Minister, can I ask you in respect of the economy issues that you've raised in your statement? Clearly, you have highlighted a number of areas where the Minister for the Economy has failures to have to deal with in respect of his budget and how that moves forward. It's ironic that it's a DUP Minister that is now going to suffer some of the more difficult areas in respect of this budget, particularly in relation to the failure of the United Kingdom's Prosperity Fund and how we will work around to ensure that there will be sufficient funds to replace European social funding.
Well, I think the member is correct. Clearly, the promise to replace like with like in terms of EU funding has not materialised. We can't give the certainty because, as you will know, particularly to some of the European Social Fund and the RDF, was directed to groups that are in that area, which is much needed at any time, but particularly now when we have a requirement to try and get people into the workforce, doing very valuable work in supporting people and giving them the necessary skills to gain full employment. That is now a competition-based approach from Whitehall. And absolutely no guarantees for these groups going forward that they would have the funding they need to keep the schemes that they have in place and to keep the staff they have in place. And that's where the loss is. And we were able, over the course of the last year, to supplement the department's loss in that regard from some COVID money that we had, but clearly we don't have that going forward this year. And there is an opportunity, I think, in a kind of more emergency situation for the Department of the Economy to support those groups, certainly to keep them into next year. And I have written to the Economy Minister to encourage him to examine that. But the loss of the European funding is going to have an ongoing, I think possibly in the region of £65 million a year, lasting impact in terms of the work that the Department of Economy previously put that of use in, and that is going to be a real challenge because we can't predict that groups will get shared prosperity funds, so therefore we can't give any certainty. And they may well do, and that would be great for them. But in terms of planning the sort of services we want to see supported, we're now going to have to find that out of our own budgets.
Despite the Minister's grandstanding, we've been here before, not for 1 year, but for 3 years, when we didn't even have a finance minister, courtesy of Sinn Féin's politics. Doesn't the Minister recognise, though we can't admit it, that we wouldn't be in this position today but for the imposition of the iniquitous protocol? And if people want to get angry, let them get angry with the protocol.
Well, I recognise now that the member and his party are in an electoral pact with the people who brought down the executive, that he's obliged to go up and try and defend these actions. I think they are in a very small minority as far as this institution is concerned. And I hope that people do recognise that the issues in relation to the protocol, and I think everyone wants to make sure that those issues run as smoothly as possible, will not be resolved in this chamber. They will not be resolved in the executive, and they are certainly not assisted in any shape or form by denying people access to much-needed services. I would like the member at some stage, when he gets the opportunity, perhaps go out and explain that to the public, that how denying people access to cancer treatment services, trying to reduce waiting lists, trying to assist people who have mental health issues, denying those people those services, and somehow impacts on the negotiations between the British Government and the EU. I can't figure that out at all, and I look forward to the member explaining that to the electorate in the time ahead.
And that concludes questions on the statement, members. Point of order, John O'Dowd.
Did you take a look at Mr Frew's comments during this question when I believe he accused Minister Horgan of acting in a sectarian fashion? I'd ask your office to look at those comments.
I'll look at that. Okay, thank you, and I'll come back to the member. Okay, members, please take your ease for a moment or two.
Thank you, members. If members could resume their seats. The next item on the order paper is a motion on accelerated passage for the Motor Vehicles Compulsory Insurance Bill. I ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That the Motor Vehicles Compulsory Insurance Bill proceed under the accelerated passage procedure.
I call the Minister for Infrastructure.
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Business Committee has agreed there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Minister for Infrastructure to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I am seeking the House's agreement today to progress by accelerated passage the Motor Vehicles Compulsory Insurance Bill, a bill which makes changes to the motor insurance provisions that are contained in the Road Traffic NI Order 1981. I do not make this request lightly. It is my firm view that whenever possible, primary legislation should be subject to full Assembly scrutiny. The committee stage of a bill is clearly a very significant element of that scrutiny process. However, for reasons I will outline, I believe that on this particular occasion, there are compelling grounds for the use of accelerated passage. Before I do so, however, I would like to say a few words about why legislative change is actually required. I will, of course, cover this in more detail in the second stage debate that will follow this motion debate. Briefly, however, the EU Motor Insurance Directive sets the framework for compulsory motor insurance across Britain and Northern Ireland. In turn, our domestic motor insurance legislation is set out in the 1981 Road Traffic Order. This currently restricts mandatory motor insurance cover to the use of vehicles on roads and other public places. Historically, this was believed to be in keeping with the requirements of the Motor Insurance Directive. However, European case law subsequently determined that the directive actually required compulsory motor insurance for vehicles beyond their use in traffic, and including their use on private land. This case law is retained following Brexit, and the case law conflicts with our domestic legislation, that is, a 1981 order. This has created a significant problem, and in Northern Ireland, as in Britain, successful claims against uninsured drivers are met by the Motor Insurers Bureau under government contract. The MIB is funded by the insurance providers. However, and until we amend our legislation, the MIB is vulnerable to compensation claims that may be brought by victims of accidents involving uninsured vehicles on private land. The potential for additional claims is significant, since our domestic law does not mandate motor insurance cover for the use of vehicles on private land. These are claims which the MIB is neither contracted nor funded to meet, and there is significant potential for fraudulent claims. Again, I will cover these matters in more detail in my opening remarks for the second stage debate. We need to act quickly to resolve this conflict. This, quite simply, is the purpose of the bill. Essentially, it will restore the original interpretation and intention of our motor insurance law. Compulsory insurance requirements will remain confined to the use of motor vehicles on roads and other public places. I will move now on to my reasons for seeking accelerated passage today. As members will be aware, corresponding legislation for Britain is contained in the Westminster Motor Vehicles Compulsory Insurance Bill. This is a private member's bill which is currently progressing through the House of Lords. As I have said, I am aware of the constraints on our legislative programme in this mandate. With that in mind, I had originally planned, subject to Assembly consent, to include the required Northern Ireland provisions in the Westminster Bill. Using Westminster Bills to amend devolved legislation is never my preferred option. In this instance, however, it seemed to me to be the most pragmatic approach. It would have achieved early statutory provision for Northern Ireland at the same time as in Britain, and would have avoided further congestion in our legislative programme. However, very late in December 2021, I was advised that the Department of Transport Ministers had decided not to include Northern Ireland provisions in the Westminster Bill. I very much regret that decision. However, I still considered it necessary to ensure that the existing conflict between retained EU law and domestic statutory provision be removed as quickly as possible. With that in mind, I immediately sought and received executive approval for Assembly legislation. My officials then worked urgently with departmental solicitors and the OLC to draft the bill that we have before us today. I am grateful to my executive colleagues and to legal staff for making this possible. I am also grateful to the Infrastructure Committee for their support in seeking accelerated passage for this bill, despite reservations around use of that process in principle. I share those reservations and fully agree that it should only be used when absolutely necessary. In this instance, however, an accelerated passage bill offers the only opportunity to make the required changes in the current Assembly mandate, and speed is of the essence. The making of the Westminster bill will only serve to highlight the continuing discrepancy in Northern Ireland. Without accelerated passage, the Motor Insurers Bureau would remain vulnerable to additional claims, some of which may be expected to be fraudulent and which it is not funded to discharge. Inevitably, this would also result in higher insurance premiums for citizens here, and at a time when households are already struggling to make ends meet. With accelerated passage, I would hope that the bill can complete its legislative passage before the Assembly is dissolved. It would then become law as soon as it receives royal assent, hopefully by May 2022. This would allow us to keep pace with Britain. It would provide clarity in the marketplace and remove the risk to the Motor Insurance Bureau. It would also avoid the otherwise inevitable increase in motor insurance premiums, and this has been estimated to be approximately £50 a year on every driver's policy. I therefore commend the motion to the Assembly and ask that it agree that the Motor Vehicles Compulsory Insurance Bill proceed under the accelerated passage procedure.
Thank you, Minister. I call the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Mr Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for her opening remarks. The Committee for Infrastructure first considered the proposal for Motor Vehicle Compulsory Insurance Bill at its meeting on the 19th of January 2022. At the meeting, the Minister outlined in detail the reasons why she is seeking accelerated passage for the bill. The Committee also noted that the request for accelerated passage was also supported by the Executive. In advance of the oral evidence session, the Committee contacted a number of stakeholders who provided written evidence on both the need for the legislation and the need to progress the legislation urgently. The Committee has therefore been able to undertake considerable pre-legislative scrutiny, which highlighted both the need for this legislation and the need for this bill to pass by accelerated passage. I will go into much more detail on the need for the legislation during the second stage debate, but for now I will focus on the need for accelerated passage for the bill. The Minister outlined to the Committee that were accelerated passage not to be granted, it would mean that once the Westminster Bill completes its legislative passage, a discrepancy would exist between Northern Ireland domestic legislation and the case law until our legislation was amended accordingly. Ultimately, that would mean that the Motor Insurance Bureau would be vulnerable to claims brought by victims of incidents on private land and potentially to fraudulent claims. The Department informed the Committee that in the absence of accelerated passage, the bill would be delayed for up to 1 year. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, the consequences of such a delay were outlined to the Committee, not only by the Minister and the Department, but also by the Motor Insurance Bureau, the Association of British Insurers, Motorsport UK and indeed the Ulster Farmers Union. The Motor Insurance Bureau informed the Committee of the need to avoid what is referred to as potentially damaging legal and regulatory divergence. The Association of British Insurers supported this view. In its evidence session, it highlighted how drivers in Northern Ireland would be disadvantaged compared to drivers in Great Britain and the Republic of Ireland by requiring them to pay higher motor insurance costs. The Ulster Farmers Union informed the Committee that for farmers not only does the current position increase motor insurance premiums, it also means that until the situation is rectified, farmers are required to have insurance for all their vehicles used on private land. The Association of British Insurers also highlighted the potential impact on police resources and on the potential threat posed to motorsport in Northern Ireland whilst the divergence remained. The view was supported by Motorsport UK in its evidence session to the committee. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I will go on again in much more detail on these issues during the second stage debate. During the committee's deliberations on the matter before us, all members of the committee remained mindful of the need, under normal circumstances, for committees to be given the opportunity to undertake detailed scrutiny of all primary legislation. However, the committee recognised that the circumstances under which policy proposals contained in the bill are being considered are exceptional and are not of the Minister's making, given that there was considerable efforts made by the Department to progress this in another place. The committee is satisfied that the evidence it has considered is sufficient under these circumstances, and the urgency associated with the passing of the bill outweigh the need for further detailed scrutiny by the committee. On that basis, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, the Committee for Infrastructure is content to support the Minister and the Executive in seeking accelerated passage for the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mr Cathal Boylan.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Agreeing to take accelerated passage is a decision we should never take lightly. It is something this Assembly should seek to actively avoid unless it is absolutely necessary. However, I believe that it is justified on this occasion. I recognise the Minister was originally pursuing this legislation through an LCM, but at the last minute Westminster declined the offer. I am still a little unclear over those series of events, and I would like the Minister to elaborate on this. Did Westminster initially agree to take on the legislation and then do a U-turn on the matter at the last minute? Or did the Department take the LCM route without explicit confirmation from DFD that it would happen? Either way, as it stands, Principal Deputy Speaker, not going through accelerated passage would mean there would be a difference between our domestic law and case law, which could have significant implications on insurance premiums. With that said, I support this motion.
Thank you. I call Ms Cara Hunter.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for bringing this bill to the Assembly. As a member of the Committee for Infrastructure, I am also grateful to the Minister and her department for sharing this bill with us today. The Minister has pointed out the fact that motor insurance is a devolved matter, and it is right that we as an Assembly take these decisions. However, we in the SDLP, and I am sure, as I've heard from others this morning, that we will agree accelerated passage is not a preferable route. I am sure the Minister will want to point further to the case for accelerated passage and indeed her efforts to secure a smoother route. It seems to me, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, in the time available, there were little options for the Minister and for the Department, and therefore I commend them in securing the support to get this bill here by accelerated passage. I say this because of the impact, the real impact that a failure to update the law will have on people here. In essence, this will restore the original intention of our motor insurance law, ensuring that compulsory insurance requirements will remain confined to the use of motor vehicles on roads and other public places and not place further requirements on our citizens here. I would welcome further assurance from the Minister this morning on that point, and that her department is watching closely to the legislation in Westminster. And I thank the Minister and her department for bringing this forward and assure the House of my support. Thank you.
Mr Roy Beggs.
Principal Deputy Speaker. Legislation for accelerated passage should be generally avoided and only used in exceptional circumstances and in limited degrees. I and my Ulster Unionist colleagues accept that this legislation, the accelerated passage, in this case it is correct that we do allow accelerated passage to correct the ramifications of the Vinook case. We accept that urgent change in law is required. The outworkings of the Vinook case would result in an estimated £50 for everyone with private motor vehicle insurance to enable coverage to be provided for the uninsured vehicles on private land. The policy was never originally designed to do that. It would be highly questionable why insured drivers should be providing full cover for those on lawnmowers, perhaps on quads, on scramblers and trail bikes, and a host of other examples like that. In order to provide that cover following the Vunit case, everyone would have to have their motor vehicle insurance increased a further £50 at a time when many people are already struggling from the many increases that have occurred. As has been indicated, a private member's bill is proceeding at Westminster, and the Minister has indicated she had hoped that Northern Ireland would be included by means of a legislative consent motion. That has turned out not to be the case. Indeed, in Europe, they're also legislating to make correction. So that leaves Northern Ireland, which has not had that correction. And it is essential that we do pass this urgently. As I say, if we do not, everyone holding private motor insurance on a vehicle will have a significant increase. And for that reason, I support this accelerated passage for this limited proposal that the Minister is placing before us.
Mr. Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. And the Alliance Party will today be supporting an accelerated passage of this bill. I understand the context behind this, and I've been following this since it was raised with the committee, that the Minister had originally asked officials to work with our counterparts in the Department of Transport in London to progress a legislative consent motion, but understand on the 21st of December last year, DFT outlined that this was no longer a viable option, as later inclusion of amendments could endanger the bill at Westminster. So in my view, accelerated passage, whilst it's unusual and it's important we give scrutiny to it, it's the only option left to get this bill through this mandate. Most of my comments in relation to the bill will be at the next bit if we actually agree accelerated passage, but from my perspective the bill will not prevent us from making changes to existing motor insurance statutory provision in the future, and also think it's very important that we do pass this bill and we do grant accelerated passage in the context of the rising cost of living crisis so many people and families are being hit by across Northern Ireland. So it's important that we give whatever assistance we can do to lessen the impact upon themselves and the bills that they face. In conclusion, I would like to ask the Minister whether executive approval was sought and given in relation to bringing forward this bill, and highlight yet again the need for us to have a functioning executive and an assembly to progress this legislation, because I'm very conscious that if an executive had not been sitting and agreed this, then the impact on people's family budgets and their motor insurance policies would yet again be hit hard as a result of the collapse of the executive. Thank you.
Thank you. No other member has indicated to me that they want to speak in the debate, and therefore I call the Minister to wind on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the Chair of the Committee, the Vice Chair and all members for their contribution and indications of support to address some of the issues that have been raised in respect of seeking the inclusion of the Northern Ireland provisions in the Westminster Bill via legislative consent motion. I want to reassure the Vice Chair of the Committee that every effort was made to explore this route. While the Westminster Bill was confined to Britain only, we were advised that it may be possible to introduce Northern Ireland provisions as amendments at the Bill's committee stage. My officials were working with their GB counterparts and lawyers to take this forward, and I had approached my executive colleagues and secured their agreement to a legislative consent motion. Unfortunately, however, DFT ministers advised us at incredibly short notice that this would no longer be an option because of concerns that it may potentially delay their bill. I am deeply frustrated and I deeply regret that that course of action was taken at such a late stage, given the ongoing work between my officials and officials in DFT. And I have written to Minister Shapps to outline my frustrations at what occurred. In respect of Mr Muir's question, I can confirm that executive approval was sought for the process of accelerated passage. But if it wasn't, if I hadn't have secured executive approval, then we would be in the very difficult situation where we wouldn't be able to bring this forward. And of course, we would add then to the already significant financial burden on households right across the north. In respect of Ms Hunter's point about monitoring closely the legislation as it progresses through Westminster, I can confirm that my officials will continue to do that. And so in concluding, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I would like to ask the Assembly to agree the motion.
Before we proceed to this question, I would remind members that as this is an accelerated passage motion, it requires cross-community consent. The question is that the Motor Vehicles Compulsory Insurance Bill proceed under accelerated passage. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Contrary, if any, no. As there are ayes from all sides of the chamber, and I hear no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community consent has been demonstrated. The next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Motor Vehicles Compulsory Insurance Bill. I call the Minister for Infrastructure.
I beg to move that the second stage of the Motor Vehicles Compulsory Insurance Bill be agreed.
Second stage of the Motor Vehicles Compulsory Insurance Bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limit on this debate, nor, as the bill is proceeding via accelerated passage, are there any time limits upon individual members' contributions. I call the Minister for Infrastructure to open the debate on the bill. Minister.
Firstly, I would like to thank my executive colleagues and the Assembly for their support in bringing this bill to the Assembly, and to the Infrastructure Committee who have ceded committee stage so that the bill may progress within this mandate. Today we have the opportunity to debate a bill that will ensure that domestic statutory provision on compulsory motor insurance, as contained in the 1981 Road Traffic Order, remains effective. It does this by ensuring that the requirements of the Motor Insurance Directive and any retained EU case law are not taken into account when interpreting the compulsory motor insurance requirement in Northern Ireland. Effectively, therefore, it simply maintains the domestic status quo in relation to compulsory motor insurance. It is a relatively short bill, only 2 clauses. However, its purpose and its length belies the fact that this was a complex piece of legislation to navigate and draft. Prior to Brexit and during the transition period, domestic motor insurance arrangements were governed by the Motor Insurance Directive 2009. The 2009 Directive established the framework for motor insurance requirements, which individual member states then had to implement in their domestic legislation. The 1981 Order gives effect in domestic legislation to the 2009 Directive. This provision restricts mandatory motor insurance cover to the use of motor vehicles on roads and other public places. Historically, this was believed to be in keeping with the requirements of the 2009 Directive. However, this provision is interpreted in line with case law, including European case law. EU case law was retained in Britain and in the North by virtue of the European Union Withdrawal Act 2018. That is to say that the general principles established by case law continue to affect our domestic laws. One particular piece of case law is of particular significance. The 2014 case of Vanouk versus Triglav concerned a claim brought by a Slovenian farmer who was knocked off his ladder on private land by a reversing tractor-trailer. The European Court of Justice ruled that the accident should have been covered by compulsory motor insurance. In effect, the Vanouk judgment directed that the 2009 Directive should be interpreted so as to require compulsory motor insurance for vehicles beyond their use in traffic and including their use on private land. This would mean that motor insurance policies should cover certain types of off-road risks across a greater range of motor vehicles, including non-road going vehicles. This contrasts with existing motor insurance statutory provision in both Britain and Northern Ireland. In domestic legislation, the compulsory third-party motor insurance requirement is limited to use of motor vehicles on roads and other public places. It also has a narrower definition of motor vehicle. Crucially, the Vanouk judgment, together with the effect of the EU Withdrawal Act 2018, means that UK statutory provision on motor insurance is no longer consistent with the requirements of the retained 2009 Directive and retained EU case law. This means that unless there is a change to existing statutory provision, GB and NI would potentially be vulnerable to Vanouk-style compensation claims. Moreover, a recent High Court decision in England established that the UK's Motor Insurance Bureau, the MIB, would be directly liable for claims relating to uninsured motor collisions occurring on private land. The MIB is the UK's designated body to compensate victims of uninsured and unidentified drivers. It carries this function under agreements with government. In response to the Vnuk judgment, the European Commission initiated a process to amend the 2009 Directive. The UK participated in that process up until the point at which it left the EU. The amending directive was brought forward by the Commission on the 2nd of December 2021, and Member States have until December 2023 to reflect its requirements in their respective domestic legislation. It is perhaps worth noting that while the 2009 Directive has been extended to cover accidents caused during the normal use of a wider range of vehicles, it restricts compulsory insurance requirements to the use of those vehicles on land to which the public has access. A certain number of on-road motor vehicles, such as garden tractors, mobility scooters and electric bicycles, are also excluded from insurance obligations. While Europe has effectively lessened the impact of the Vnuk judgment on its laws, I should note that the amended Motor Insurance Directive has no reach here. We remain bound by the 2009 Directive as it applied on EU exit day and by the related EU case law. However, following Brexit, there is now the option to remove the Vnuk judgment from retained EU case law. For the North, this requires amendment to the motor insurance statutory provision in the 1981 order. The equivalent provisions for Britain are contained in the Road Traffic Act 1988, and provisions to make the necessary amendments to that Act have been brought forward in a Westminster private member's bill. The Westminster bill is currently progressing through the House of Lords and will remove the effect of the Vnuk decision and that of related retained case law when assessing what constitutes compulsory motor insurance requirements in Britain. It also ends any associated liability for insurance claims against the Motor Insurers Bureau in respect of accidents on private land and for vehicles not constructed for road use. The Westminster Bill would effectively preserve the status quo in British domestic motor insurance legislation. The Westminster Bill does not extend to Northern Ireland, as unlike in Scotland and Wales, motor insurance is a devolved matter here. As I said earlier, the purpose of the Motor Vehicles Compulsory Insurance Bill is to resolve the conflict between retained EU law and the compulsory motor insurance provisions within the 1981 order by disapplying the Vnuk judgment. This is a relatively short bill of 2 clauses. Clause 1 inserts a new article, 102b, into Part 8 of the 1981 order. This is entitled Retained EU Law Relating to Compulsory Insurance and has 7 paragraphs. Some of the paragraphs are self-explanatory, but I would like to mention the following paragraphs in particular. Paragraph 1 of the new article, 102b, alters the way in which the 2009 Directive is to be read, insofar as it is relevant to the interpretation and effect of Part 8 of the 1981 order. The effect of this provision is to make clear that the 2009 Directive interpretation of insurance obligation in the light of the Vnuk judgment is not applicable when interpreting the compulsory insurance requirements in the 1981 order. Paragraph 2 clarifies that where the vehicle is used or normally based in Britain or in an EU member state, insurance policies must comply with the cover legally required in that territory. Paragraphs 3 and 4 of the new Article 102b concern the removal of relevant directive rights to compensation from the MIB. Essentially, this brings to an end any right to make a claim against the MIB in all cases, apart from those in connection with an accident involving the use of a vehicle on a road or other public places, as defined in Article 2.2 of the 1981 order. Paragraph 5 provides that retained EU case law that is inconsistent with the position set out in paragraphs 1 or 3 ceases to have effect. I turn now to Clause 2. Clause 2.1 applies the provisions of this bill to the Crown. It uses language that is required by Section 7 of the Interpretation Act NI 1954. The effect is that the Crown's rights to compensation from the MIB are affected by the bill in the same way as the rights of people other than the Crown. The effect of this provision is entirely consistent with the Westminster Bill. In conclusion, this bill will restore the original interpretation and intention of our motor insurance law. Compulsory insurance requirements will remain confined to the use of motor vehicles on roads and other public places. I should emphasise that the bill would not prevent us from making changes to existing motor insurance statutory provisions in the future, should this prove to be necessary. However, it would ensure that any such changes can be made in a considered and controlled fashion and with full scrutiny. I commend the bill to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. I call the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Mr Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. As I informed the House during the debate on the motion seeking accelerated passage for the bill, the Committee for Infrastructure first considered the proposal for a motor vehicle compulsory insurance bill at its meeting on the 19th of January 2022. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, in the absence of a committee stage to the bill, I wish to take some time to put on record details of the scrutiny undertaken by the Committee for Infrastructure on the proposals outlined in the bill. Members may wish to note that the Committee for Infrastructure was able to take sufficient evidence during pre-legislative scrutiny that the Assembly Research and Information Service has been able to collate a fairly comprehensive information pack outlining the evidence, and this is available to all members. This is something that usually doesn't happen for bills of this nature, so I again would like to put on record the committee's thanks to RAISE for their efforts in pulling this pack together. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, in the correspondence to the committee on the bill, the Minister outlined the need for the legislation and the implications of the Vanook judgment, which means that unless existing statutory provision is amended, GB and Northern Ireland would potentially be vulnerable to compensation claims. Her correspondence highlighted that a High Court decision in England and Wales in 2018 established that the Motor Insurance Bureau would be directly liable for claims relating to uninsured motors collisions occurring on private land. In order to preserve the status quo in domestic motor insurance legislation, it is therefore considered necessary to remove the provision from retained EU case law. During the oral evidence, it was outlined that the EU has amended the relevant directive, which was adopted in December 2021. Member States have 2 years in which to implement it. The Department understands that a number of the Member States want to amend their legislation more quickly, as they have similar anomaly to what we have here in Northern Ireland. A key area that the committee explored was why accelerated passage was being sought in this case. The committee wanted to know what the likelihood was of a case being brought and what the likely impact would be were such a case to be brought. Members explored the reasons why, if this is such a significant matter, greater priority was not given to ensuring that Northern Ireland was included in the Westminster Bill currently proceeding through Parliament, especially as there could potentially be additional costs to the UK Government by way of compensation claims to the Motor Insurance Bureau. The Minister assured the committee that every effort had been made to work with the Department for Transport officials, and that it was her understanding that the Northern Ireland provisions could be included in the private member's bill currently proceeding through Westminster by way of a legislative consent motion. It was the Minister's understanding that the LCM route was not considered viable because ministers in DFT took a cautious approach because they did not want to increase any risk of that bill not being brought forward. That then left the Department for Infrastructure with no other option but to seek accelerated passage. The Minister outlined her disappointment to the committee in the approach adopted by DFT. The committee asked the Minister if the bill would include any delegated powers leading to subordinate legislation, and if so, what aspects of the bill would this relate to, and what type of assembly procedure would they be subject to. Departmental officials assured the committee that there would be no subordinate legislation arising from the bill. Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to take some time to outline the evidence received by the committee in relation to the need for this legislation. The Minister explained that domestic legislation restricts compulsory insurance to the use of motor vehicles on roads and other public places, whereas case law suggests a much wider interpretation. Ultimately, that would mean that the Motor Insurance Bureau here would be vulnerable to claims brought by victims of incidences on private land and potentially to fraudulent claims. The Consumer Council, which represents the interests of Northern Ireland consumers, responded in support of the legislation and the approach taken. The Motor Insurance Bureau, which represents the interests of the motor insurance industry, provided a detailed response outlining why it believed that this legislation is necessary and why it considers the matter to be urgent. In acknowledging that the appropriate legislative process is a matter for the Assembly, the Motor Insurance Bureau stated in its response that effective legislative change as expeditiously as is procedurally possible would, and I quote, both limit the significant occurring liabilities which the Motor Insurance Bureau and indeed motor insurers and ultimately Northern Irish drivers will be obliged to bear. Moreover, given the current progress towards removing Vanook from the statute books in Great Britain and the European Union's recent mitigations of the effects of Vanook, swift action will prevent the law in Northern Ireland lagging behind that of Great Britain and the EU, avoiding potentially damaging legal and regulatory divergence. The Association of British Insurers responded fully supporting the Minister's position and fully supporting the views expressed by the Motor Insurance Bureau. The ABI also supports the view that the matter must be dealt with as a matter of urgency. It stated, it is entirely possible that delay in removing the effect of Vanook from law in Northern Ireland could lead to a divergence between the position in Northern Ireland and that in Great Britain and in the Republic of Ireland as a member state of the European Union. It is therefore paramount to both the insurance industry and motoring public that the effect of the Vanook is removed from the law of Northern Ireland as swiftly as possible. Failure to do so risks disadvantaging Northern Irish drivers as compared to drivers in Great Britain and the Republic of Ireland by requiring them to pay higher motor insurance costs, £50 per year per policy, according to UK Government Actuary Department. Consequently, offering a perverse incentive for Northern Irish drivers to insure vehicles that are ordinarily used in Northern Ireland at addresses in Great Britain in order to access lower premiums. This would be fraudulent and criminal activity. Spending police and potentially other resources investigating the use of vehicles on private land, including potentially fraudulent claims, and the treatment of any motorsport collision taking place on private land as a regular road traffic accident, posing a threat to motorsport in Northern Ireland due to financial implications of the additional insurance costs. Motorsport UK informed the committee that it had collaborated extensively with the UK Government on the Westminster legislation. The organisation expressed its support for similar urgent legislation required in Northern Ireland, given the sporting and commercial importance of motorsport in Northern Ireland and its contribution to sport within the wider United Kingdom. The Ulster Farmers Union wrote to the committee to request legislative change as soon as possible. The reasons cited were as follows. The current legislation is considered unnecessary, as in many cases there is insurance already in place to cover accidents. For example, farm businesses have employer liability and public liability insurance to cover accidents on private property. The Vanook ruling is considered unenforceable and would require mass registration of millions of new vehicles. It would present the police with the impossible task of checking registrations and insurance of farm vehicles on private land. In addition, when accidents occur on private land, the police would find it extremely difficult to identify fault with limited witnesses and CCTV, unlike on private and public roads. It is considered also that as an unnecessary cost to farm businesses and Northern Ireland motorists. The Ulster Farmers Union is of the view that the ruling risks adding £50 to the average insurance premium. The Ulster Farmers Union also informed the committee that for farmers, not only does the Vanook increase motor insurance premiums, it also means that farmers are required to have insurance for all their vehicles used on private land. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, having considered the evidence, the Committee for Infrastructure is of the view that this legislation is required and required urgently. The Committee therefore supports the bill before us today. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mr. Cathal Boylan.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I don't propose to speak as long as the last two speakers, but it's clear, whilst it's only a two-clause bill, it took a lot of definition there and a lot of explanation. But the most important thing is the impact it has on our citizens. That's the most important thing. Mr. Speaker, it is a priority for Sinn Féin to put money into people's pockets. This bill will help prevent the increase of insurance premiums for drivers by around £50, according to some estimates. I think everyone in the Chamber agrees that people are suffering enough from everyday pressures, not least the rise of energy prices. The last thing they need is an increase in insurance premiums, and I support this bill. Many families have endured a difficult winter, and we need to do everything to support them. This Assembly needs to do everything it can to help families and businesses and tackle this cost of living crisis. The Infrastructure Committee supported this bill as not doing anything would increase insurance premiums and would mean domestic legislation is out of step with case law. This retained law is a judgment which states that mandatory requirement for insurance should be extended beyond the scope of our domestic legislation. As it stands, the compulsory third-party motor insurance requirement is limited to the use of motor vehicles on roads and other public places. It is worth also noting that the EU intend to amend this legislation themselves. So I'm not going to get into the detail. The Minister explained it, but the most important thing in supporting this motion is that it doesn't have an impact on our citizens.
Thank you. I call Ms. Cara Hunter.
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I too will be brief in my comments, but again I thank the Minister and her department for bringing this forward and for the universal agreement from committee on this matter. And as the Minister has rightfully previously stated, as of others, accelerated passage is not one of our preference, but for many across this House, the idea of increased insurance premium for our citizens here means that we want to do all that we can within our gift to prevent this. And at a time, as Mr Boylan had rightfully stated, when the cost of living is forever rising and families are struggling immensely to keep the lights on, struggling with food poverty, I think we should be doing everything within our power to prevent increase in these costs regarding insurance premiums. And I support the bill at the second stage. Thank you.
Mr Roy Beggs.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Like others, I agree that we should be all supporting this legislation. It is important that we do so. Following the legal precedents of the Vinook case law, owners of motorised vehicles on private land off the public road are responsible for compensation. In the past, there would have been several routes to compensation. There's the landowner, there's the driver, and many will have separate insurance policies. However, the Vinook case law has resulted in another route for compensation, the Motor Insurance Bureau, which was never established to insure vehicles on off-road on private land. And this case law would result in these additional accidents potentially drawing down funds from the collective payments that we all make. Everyone who has a private motor insurance contributes towards that central pool to pay for accidents presently where they occurred and there is no insurance, or if the driver of the cause of the accident cannot be identified. But this case law would considerably widen that to encompass many additional accidents on private land, and as such it has been estimated to cost the UK as a whole some £2 billion, and individual insurance policy owners an additional £50 per annum for their motor insurance. The sort of actions that it would be covering would be ride-on lawnmowers, it could be motorsport, it could be scramblers, trail bikes, golf buggies, scooters, potentially, I would pose the question, bicycles, if it's powered in some way. So there would be a considerable widening of the accidents, all of which would be happening in private land, which would, as others have indicated, be much more troublesome to have independent authorisation or confirmation of what's happened, could open up to increased potential of fraud, as well as increasing our policies. There is this private legislation, a private member's bill going through Westminster, which is now an advanced stage, and will be exempting policyholders in GB from these potential risks, and therefore keep their premiums down. The question I would pose, what would happen if Northern Ireland were not to also provide that protection? What would we risk in terms of our involvement in the Motor Insurance Bureau? Potentially that could be put at risk. But in addition, many of our insurance policies are provided UK-wide. Yes, we may pay higher or lower premiums depending on the risk, but generally there are similar policies as exist UK-wide. And if we get to a situation where there are significantly different risks in Northern Ireland, I would have some concerns that some policies may not renew in Northern Ireland and there would be less competition. So for a wide variety of reasons, I support the Minister in bringing forth this short bill. As has been indicated, it is 2 clauses. We've been advised that it replicates the changes that are happening in GB. I view it as there being limited risk and essential that we do correct this error that has been created. Unintended consequences of case law some time ago. I note unusually that in terms of Clause 1 that there is an indication that it would not be applicable to actions that claims that may come in historically, but there is a just reason I see for that, and I urge all members to support this legislation in order to keep costs down for everyone, for all households who are already struggling to meet the wide range of increased costs that they are facing as a result of energy bills increasing and other pressures on the economy. Thank you.
Mr. Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'm rising in support of this second stage of this bill, and I think it's important that this bill is given passage by this Assembly, and that I commend the Minister and our officials for bringing it forward, because I know I'm very conscious of the positive impact it will have upon people across Northern Ireland, and this Assembly should be about doing that, about helping people and having a positive influence in people's lives, not the contrary. Motor insurance is a devolved matter for Northern Ireland, and this bill removes the conflict between domestic legislation and retained EU case law. There is an existing statutory provision, which is in the Road Traffic Northern Ireland Order 1981, which restricts mandatory motor insurance to the use of motor vehicles on roads and other public places. The Vanook judgment we're all very conscious of, but unless there is a change, there is an issue there where we're in conflict with Great Britain, who are obviously taking forward legislation in relation to that, in light of the vulnerability associated with those claims. And we're very aware of the background to this, and the Chair of the Committee outlined a bit more in relation to the judgment that was passed, and we do need to take action in relation to that, and we need to do that before the end of this mandate. To me, the most important element of this, as I've outlined at the beginning, are the costs, and the costs that if we don't implement this, because ultimately they'll be felt through the public through increased motor insurance policies. So this bill will end the effect of the Vanook decision, which is in retained EU case law. Failure to do that and instead implement it in domestic legislation could see across the UK a £1.2 billion increase in insurance premiums. The judgment will also place additional financial pressure upon our motor sports industry. There was a consultation undertaken by the Department of Transport in 2016-17, and 94% of respondents opposed the implementation of the judgment in domestic legislation, and different rationales were outlined for that, particularly in relation to cost. In Westminster, there is a bill being brought through Westminster, and that will extend, I understand, to England, Scotland and Wales, and is currently, I understand, in the House of Lords, but the Minister can maybe confirm that. So, until this conflict is resolved, there is vulnerability for motor insurance claims for incidents on private land. The impact of not implementing this bill will be felt by the public through increased motor insurance. There is many other Brexit-related issues that we will have to navigate over the coming weeks, months and years, and it's vital we work together as we navigate our way through the implications as a result of EU exit, and I support the bill here today. Thank you.
Ms Liz Kimmins.
And thank the Minister for bringing this bill today, and I too support the legislation because it will effectively retain the status quo of domestic motor insurance. And I do appreciate that there wasn't enough time to get an Assembly bill through by the conventional route in the current mandate, but I too would like to stress that we must avoid taking this path at every possible juncture, because scrutiny is what we do here and we need to use the correct procedures. Domestic law restricts mandatory motor insurance cover to the use of the vehicles on roads and other public places. However, action is needed to prevent domestic legislation being inconsistent with case law, which has a much wider interpretation, as others have alluded to. And removing this case law would effectively keep things the same and remove this inconsistency, which would have serious implications for the Motor Insurers Bureau and insurance premiums. The Infrastructure Committee reached out to a number of groups over this legislation and the decision to take it through accelerated passage. This included the Consumer Council, ABI and the MIB, to name a few, who all agreed with the way forward. I too support this bill to prevent a rise in motor insurance premiums for everyday workers and families, because without this bill it has been estimated the premiums could be increased by £50, which is a lot in the current climate. To end on a wider note, we're in the middle of a cost of living crisis, which we all have mentioned here today, and we need to help people against those pressures of everyday life that's hurting the most vulnerable the most. It's a priority for me and for my party to support families and individuals at every turn. The cost of living crisis is especially impactful in the North, as according to an income tracker, in 2021 families in the North have on average £143 a week of spare income at their disposal, compared to £246 a week in England, Scotland and Wales. As representatives for families and workers across the North, addressing this cost of living crisis must be a priority for us within these institutions, and we must do everything we can to help people with the everyday pressures of life. So this legislation would effectively retain the status quo in domestic motor insurance legislation and help to protect families and workers from any additional rises in the cost of living crisis.
Thank you. No other members indicated to me that they wish to speak in the debate, and therefore I call the Minister to wind. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the Chair of the Committee and all of the members who have spoken for their constructive contribution to this debate. I want to thank the Chair for comprehensively outlining the wide-ranging support for this bill and for its implementation as quickly as possible, and for all members in highlighting the impact if we delay in doing so, particularly the impact on households with higher insurance premiums at a time when they are struggling to feed their families and heat their homes. I agree absolutely with Ms Skimmins about the importance of scrutiny. Unfortunately, though, myself and my department have been left in this position, and I very much regret the need to progress the bill or any Assembly legislation in this way. However, an accelerated passage bill offers the only opportunity to make the required changes in the current mandate, and I believe, particularly given the impact on struggling households, that it is essential that we amend this legislation in the current mandate. Mr Beggs asked a question about what would be the implications if the bill is not made, and set out many of the implications if we failed to do that. I just want to reiterate that I believe that it is very important that we resolve the conflict in existing legislation as soon as we can. The successful passage of the Westminster Bill without corresponding provision here in the North would only serve to highlight the continuing anomaly here and potentially make the Motor Insurance Bureau more vulnerable to legal challenges and fraudulent claims at that. And of course, as we have said on a number of occasions throughout this debate, could also lead to higher insurance premiums for our citizens here. In respect of Mr Muir's question, I can confirm that the Westminster Bill is currently in the House of Lords, and Mr Muir did raise a point under the previous debate about seeking assurances that this would not prevent us from making any changes at a later date. I want to assure him that this does not prevent us from doing that, should it prove necessary to do so. However, it would ensure that any such changes can be made in a considered and a controlled fashion and with full scrutiny. So essentially, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, in concluding, I would like to ask the Assembly to support the bill.
Question is that the second stage of the Motor Vehicles Compulsory Insurance Bill be agreed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the second stage of the Motor Vehicles Compulsory Insurance Bill. As the bill is proceeding under the accelerated passage procedure, there will be no committee stage and the bill stands referred to Mr Speaker. I should also advise members that as the consideration stage of the bill is on the order paper for next week, the amendment deadline is 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you. If members would take their ease for 5 minutes or so, we'll move on to the next item of business then. Thank you. Thank you, members. Consideration stage of the Justice, Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Bill. I call the Minister of Justice, Mrs Naomi Long, to move the bill.
So moved.
Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There are 2 groups of amendments, and we will debate the amendments in each group in turn. The first debate will be on amendments 1 to 11 and 18 to 24, which deal with sexual offences, serious harm, anonymity, court proceedings and guidance. The second debate will be on amendments 12 to 17, which deal with trafficking and exploitation. I would remind members intending to speak that during the debates on the 2 groups of amendments, they should address all of the amendments in each group on which they wish to comment. Once the debate on each group is completed, any further amendments in the group will be moved formally as we go through the bill. The question will be put on each without further debate. The questions on stand part will be taken at the appropriate points in the bill. If that's clear, then we'll proceed. We therefore come to the first group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendment 2 to 11 and 18 to 24. Within this group, Amendment 8 is consequential to Amendment 7. Amendment 22 is consequential to Amendment 21. Amendment 23 is consequential to Amendment 19. And Amendment 24 is consequential to Amendments 18 and 19. I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice, Mr Mervyn Storey, to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group.
Not moved.
I call the Chair of the Committee of Justice, Mr Mervyn Storey, to move Amendment 2 and address the other amendments in the group.
Not moved.
Not moved. As no amendments have been moved, we must now dispose of Clause 1 before returning to the moving of the Group 1 debate. The question is the Clause 1 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now return to the moving of the Group 1 amendments. I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice, Mr Mervyn Storey, to move Amendment 3 and to address the other amendments in the group.
Not moved.
Not moved. As no amendments have been moved, we must now dispose of Clause 2 before returning to the moving of the Group 1 debate. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 2. The question is the Clause 2 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now return to the moving of the Group 1 amendments. I call the Minister for Justice, Mrs Naomi Long, to move Amendment 4 and to address the other amendments in the group.
I beg to move.
I call the Chair. Oh, I beg pardon. I'm ahead of myself. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. And in moving Amendment number 4, I want to speak to the amendments both tabled in my name and indeed those tabled by others. However, with your indulgence, I would like to take this early opportunity to register my personal thanks to the Committee for its support and commitment in completing the scrutiny of the complex provisions of this bill and my proposed amendments within a very short time frame. I appreciate that my challenging legislative programme, progressing 5 bills to legislation over 2 years, has generated an intense period of activity for the committee and placed considerable demands on its members. I would like to thank current and previous chairs, deputy chairs and members, and indeed their officials, for their continuing engagement and commitment throughout this period. I am most grateful to the committee for its support of the bill at introduction and for the amendments that I have brought forward for debate during this stage. I intend to speak to my amendments in the first instance and will, as part of that approach, address the amendment to Clause 15 of the bill tabled by Jim Allister. I will then speak to the amendments that the committee has brought forward before handing over to those others to raise any such points they wish to make on the provisions that have been moved today. Mr Speaker, the bill that I introduced to the Assembly in July 2021 has 2 key principles.
to enhance public safety by implementing certain elements of the report of the Gillen Review of Serious Sexual Offence Cases and a parallel review of the law on child sexual exploitation and sexual offences against children, and to improve services for victims of trafficking and exploitation. The package of amendments tabled in my name today will expand the public protection elements of the bill, the first of which is Amendment 4, relating to the abuse of positions of trust. Amendment 4 extends the existing legislation covering an abuse of positions of trust of a child contained in Articles 23 to 31 of the Sexual Offences Northern Ireland Order 2008. Offences under Articles 23 to 26 of the 2008 Order currently only apply where the position of trust is in the context of a statutory responsibility, covering areas such as education, state care and criminal justice. The aim of the abuse of trust provisions is to protect young people in particular situations where there is some element of dependency on an adult, often combined with an element of vulnerability on the part of the young person. The offences are not intended to cover all situations where an adult might have contact with or a supervisory role over under 18s. Rather, they are intended to capture those relationships where there is a significant imbalance in power between the adult and child, and where there is scope for that position of trust to be abused. It is crucial that a careful balance is maintained. While the provisions seek to protect all under 18s by virtue of the Northern Ireland statutory age of sexual consent, the provisions primarily relate to persons aged 16 or 17. The amendment builds on the existing provision to bring additional persons outside of the statutory sector within the scope of the offences. I had originally intended to develop this proposal for introduction in the next mandate. However, responding to recent developments in other jurisdictions and a growing number of requests for the law in Northern Ireland to be changed, I decided that this important additional protection should be provided now. The amendment proposes to extend the current provisions for abusive positions of trust of a child to cover the abuse of position of trust held in sports and faith settings. Clause 2A4 inserts new Article 29A into the 2008 Order. New Article 29A 1A brings within scope of the abuse of trust offences adults who coach, teach, train, supervise or instruct a child under 18 on a regular basis in a sport or religion. Article 29A 1B provides for a new requirement that the adult person knows that they coach, teach, train, supervise or instruct the child under 18 on a regular basis in that sport or religion. This requirement is additional to the reasonable belief requirements and the associated evidential burden as set out in the existing abuse of trust offences. The aim of the additional requirement is twofold. Firstly, to prevent the positions of trust being drawn too broadly, and secondly, to strengthen the requirement for a prior connection or contact between the adult in the position of trust and the young person. For example, it would cover the situation where an adult regularly preaches to a congregation of people where they have never personally met the young person and do not know the young person is a member of their congregation. In such a situation, the adult will not be considered to be in a position of trust over the young person. New Article 29A2 defines sport and religion for the purposes of Article 29A1. Sport is defined as including any game in which physical skill is the predominant factor and any form of physical recreation which is also engaged in for purposes of competition or display. Religion is defined as including a religion which involves belief in more than one God and a religion which does not involve a belief in God. New Article 29A3 provides that anyone considered to already be in a position of trust under existing Article 28 of the 2008 Order is not brought within the scope of the proposed new provisions. The 4 offences to which these provisions apply and the available penalties remain unchanged. The offences are sexual activity with a child, causing or inciting a child to engage in sexual activity in the presence of a child, and causing a child to watch a sexual act. I know that some of those giving evidence to the committee during its scrutiny of the bill thought the scope of these provisions should be wider. The draft provisions are based on the evidence presented to date and the particular concerns and risks identified by stakeholders. They were developed following my department's review, consultation and engagement on the issues involved, and informed by a detailed examination of the experience of other jurisdictions. This work involved my officials working in close partnership with the NSPCC, to whom I add my thanks. The proposed provision will extend the scope of the legislative definition of a person in a position of trust to those areas where the evidence presented to date is strongest, the areas of sport and religious settings. To extend the law beyond the proposed settings would require a more extensive consultation and engagement process to identify and fully explore any particular areas of potential concern to ensure that legal intervention would be required. I would have grave concerns about widening the scope of the provisions beyond what I propose in advance of that sufficient robust evidence being secured to warrant such a further extension. In extending the provisions, I am conscious of the importance of achieving a proportionate balance between protecting our young people in vulnerable situations and respecting their right to give legal consent to sexual activity from the age of 16. Framing the positions of trust too widely runs the risk of over-criminalising young people who could potentially be considered to be breaking the law. For example, if a person aged 18 has a consensual sexual relationship with a person aged 16 or 17. Those with innocent intention who are enjoying a healthy relationship should not be inappropriately criminalised. Without careful targeting, abuse of trust provisions could prohibit any person over 18 having sex with anyone aged 16 or 17, effectively raising the age of sexual consent by stealth. This could well attract legal challenge based on the rights of an individual under Article 8 ECHR, the right to private and family life, which would be directly engaged. It is crucial that a robust definition for the offences is established to promote clarity as to the application of the law and to withstand potential legal challenge. An inappropriate widening of the scope of the offences also has potential to dilute their relative effectiveness. It is important that the law is strong and clear in its intent. I am content that limiting the extension of the abuse of trust of offences to the category set out in my amendment will achieve this. The amendment will ensure that further protection is focused on areas where a need for legal intervention has been clearly evidenced. I would stress that the abuse of positions of trust provision comprises only one element within the wider, robust legislative framework used by PSNI and PPS. This provides very extensive and significant protections to young people from the harm caused by sexual offending. This framework makes it an offence for anyone to engage in sexual activity with someone under the age of 16, whether or not they consent to that activity. And where an offender in a case is in a position of trust, this will always be treated as a significant aggravating factor by the courts at the point of sentencing. However, I am keeping the door open on this policy should there be future evidence of a further gap in protection. With this in mind, new Article 29A4 provides for an enabling power to allow further sectors to be brought within or removed from the scope of these provisions. Any such change would be made by way of regulations subject to the draft affirmative procedures of the Assembly. There would be no requirement to wait for primary legislation should sufficient evidence to support a future change be presented. Mr Speaker, I now move on to Amendment number 5, which proposes a new offence of threats to disclose private sexual photographs and films with intent to cause distress. Section 51 of the Justice Act Northern Ireland 2016 already provides for the offence of disclosing private sexual photographs and films, an offence introduced as an amendment to the then Justice No. 2 Bill by the Justice Committee of the time. The original provisions were based on the disclosure offence in England and Wales. I am now proposing to extend the scope of this offence to include threats to disclose such images. I had originally committed to a review of the disclosure offence. However, I believe it is important to provide for this despicable offence now and to take the opportunity offered by this bill to close a significant legislative gap. Following the recent amendment of the disclosure provisions in England and Wales, which our proposed provisions mirror, we are now the only part of the UK which has not made threats to disclose an offence. Threats of this type are often used by partners or ex-partners of victims as a means of coercive control. They can make leaving an abusive relationship even more difficult, with the threat used as a means of forcing the victim to remain for fear of the impact of such threatened disclosure. Such threats can cause serious psychological harm to victims and have significant and long-lasting negative impacts on the lives of those threatened. Research published by the domestic violence charity Refuge, published last year, found that 1 in 7 young women have received threats that intimate photos will be shared without their consent. While the research is not specific to Northern Ireland, it is an indication of the likely scale of the problem here. When I have spoken with victims, I have been shocked by the anguish and distress that is being caused by such threats. This amendment will provide a quality of protection to those affected by such threats in our community. It sends out a very clear message that this form of intimidating, coercive behaviour cannot and will not be tolerated. Before moving to the detail of the amendment, I would first assure the Assembly that the fundamental elements of the existing offence remain unchanged. Under new clause 2b(2), the existing offence is extended in scope to provide that it would be an offence for a person to make a threat to another individual to disclose a private sexual photograph or film in which that individual appears without their consent and with the intention of causing them distress. All but one of the remaining subparagraphs in clause 2 are technical amendments required to bring the remaining elements of the disclosure offence within the scope of the new offence. This includes all relevant definitions provided for in section 51 of the 2016 Justice Act and the defences available under this section to a defendant charged with a disclosure offence. The one exception is the proposed provision detailed in clause 2b(2)(e). This inserts a new subsection into section 51 of the Act, which provides that where a person is charged with an offence of threatening to disclose, the prosecution does not have to prove that the photograph exists, or, if it does, that it is in fact a private sexual photograph or film. The sanctions for the new offence are consistent with the existing disclosure offence, where the penalty available is up to 6 months' imprisonment or a fine, or both on summary conviction. On conviction on indictment, the penalty will be up to 2 years' imprisonment or a fine, or both. At this point, I will also highlight clause 2b(4), which amends Schedule 4 to the Justice Act Northern Ireland 2016. Schedule 4 relates to special rules for information society service providers. Those rules provide certain online service providers with protection from prosecution where they are merely storing, caching or hosting information and are unaware of illegal content. The schedule requires amendment to bring the offence of threats to disclose within these liability restrictions. Where such rules are amended, devolved administrations are required to liaise with the UK Government to ensure that any amended draft provisions comply with its current position on intermediary liability. The existing Schedule 4 makes reference to the e-commerce Directive, which sets rules that limit the legal liability that Member States may impose on online intermediaries. Post-Brexit and with the transition period ended, this e-commerce Directive has ceased to have effect in the UK. However, the UK Government policy is that restrictions on intermediary liability should continue on a case-by-case basis. As a consequence, reference to the Directive are now required to be removed from all new domestic legislation which falls within the scope of the UK's liability regime. This also necessitates a revised definition for information society services. The amendment to the schedule in no way changes the scope of the provision. It simply involves a technical amendment to remove the e-commerce reference in the definition. The details in the amended definition are otherwise the same. Similar liability restrictions for online service providers are included in Clause 7 of the Bill, relating to breach of the extended anonymity of victims in sexual offence cases, and in Schedule 3 to the Bill, relating to the offence of breach of anonymity of the suspect in a sexual offence case. As these provisions were drafted prior to the end of the transition period, they too contain reference to the e-commerce Directive and require similar consequential amendment. My amendments number 7, 8, 21 and 22 refer. These amendments will ensure compliance with UK Government policy on intermediary liability and will also provide consistency of drafting in the Bill. The next of my amendments, Amendment number 10, will ensure that the additional protections afforded to victims of serious sexual offences by Clause 15 of the Bill will not be undermined by allowing the public at large to attend appeal hearings. Before speaking to my amendment, however, I would like to address Amendment number 9 to Clause 15 of the Bill, tabled by Jim Allister. The provisions in Clause 15 place a duty on the Court to give an exclusion direction where a person is to be tried on indictment for a serious sexual offence. The exclusion direction would apply from the beginning of the trial and would ensure that only those with a specific role in court proceedings, as prescribed in the directions, would remain in the court. The member's amendment proposes to amend clause 15 to provide that an exclusion direction would be made at the discretion of the court, where the court considers that it's in the public interest or the interest of justice to do so. In practice, this would mean that decisions on whether the public would be excluded from the court would be decided on a case-by-case basis. The high-profile rape trial in 2018 heard over 40 days to a packed-up public gallery threw into the spotlight the many issues affecting the progress of serious sexual offence cases through the criminal justice system. The proposals in clause 15 for the exclusion of the public and other measures in the bill to further enhance anonymity of the victim implement recommendations made in the Gillen Review of Law and Procedures in Serious Sexual Offences cases established in the wake of that trial. People may argue this case was the exception and that exceptions make bad law. But my proposals to change the law and to provide for the exclusion of the public are not a knee-jerk reaction to an exceptional case. That case led to Sir John's review. That review, however, involved an extended period of local, national and international research, followed by consultation with victims and their families, defendants and their families, the criminal justice agencies and various support agencies. Such a review was long overdue to address the many issues which have long affected reporting and attrition rates by victims in these cases. From his conversations with victims and their families, Sir John recorded, the reasons for fear of reporting included the sense of trepidation at the prospect of laying bare their most humiliating experience openly before the public, reflecting their feelings of shame and embarrassment in reporting the crime in the first place. The aim of clause 15 as contained in the bill is to provide that certainty for the victim of a serious sexual offence, that when the case comes to court, they will not have to give evidence about intimate and harrowing details in front of a public gallery. The member's amendment would remove that certainty. The police and the Public Prosecution Service would be unable to reassure victims that if they decided to proceed with the case, the public would be excluded from the court. This certainty is one of the most important aspects of my proposals in clause 15. The ability of the court to exclude the public where it is in the interest of justice to do so is already provided for in legislation. However, the review found that it is rarely used. This illustrates the need to provide certainty by placing a duty on the court to give an exclusion direction. A case-by-case approach, as this amendment proposes, would result in uncertainty for complainants and potential inconsistency in approach across different courts and localities. I will.
The Minister will be aware that Article 6 of the European Convention on Human Rights guarantees an individual a fair trial and a public hearing, with exceptions for a case-by-case determination that it shouldn't be a public hearing. When the Human Rights Commission gave evidence to the committee, they were very clear. It's paragraph 325, that this special measure should only be used when the need is identified. This would suggest that the consideration of such a measure should be taken on a case-by-case basis, taking account of the individual circumstances of the case. So the Human Rights Commission, reflecting what the basic provisions of Article 6 of the Human Rights Convention say, are saying to this House, take it on a case-by-case basis. But the Minister is saying to this House, impose a blanket ban with no regard to case-to-case needs. Surely that is draconian beyond description.
I recognise the importance of cases being open to the public and open to public scrutiny, but I think many of us will have been profoundly affected as we watched people who travelled to Belfast sit in a courtroom for their entertainment and watch what was a high-profile trial. People who had neither interest in the subject matter nor connection with the case, but who found the spectacle of a court case a form of a way of passing the time. I will.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Will the Minister agree with me that very often it is the victim who is in trial in such circumstances, and this would provide some degree of comfort to the many, many victims of sexual and domestic violence who have not come forward for fear of how their personal details and their life is trailed across social media and in public forums?
Is of course right, and that was exactly the context that I had set out as I set out our rationale for this particular change. It isn't something that we would choose to do lightly as a department, because we do recognise the importance of open justice. We recognise the importance of people being able to see what happens, and the courts can already decide on a case-by-case basis to exclude people. However, what this gives and what the case-by-case basis approach doesn't give is certainty to victims and defendants that when they are giving evidence in court, that their anonymity will be protected, and particularly that you will not end up with the kind of jigsaw identification which has unfortunately subjected many of those who come forward to give evidence in a case of this nature to speculative guesswork in the community as to who they might be. And so what we're trying to do is provide those victims, in line with the work that we have done with the judiciary, and as I say, Sir John Gillan had extensive discussions with those across the board in terms of ensuring that we would do this in a proportionate way. The judge, of course, has final discretion. So if someone has a good reason to be there, there will, for example, still be reporting of the case. So it isn't that the public will be unaware of the case or what is happening in the case. But it is about trying to exclude people from the court who have no business being there other than those who, I guess, out of perhaps nosiness, interest, call it what you wish, would want to have access to the court. There's nothing stopping someone who believes that they have an interest making application to the judge to seek to be able to sit in the public gallery and observe proceedings, if that, for example, were necessary as a training exercise, or, as I say, members of the press who will routinely be admitted to the court. I think, however, that the fact that the case-by-case approach is so rarely used is evidence that it is insufficient to deal with the underlying problem that we face, which is that victims themselves feel intimidated by the thought of having to open up some of their most private, most humiliating, most traumatic experiences, knowing that there are those sitting in the gallery simply passing time. And I think for the protection of the victims and for the protection of other witnesses and the defendant, these are matters that should not be aired in that kind of forum. The case-by-case approach, therefore, continues the uncertainty for complainants and a potential inconsistency which I believe is unhelpful. And of course, as I've said, in a small jurisdiction like Northern Ireland, the need for certainty is critical to the protection of victims, but also is important where cases are heard in local courts, and the attendance of local residents, even the attendance of family and friends, will lead to that jigsaw identification of the victim. Even where special measures are used, such as screens to protect the physical identity of a victim, voice recognition can lead to jigsaw identification. So the importance of anonymity of the victim in serious sexual offence cases has already long been recognised. Clause 15 provides certainty to complainants that the criminal justice system will further protect their anonymity and privacy and shield them from the pain and distress of recounting intimate and harrowing details in front of the general public. I hope this certainty will enable victims to have greater confidence in the justice system, and that more people will feel able to report when they have been a victim of a sexual offence rather than suffer in silence. As regards to the concern that Clause 15 interferes with the principle of open justice, under the proposals, bona fide representatives of news gathering or reporting organisations are accepted from the exclusion direction, as are a relative or friend nominated by the complainant and the accused. The court also has the discretion to exempt any other person from the exclusion direction where it is in the interests of justice to do so. Press reporting of legal proceedings is an extension of the concept of open justice. It safeguards public interest and transparency in the courts and maintains public confidence in the judicial process. The certainty provided by Clause 15 as it stands is fundamental to the protection it offers. I therefore do not support the amendment from Mr Allister and would urge others to join me in voting against it at the appropriate point later in these proceedings. Returning then to my amendment number 10, this amendment will ensure that additional protections afforded to victims of serious sexual offences by Clause 15 of the Bill will not be undermined by allowing the public at large to attend appeal hearings. The Gillen Review concluded that the unrestricted access of the public to trials of serious sexual offences deterred, humiliated and intimidated complainants. As I have already said, it warrants repetition. Giving evidence at trial can be a terrible ordeal for victims and is made even more harrowing by having to discuss intimate details in front of a public gallery. Sir John's recommendations for exclusion of the public was limited to trials in the Crown Court in serious sexual offence cases. However, the process in the appeals court is such that the complainant and other witnesses can also be called to give evidence. While this may not be a common occurrence, it is important that the same level of protection provided to the victim's privacy and anonymity by Clause 15 is also made available in the Court of Appeal. It is important that the victims, I'll continue, it's important that victims have certainty that should a case go to appeal, the general public will not be in the court. The amendment adds new Articles 27E and 27F to the provisions to be inserted in the Criminal Evidence Northern Ireland Order 1999 by Clause 15. These new articles impose a duty on the court to give an exclusion direction where there is an appeal or application for leave to appeal against a conviction or sentence for a serious sexual offence. The appeal hearings to which an exclusion direction will apply are applications for leave to appeal or appeals against conviction or sentence in serious sexual offence cases, referrals of sentence in serious sexual offence cases under Section 36 of the Criminal Justice Act 1988. These are referrals of the sentence made by the Director of Public Prosecution Service to the court on appeal on the grounds of undue leniency, and also applications for leave to appeal against findings of not guilty on the grounds of insanity and unfitness to be tried. Under the provisions, all persons are excluded from the court, with the exception of members and officers of the court, persons directly involved in the proceedings, a relative or friend of the complainant is nominated by the complainant, a relative or friend of the accused is nominated by the accused, bona fide representatives of news gathering or reporting organisations, and any other person excepted from the exclusion direction at the discretion of the court where it is in the interests of justice to do so. In addition to the accused and the complainant, persons directly involved in the proceedings would be legal representatives acting in the proceedings, any witness while giving evidence in the proceedings, and any person acting in the capacity of an interpreter or other person appointed to assist a witness or the accused. Recognising how harrowing the court experience can be for victims of serious sexual offences, the provisions allow the complainant and the accused to nominate a relative or friend to remain in the court. The court can then specify the nominated persons as accepted from the exclusion direction and therefore allowed to remain in the court. The court can exercise this power either on application by a party to the proceedings or of its own motion where it is in the interest of justice to do so. Mr Speaker, I could offer a lot more detail on this amendment. However, I believe that in setting out the main points as I have, members will be assured that in cases where the complainant and other witnesses can be called to give evidence in the appeal court, the amendment will ensure that they will not be further humiliated or intimidated by having to discuss such details in front of the general public. Mr Speaker, I now wish to move to Amendment 18, 19 and 23, which are aimed at dealing with causing or risking serious harm. Amendment number 18 inserts a new clause 19A into the bill. The purpose of the new clause is to place into legislation the current common law proposition expressed in the 1993 case of R versus Brown that it is not a defence to claim that a person consented to their own serious harm for the purposes of sexual gratification. This is often referred to as the rough sex defence, not a term that I am particularly comfortable with. The case of Brown involved a group of men involved in consensual sadomasochistic activity. In upholding their convictions for assault, occasional actual bodily harm, the House of Lords confirmed that a person cannot consent to their own serious harm. Subsequent cases have cast some doubt on the extent of the application of this rule, and concerns have been raised over a perceived lack of awareness and understanding of the common law position. Research shows that a significant percentage of women are experiencing unwanted behaviour such as slapping, choking and gagging during consensual sex. The rough sex defence has been the subject of considerable media attention following a series of cases where so-called rough sex was claimed to have gone tragically wrong, including in the case of the backpacker Grace Mullane in New Zealand, Natalie Connolly, and more recently Sophie Moss. Having the position set out in legislation will clarify the law and ensure that a person may not rely on consent as a defence where serious harm occurs. This Assembly must respect individuals' freedom to choose to act as they wish within their intimate relationships. However, it is also incumbent on us to intervene to prevent serious harm occurring and to protect those who may be vulnerable.
Could I stop the Minister there?
You may.
I'm grateful to the Minister for allowing me to stop. It's now 5 minutes to 1. Business Committee has agreed to meet at 1 o'clock, and therefore I propose, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend this sitting until 1:30, and when the sitting resumes, the next speaker will be the Minister. Thank you, members.
Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
Order members, we now resume the consideration stage of the Justice Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Bill, and I call the Minister to resume her contribution.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'll pick up where I left off, and that was on the need for the Assembly to respect individuals' freedom to choose to act as they wish in their intimate relationships. However, we also recognise that it is incumbent on us to intervene to prevent serious harm occurring and to protect those who may be vulnerable. With this in mind, proposed clause 19A provides that where serious harm occurs, it is not a defence to a relevant offence that the person consented to the infliction of that harm for the purpose of obtaining sexual gratification. It does not matter who derives the sexual gratification, whether it is the defendant, the injured party or another person. Relevant offences are defined as the offences of assault occasioning actual bodily harm, wounding with intent to cause grievous bodily harm, and grievous bodily harm under the Offences Against the Person Act of 1861. Serious harm is defined in accordance with the provisions of the 1861 Act for each of those offences. An exception is included for cases where a person is infected with a sexually transmitted infection, provided they knew about the infection and the activity was consensual. This exception reflects the common law position and ensures that a person can rely on their partner's consent should the infection be transmitted in such cases. It also importantly recognises the parties' Article 18 ECHR rights. Finally, the clause clarifies that no enactment or rule of law relating to other circumstances in which a person's consent to the infliction of serious harm may or may not be a defence to a relevant offence will be affected. Established exceptions include such matters as receiving medical treatment or participating in an organised sporting contest, such as a boxing match. Enacting this clause will align Northern Ireland with the law in England and Wales, where similar provision was included in the Domestic Abuse Act 2021. The last of my amendments that introduce substantial new policy content are Amendments 19 and 23, which introduce new Clause 19B and Schedule 4 to the Bill, to create a new standalone offence of non-fatal strangulation. Strangulation can cause a variety of effects on the body, ranging in seriousness and, sadly, in some cases, causing death. It can be used consensually in intimate relationships, but it can also be used to instil fear and exert control in abusive relationships, or it may be a purely violent act. Leaving consensual acts aside, research shows that those who use strangulation in an abusive context can be extremely dangerous. Studies have shown strangulation to be a regular feature in relationships that ended in domestic violence killings. And those who use strangulation have been found to be up to 8 times more likely to go on to commit more serious offences against their partners. The true scale of the problem in Northern Ireland is not known, but PSNI records show 502 charges of strangulation between 2002 and 2019. Of these, only 20 resulted in a prosecution for strangulation. The low numbers leading to prosecution reflect the limitations of the existing offence of strangulation. Under the Offences Against the Person Act of 1861, strangulation can only be charged in the Crown Court, and it can only be charged where there is also proof of intention to commit a further indictable offence. As a result, prosecutors often have no choice but to charge other assault offences which do not recognise the unique nature of strangulation and do not always adequately address the harm done. Clause 19b introduces a new freestanding offence similar to that which was included in the Westminster Domestic Abuse Act in 2021. Having listened closely to experts in the field and having given careful consideration to responses to the public consultation, we have developed what I consider to be clearer and more inclusive text for this clause. Under the clause, an offence is committed if two conditions are met. These are that a person applies pressure on the throat or neck of another person or does some other act that amounts to battery, and it is intended to affect the other person's ability to breathe or the flow of blood to their brain, or is reckless in that regard. This description of the Act and its intended or likely effect avoids the use of the terms strangulation, suffocation, etc., which are potentially open to restrictive interpretation. It will be possible to prosecute the offence even if no physical harm actually occurs. It is the act and the intention or recklessness as to injury that matters. The clause will therefore allow prosecutions to follow in appropriate cases where strangulation is used as a controlling tool or to frighten a victim but causes no injury. The clause also makes clear that the offence can be committed by using other body parts or items to apply pressure to the neck, not just use of the hands. The defence of consent will not be available if serious harm occurs, whether the injured party consented to the act or not. This means effectively that the new offence will be treated in the same way as other serious assaults listed in new Clause 19a when it comes to claims of consent. Serious harm is defined in the same terms as in new Clause 19a, which I covered a few moments ago. And as with that clause, this provision aims to strike a balance between respect for an individual's private life and protecting them from serious harm. It differentiates between acts that may have been consensual between partners, but where no or limited injury occurs, and those where more serious harm results. The clause also allows for the offence to be prosecuted in Northern Ireland where it is committed abroad by a UK national or person who is habitually resident in Northern Ireland. So, for example, if a couple from Northern Ireland were abroad on holiday together when the offence occurred, a prosecution could be pursued in Northern Ireland on their return home. I expect that this extension will be particularly welcome to victims of domestic abuse who may sadly find themselves in such a situation. The new offence is triable either in the Magistrates' Court or the Crown Court, depending on the seriousness of the offence, and provides for higher maximum sentences than those available for the commonly used alternative assault offences. A maximum sentence in the Magistrates' Court of 2 years' imprisonment or a fine not exceeding the statutory maximum, or both, are available for cases tried summarily. The sentencing powers of the Magistrates' Courts are normally restricted to 6 months' imprisonment with or without a fine. This higher maximum reflects the seriousness of the new offence, even when the choice of court is at the lower level. For cases tried in the Crown Court, a maximum sentence of 14 years' imprisonment or a fine or both are available. Again, this is a relatively high maximum, but is consistent with the maximum penalty for the recently created Northern Ireland domestic abuse offence and is proportionate to deal with the worst cases. The new clause also introduces a range of consequential amendments that are set out in new Schedule 4. The schedule adds the new offence to existing lists of offences of violence which are prescribed for other purposes, such as enabling extended periods of imprisonment to be passed or other orders made. Mr. Speaker, I have, to everyone's great relief, I am sure, now reached the last amendments in my name in this grouping. Amendments 20 and 24. Amendment 20 adjusts to the commencement provisions in Clause 21 of the Bill to capture the new additions to the Bill And Amendment 24 is a procedural amendment to the long title of the bill to reflect the nature of the rough sex defence and non-fatal strangulation additions to the bill. Having concluded my remarks on the amendments tabled in my name, with disappointment for some of those who chaired my earlier announcement, I now turn to the two amendments that the committee has tabled in this grouping. There are these are Amendment 6, which relates to the definition of payment as it relates to the payment of sexual services provisions at Clause 3, and Amendment 11, which relates to guidance on Part 1 of the bill. And I can assure members who were prematurely excited at the idea that I was drawing my remarks to a close that I don't intend to be as thorough on these matters, because I'm sure the committee will have much to say on them. Mr. Speaker, I understand the committee amendment number 6 was intended to extend the definition of payment contained in new Article 41(5) of the Sexual Offences Northern Ireland Order 2008, as provided for in Part 1 of Schedule 2 to the bill and as referenced in Clause 3. Article 41(5) applies to the offence of paying for the sexual services of a child. However, the amendment as drafted would actually extend the definition of payment in Article 64A of the 2008 order, paying for the sexual services of a person. As members are aware, this is the provision introduced by Lord Morrow in the Human Trafficking and Exploitation Support for Victims Act Northern Ireland 2015, which criminalised paying for sex. I believe it was not the intention of the committee to amend that particular provision, and I understand the committee intends to table a corrected amendment at further consideration stage, which will propose the definition of payment in Article 41(5) in the 2008 order should be extended to clarify that payment is not limited solely to the exchange of money. Should the Chair proceed with that amendment, I look forward to debating the issue at that stage. Turning then to the committee's other amendment in this grouping, Amendment 11 introduces a new clause to the bill that proposes to place a duty on the Department to provide and review in due course guidance, training and data collection in respect of Part 1 of the bill. I understand and appreciate the intention behind the amendment. However, I have some concern about the consequential impact of such statutory provision, both on existing departmental resources and on those of our operational partners responsible for delivery of the bill's provisions. I know committee members appreciate the wider resource concerns raised by PSNI relating to the cumulative effect of the rollout of Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Act and the Protection from Stalking Bill. Indeed, the Chair wrote to me highlighting PSNI concerns and expressing the committee's support for their resolution. Part 1 of the bill as it stands currently includes 15 clauses and 4 schedules, introducing 9 new offences covering a wide range of provisions, from sexual offences to the implementation of a number of Gillen recommendations. I'm somewhat concerned regarding the potential impact that a requirement on the Department on the face of the bill would have, particularly in terms of creating a focus where we focus on box-ticking exercises and statutory administrative requirements rather than the delivery of a challenging programme. I am, as with all legislation, committed to ensuring the provision of appropriate guidance, training and data collection. It is a priority of the Department and relevant justice agencies to ensure the effective implementation of any new provisions. There is a clear danger that such an amendment imposing such duties could place a burden on the Department and its delivery partners, particularly in light of pressures already identified and the likely budgetary pressures going forward. Mr. Speaker, while I remain somewhat sceptical as to the need for this amendment, I do appreciate and respect the strength of the committee's conviction that it's necessary, and on that basis I'm prepared to offer it my support. That concludes my opening remarks on this grouping of amendments to the bill, and I look forward to hearing the views of those present and responding to the points raised during the wind. Thank you.
I now call the Chair of the Justice Committee, Mervyn Storey.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Principal Speaker. Before addressing the amendments, with your indulgence, I wish to make some general remarks about the bill in the capacity as Chair of the Justice Committee. The committee supports this bill and the additional protections that it will provide to victims of sexual offences and to improve the services for victims of trafficking and exploitation, and wants to see the passage of it concluded before the end of this mandate. The committee also supports in principle the amendments being brought forward by the Minister today to add further protections by way of new offences to the legislation. And the committee has also brought forward a number of amendments to do so as well, particularly in the area of trafficking and exploitation, and we will return to these in Group 2 of the debate.
As I outlined during the debate at second stage, behaviour such as upskirting and downblousing is becoming much more prevalent and is used to distress, humiliate, control or coerce victims of such despicable behaviour. Clause 1 of the bill will provide new offences to tackle this. Well, I appreciate, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I cannot speak to the amendments tabled by the committee to this clause following our decision not to move them. I do want to assist the House in understanding the committee's position in relation to clause 1. The decision not to move the amendments was based on discussions that took place last Thursday with the Minister regarding the wording of the amendments. The committee is supportive of clause 1. However, we do still have some questions regarding whether the new offences are framed entirely satisfactorily given the views and concerns expressed in evidence we received on this part of the bill. We want to ensure that they will be as effective as possible and therefore intend to consider the potential need for amendments to clause 1 further in conjunction with the Department of Justice officials following consideration stage today. The same applies to the provision of a new offence of cyber flashing, which the Minister has indicated that she supports the inclusion of this in the bill in principle, but again had concerns about the wording of the amendment to do this. Unfortunately, the reality is that child sexual exploitation is happening in our cities and towns and in rural areas across Northern Ireland. There have also been deep concerns raised about the level of underreporting, the attrition rates and the pitifully few successful prosecutions in relation to sexual offences in Northern Ireland for a significant period of time. This bill goes some way in trying to improve the response to both these unacceptable realities and receive widespread support in written and oral evidence received by the committee. The frustration was that the bill did not go far enough and that there was a wide range of proposals to extend the protective measures and support victims brought to the attention of the committee in the 42 written submissions received during the 12 oral evidence sessions with the key stakeholders. The committee also met privately with an individual who shared their experience of being a victim and the devastating impact it had on not only them but on their family. The committee explored the issues raised with the Department of Justice officials, the PSNI, Public Prosecution Service, both in writing and in oral evidence sessions, focusing in particular with the PSNI and the PPS on Part 1 of the legislation and the operational aspects for which they will have responsibility. The committee also commissioned a research paper on the practice in other jurisdictions to address cyber flashing and deepfake pornography to assist consideration of the specific issues raised in the evidence received. To assist scrutiny of the technical aspects of the bill, the committee sought advice from the Examiner of Statutory Rules on the range of powers within the bill to make subordinate legislation, and she was satisfied that the rule-making powers provided in the bill are appropriate. Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, the committee considered the provisions of the bill and the potential amendments at 18 meetings before agreeing its report of the committee stage of the bill at its meeting on the 27th of January of this year. The committee has also undertaken further discussions and consideration of its amendments to the bill since the report was agreed. I want to thank the members of the committee for their contributions to the detailed, robust and careful scrutiny of this bill and issues that were raised in evidence during the committee stage. We have considered all aspects of the bill and the proposed amendments in as full and a thorough manner as possible within the time frame that we had, taking account of the fact that the end of the mandate is not far away. And I want to say on a personal basis, as Chair, a word of appreciation to the diligence of the committee in the way in which they've carried out this work. I also want to thank all the organisations who provided a very helpful written and oral evidence and the departmental officials who provided additional information and clarification throughout the process. And I can assure you there was a considerable amount of clarification that went between us and the departmental officials. Most importantly, I want to place on record the committee's thanks and appreciation to the individuals who met privately with the committee, members and shared their personal experience of being a victim. They painted a stark picture of the devastating impact their experience had on both themselves and their family, both at the time of the offence, during the handling of the case by the Criminal Justice Agency and since then. This set out in a very clear and very stark way to the committee the responsibility we had to get this legislation right and ensure that it is both comprehensive and it is deliverable. Yes.
I thank the member for giving way. Just as you were using your words there about our support for victims, I spent a short time, like I know you did, Mr. Chairman, on the policing board. I was naive enough to think that human trafficking wasn't something that happened in Northern Ireland until it was pointed out by the PSNI very graphically on a number of occasions. But one area, one photograph, one statement made by the PSNI was from the inside of a bedroom that had been used for prostitution. And down the arcatives of the doorway and on the doorway, there were scratch marks indicating that the person who had been in the bedroom, or persons who had been in the bedroom, perhaps over a period of time, obviously were determined or trying to escape from the situation. Would you agree with me, Mr. Chairman, that indeed, as this bill is rolled out and achieves royal assent, not only must we ensure that those who are engaged in this activity are prosecuted, but indeed that the victims of this activity are not only protected for a short time, but indeed that we can help them return to what might be regarded as a normal life in the rehabilitation, the support that we offer to them as they move out of this trafficked situation. And that for that reason, we need to be assured that the bill does get those aspects of it quite right.
The member, although I do have to indicate to the member that those issues will come up in the second debate in the second group of amendments, and certainly, but I concur with his comments, and we will come back to that issue of the need for help and for recognising the serious situation that we find ourselves in, sadly, in the streets of Northern Ireland. The committee also appreciates the support and the assistance provided by the Assembly staff, including the research, the examiner statutory rules, communications and broadcast staff, the staff at Hansard in particular, the bill clerk and our committee clerk, and the team, who all played a very important role in supporting us to undertake our legislative scrutiny of this bill. And I want to place on record our appreciation to them, given the time scales that they had to work to and the challenges that they had in terms of the availability of personnel. Mr. Deputy Principal Speaker, I will now address the amendments the committee has brought forward and that are included in this group before turning to the amendments brought forward by the Minister and by Mr Allister. Amendment 6, the committee amendment to Clause 3. Amendment 6 by the committee provides clarity that payments can be other than financial, and I welcome the Minister's indication that she is not opposed to this amendment. While supportive of the clause, the committee discussed whether payment in the context of Clause 3 was too narrowly defined and whether it should be extended to include other inducements, with the Department of Justice officials who advised that it was not necessarily defined as financial but could include, for example, accommodation, food or drugs. They also stated that until the evidence was received by the committee from the children's organisations regarding it not fully reflecting the reality that children and young people face when they are exploited, groomed or abused, no particular issue has been raised in respect of the non-tangible rewards. In their view, this was not a significant gap that needed to be addressed, and the current definition provides a sufficiently broad base through which a wide range of financial and non-financial rewards would be captured. The committee acknowledged that the children's organisations raised important issues regarding the reality of child sexual exploitation and the type of inducements used to entice children, but also accepted the difficulty in trying to cover intangible inducements in legislation. Turning to what the current definition covers, the committee is of the view that the wording does not make it clear that payment is not necessarily defined as financial, but could include goods and services such as those described by the departmental officials, and therefore agreed to bring forward Amendment 6 in the interest of that clarity. While the Minister initially, and without sight of the text of the amendment, indicated that she would not support the committee, I welcome her position as outlined in the Assembly today. Amendment 11, the committee amendment to place a duty on the Department to provide and to review in due course guidance and training and data collection as part 1 of the bill. Moving to this Amendment 11, a number of stakeholders referenced the need for guidance, training and data collection in relation to a number of the clauses in Part 1 of the bill, including the new offences of upskirting and downblousing. While the PSNI advised of the need for operational guidance in respect of live streaming and how this would be captured, and explained to provide the necessary evidence, other organisations also highlighted that comprehensive guidance and public education was required to ensure new offences are fully understood. And I think that is an issue that we need to pay relevant attention to, because it is all well and good to bring forward legislation, but there has to be a grasp and an understanding as to the purpose and the intent of that legislation is. As with other recent justice legislation, such as the Domestic Abuse Act, the Protection from Stalking Bill, the provisions of training for the criminal justice agencies and the judiciary on the new offences and the data collection to assess the implementation of the new offences and their effectiveness was also highlighted as necessary. Departmental officials advised the committee that it intended to establish a task and finish group of which all operational partners would be represented to address the issues of practitioner guidance and the awareness raising of the new offences with all of those with whom they will impact. The committee is of the view that a clear understanding and effective implementation of the new offences by the criminal justice agencies leading to successful prosecutions is vital. Otherwise, it will be impossible to build victims' confidence in the system and encourage them to come forward, report offences and engage and participate in the criminal justice process. And I do want to say that victims and the community needs to, I trust, take what we have been saying in all of this. This is about bringing those responsible to justice, bringing those responsible before the courts, and in every element of the preparation of the legislation, an understanding of the legislation, the implementation of the legislation. It is vital that all of those component parts work in a collective manner. The committee believes that guidance, training and data collection are fundamental to successful implementation of Part 1 of this bill, and in particular the new offences being created, one of which, downblousing, is unique to this jurisdiction, and therefore agreed to bring forward Amendment 11, which places a duty on the Department to provide and to review in due course the guidance, training and data collection of Part 1 of the bill. And I trust that it is not a tick box exercise. It is something which is meaningful, it is something which is purposeful, because that is what the intent of our amendment is. The Minister initially indicated to the committee that she was committed to ensuring the provisions of guidance, training and data collection. However, conscious of the proposed budget and constraints and concerned that it would place a focus on administration rather than delivery, she did not at that stage support the amendment. I welcome her comments in the House today and the recognition that guidance is a key component in the effective implementation of the legislation, and I ask the Assembly to also support the committee's amendment. That brings me to Amendments 7, 8, 9, 10, 21 and 22, and they relate to the anonymity in the Court of Appeal. There was widespread support for the exclusion of the public from court hearings of serious sexual offence cases, as provided for by Clause 15 of the bill. In the evidence received by the committee, with views expressed that this will be less intimidating and daunting for the victim, will encourage more victims to engage with the justice system and to not withdraw from the process, as they will give their evidence in front of less people, and will be more assured that their anonymity will be protected, which can be of a particular importance in a small jurisdiction such as Northern Ireland. Requests were also made for this clause to be widened to cover all sexual offences cases, or all sexual offences cases involving a child or cases involving domestic abuse offences. The Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission did, however, as has been previously indicated in the House, that while it is permissible for criminal proceedings to be carried out in the absence of the public, this is considered a special measure which should only be used where such a protective need is identified. The Commission expressed their view that this would suggest that the consideration of such a measure should be taken on a case-by-case basis, taking account of the individual circumstances of the case, and advised that consideration should be given to the adoption of an individual approach within a structured framework which could include a judicial decision at the commencement of the trial. The Committee noted this provision and the implement of Sir John Gillen's recommendation, which was reached following a significant period of engagement and consultation with a wide range of stakeholders and the public, and it also provides the Court with the discretion to permit any other person to remain in the Court where it considers it in the best interest of justice so to do. The Committee believes that this is a step in the right direction in trying to reduce the trauma of these types of cases for victims and encourage them to engage with the criminal justice system on such cases. The Committee is therefore content with the inclusion of this provision in the bill, given it is logical to carry the principle of the exclusion to the public from court hearings at serious sexual offence cases through the entire court process, including any appeal hearings against conviction or sentence. To the Committee also agreed that it is content to support the principles of the amendments being brought forward by the Minister in this regard. Amendments 7, 8, 10, 21 and 22. The Committee was however not able to consider the text of the amendments in detail, and it seeks the views of seeking the views of key stakeholders and carry out adequate scrutiny on them, given the time constraints to complete the committee stage of the bill. In relation to Amendment 9 being brought forward by Mr Allister, we have heard the rationale that he has given in the House today, and he has set before the members his reasons as to why he believes that his amendment should be supported in the House this afternoon. Amendment 4, abuse of position of trust. Turning to Amendment 4, Minister has also outlined the background to this amendment and the reasons for the approach he has taken to widen the scope of the abuse of positions of trust provision. Following consideration of the NSPCC briefing paper on its Close the Loophole campaign to extend the abuse of trust legislation, the Committee sought further information on the position and recent developments in England and Wales and other relevant jurisdictions, including Jersey and the Republic of Ireland, as it was aware that the Minister intended to bring forward an amendment to widen the scope as this part of the bill. Although the text of the Minister's amendment was not available at the time, the range of organisations also commented on the proposal to legislate in this area in the written evidence provided on the Committee on the bill. The key themes in the evidence provided were that as broad a range of extracurricular activities as possible should be covered to ensure 16 and 17-year-olds are protected from potential grooming. Technological advances means there is an even more pressing need to extend the abuse of trust provisions. And if the scope is too narrow, there would be loopholes that perpetrators can still target. When the NSPCC, Bernardo's and the Children's Commissioner attended to give oral evidence of the bill, they made it clear that an amendment focused only on extending the scope to cover activities in sports and religious settings would not go far enough to protect children. When the text of the Minister's amendment was available, the Committee invited further views from those organisations. In response, the Children's Commissioner advised that she was deeply concerned that provisions to address current legislative gaps in safeguarding children and young people from abuse and exploitation by those in positions of trust should not be limited only to certain settings. She noted that the abuse of trust protections in law should take account of the power dynamics of sexual abuse and exploitation and reflect that children and young people can be subject to abuse by those in positions of trust across a wide range of relationships and activities, rather than instead of focusing on a limited number of settings. The Children's Commissioner also had significant concerns about the position of the Department that there must be further evidence provided that children have been sexually abused by adults in positions of trust outside of sporting and religious settings before further amendments to widen the scope can be considered. Bernardo's also stated the proposed amendment was too narrow in scope, and in its view, the legislation should be as strong as possible from the outset, stating that children deserve protection in the law now, no matter what the setting, and should not have to wait until an incident of abuse in an additional setting is exposed to receive that protection. It advised the committee that it knows that perpetrators of child abuse and sexual exploitation deliberately seek out loopholes in the law and settings where they will go unprotected. And members, that is what we are facing, sadly, in our society. And surely we, as legislators, have a duty to do all that we can to ensure that we give the best possible protection in those circumstances. The NSPCC noted that the proposed amendment mirrored the approach adopted in the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill for England and Wales, and reiterated its view that it does not go far enough, nor is it expansive enough to protect children from adults in a position of trust to them. The NSPCC stated that adults working in non-statutory settings in a position of trust to 16 and 17-year-olds in areas other than religion and sport will remain outside the law, which conflicts with the views expressed in the Department's public consultation on child sexual exploitation law and at the joint stakeholder workshop it facilitated with the Department in May 2021. Where respondents overwhelmingly supported an inclusive approach to legislate change which should include all adults working in a position of trust to a child. It was also concerned that the amendments of drafted lacked clarity and could cause confusion regarding what activities fall within the definition. The NSPCC wanted to see the amendment widened to give 16 and 17-year-olds protection from all adults in a position of trust to them, regardless of the setting. Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, the committee discussed the issues and concerns raised with the departmental officials, who outlined the rationale for the approach being taken and assured the committee that it had worked closely with NSPCC in the development of the policy proposals. However, the amendments does not appear to reflect the views of the NSPCC, Children's Commissioner or other children's organisations, and the committee was also concerned about the strong views expressed by the Children's Commissioner regarding the position of the Department. While the committee welcomes the intention to extend the abuse of trust provision, it wants to see legislative provision in this area that is robust, inclusive and affords protection to as many young people as possible. Members were not fully convinced that Amendment 4 does this, and therefore the committee considered bringing forward an amendment to extend the scope further to include those in a position of trust with young people and who would not be included in the extension to cover certain activities carried out in sport and faith settings. The committee advised the Minister of the intent of its proposed amendment, and she responded indicating that widening the provision further would have significant consequences. Her concerns centred around whether widening the scope further could attract legal challenge based on the rights of an individual under Article 8, the right to private and family life, and she was also concerned that there was a clear risk of inappropriately increasing the age of sexual consent by stealth, which would be open to successful legal challenge. In her view, care should be taken to avoid this and to ensure that any undue interference in a young person's ability to freely express their autonomy should be limited. The Minister also stated that framing the positions of trust provision too widely runs the risk of over-criminalising young people who could be considered breaking the law if, for example, a person aged 18 had a sexual relation with a person aged 16 or 17. The committee discussed the issues raised by the Minister and, given the limited time before the committee stage of the bill had to be completed, agreed not to table an amendment to extend the scope further at this stage, but rather take the opportunity at consideration stage to seek further information and clarification of the basis of the Minister's concerns. The committee will therefore support Amendment 4, but it would be very helpful if the Minister could outline how robust her amendment actually is, given the views expressed that it is not expansive enough to protect children from adults in a position of trust, and provide clarification of how exactly widening the scope further could interfere with the Article 8 rights in a way that her amendment doesn't, and bearing in mind that the Children's Commissioner and the children's organisations raised no concerns in this regard, and on what basis there is any greater risk of inappropriately increasing the age of sexual consent by stealth or criminalising young people unnecessarily, taking account of the fact that this provision relates solely to those in the position of trust. The committee may wish to consider the position further on this issue before further consideration stage of the bill. Turning to Amendments 5, 18, 19, 20 and 23, reference to new offences, the Minister has outlined the background for these and the purposes of these amendments. In relation to Amendment 5, the comments received welcomed this proposal, which organisations viewed as addressing a clear need. Departmental officials confirmed that while the amendment sought to widen the scope of the existing offence of disclosure of private photographs or films with the intent to cause distress to include threat to disclose, it does not alter the fundamental elements of the main disclosure offence. The PSNI stated that it is very likely that the threats will be made in some part through online means, and highlighted the increasing workload of both the cyber crime unit and the public protection arrangements and resulting resource implications. This is an issue that the committee will consider as part of the scrutiny of the draft 22-25 budget. The committee is content to support Amendment 5 in principle, but was unable to properly scrutinise the actual text of the amendment in the time that was available to it. In July 21, the Department advised the committee that work was being undertaken to develop amendments to set in legislation the common case law position that a person cannot lawfully consent to their serious harm for the purposes of sexual gratification. And while the text of the proposed amendment was not available at that time, the committee drew attention to the Minister's intention as part of its call for evidence on the bill. A range of organisations commented on the issue, with many stating that the law is currently not fit for purpose in dealing with violent crimes where the term rough sex is used as a defence, and they wanted to see an amendment that would abolish it as a defence in criminal proceedings. The PSNI highlighted that it was essential that the gravity and the high-risk indicators that are attached to the occurrences of strangulation are recognised, and the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission referred to the need to ensure that this is implemented in a way that is compliant with human rights law. Departmental officials subsequently outlined to the committee that normally the common law does not treat rough sex as a defence. However, the amendment will put clarity and certainty into the law in the interest of victims, and would ensure that where serious harm within the defined text of the amendment occurs, the perpetrator will not be able to raise the claim that the victim consented to the harm being inflicted. The wording of the amendment also makes it clear that there are no limits as to the nature of the relationship between the parties, making its application across the board absolutely clear. The Department also advised the committee that, given the close link between the rough sex and non-fatal strangulation, the Minister was also bringing an amendment to introduce a new offence of non-fatal strangulation in asphyxiation, with the intention that the defence of consent will not be available for the new offence where serious harm occurs. The Department has previously briefed the committee on the results of a consultation on such an offence, which had indicated strong support for the hybrid offence triable in either the Magistrates' Court or the Crown Court, and for the lengthy maximum sentences in both, and at that time indicated that legislation covering this would be brought forward in the next Assembly mandate. Yes, I'll give way.
I thank the member for giving way, and the member may recall when he was a member of the Policing Board having received a presentation from the NCA about the dark web and this particular strangulation offence, where there were perpetrators, if you like, given online classes via the dark web on how to control their partners. I wonder whether or not this amendment, in his view, goes far enough to include those who would teach others via the dark web some of these evil habits.
Yeah, I think that what we're trying to do in this is to go as far as we can within the remit of the powers that pervade in Northern Ireland. You'll be aware that there's a bill going through the House of Commons in relation to the use of various means of, whether it's technology. And I think that that communications bill will have an impact because, sadly, no matter how much we bring in legislation and how much we try to curtail the activities of those who want to be engaged in this dreadful type of behaviour, they will always seek another way and another means. And we have sadly come to learn more of what goes on the dark web, and I think that it only can instil greater determination in us all, whether it be in this House or in other legislatures, to do all that we possibly can to make sure that we have closed down every opportunity for people to exploit and to cause serious harm and lead to very, very sad circumstances and situations in young people, in families and in homes right across our society. So it is a start. I think it's a start in the right direction, but I do take the point that it is something that we as legislators must continue to be in a position, and I think that the Minister shares this view, to use every possible means of legislation that we can to bring these particular issues to the view of the police and also eventually and hopefully into the courtroom. So, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, just a few final comments in relation to these amendments. These issues were brought to the attention of the committee during the committee stage of the Domestic Abuse Bill, and there were calls at that time for the legal framework to be strengthened and a specific offence of non-fatal strangulation introduced. The Public Prosecution Service also indicated that despite the seriousness of these types of assault, non-fatal strangulation was very difficult to prosecute, and the Criminal Justice Inspector of Northern Ireland, in its report in 2019 entitled "No Excuse, a thematic inspection of the handling of domestic violence and abuse cases by the criminal justice system in Northern Ireland," recommended that the Department should review with input from relevant stakeholders how potential inadequacies in the current legislation regarding the act of choking or strangulation by defendants could be addressed. The need for the legislative framework to be strengthened in these areas is very clear, and the committee therefore supports the principle in Amendments 18, 19, 20 and 23 to provide clarity and certainty in relation to the common law case position that a person cannot lawfully consent to their serious harm for the purposes of sexual gratification, and to provide for a new offence of non-fatal strangulation or asphyxiation. Unfortunately, the text of what are detailed amendments was not available in time for the committee to consider them in depth, seeks the view of stakeholders and carry out any further proper scrutiny before the end of the committee stage of the bill. Finally, and briefly on Amendment 24, while the committee supported the long title as drafted, if the proposed amendment in this group are made, I understand that it will need to be amended to better reflect, the contents of the bill. And maybe the Minister would just, in her remarks in concluding, will maybe just give an assurance that the purpose for that was to ensure that it fitted the content of the bill and that it wasn't to widen in any way the scope of the bill. But, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, with those comments, as Chair, I conclude my party colleagues will make contributions in relation to the bill from the DUP's perspective. Thank you.
I call Sinead Ennis.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I too rise to speak to the sexual offences amendments included in this Group 1 of amendments. Mr Speaker, incidents of violence against women and girls is at epidemic levels across Ireland and further afield, and so too are incidents of violence and sexual abuse, and gender-based violence as well, which are alarmingly on the rise as well. The Justice, Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Bill represents the latest in a series of important legislation that demonstrates our commitment to tackling the scale of the problems. Domestic abuse, inappropriate touching, sexual assaults, stalking, harassment, image-based sexual abuse are just some of the issues that women and girls have to deal with on an all too regular basis. And we rightfully talk about the need for a zero-tolerance approach to sexual harassment and sexual abuse, and this is crucial if we are to truly tackle the scale of the problem. But the reality for many women is that the criminal justice system is not a friend or an ally. The criminal justice system often represents failure. A failure to tackle crimes, a failure to tackle perpetrators, a failure to protect the best interests of the victims at court, a failure which has all too often favoured an abuser over a victim, and a failure which often represents trauma and humiliation for the victim. I'm proud that over the last 24 months this Assembly has taken a stand to reverse this trend and to build a criminal justice system that protects women and girls and victims of abuse, and one that aims to find and punish perpetrators. The Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Act, the Protection from Stalking Bill, the Committal Reform Bill and now this Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Bill are all major pieces of legislation which show our commitment to tackling gender-based and sexual violence. This bill introduces important provisions to protect the anonymity of victims of sexual offences from the risk of identification and to protect the dignity and privacy of victims. The bill will also exclude the public from hearings of sexual offence cases and introduce additional reporting requirements on these cases. This is a measure which will increase the confidence of victims to report their experiences to the police and know that not only will their case be taken seriously, but that they will be protected against indignity, humiliation and additional stress throughout their journey through the justice system. Mr Allister's amendment, Amendment 9 to Clause 15, flies in the face of that, and I feel it is a clever attempt to undermine and undo what was a clear Gillen Review recommendation. So for that reason, Mr Speaker, we will be opposing that particular amendment. I also welcome the proposed amendment which will prohibit the so-called rough sex defence being used in courts by abusers who have killed or seriously harmed victims during sex, only to claim that their victims consented to this harm. Sadly, at least 3 women killed in the north by men who claim that the women had consented to the violence, including most recently the tragic case of Patricia Ryback in August 2020. Let me make it clear there is no excuse or justification for strangling or beating a woman to death during sex, and it is wrong and abhorrent that despite the fact that legal precedent has been set that victims' consent to sexual gratification is not a defence, this defence continues to be raised. Victims are not to blame, their abusers are to blame. Victim blaming and victim shaming is unacceptable, and I'm very pleased to support the Minister's amendment which will explicitly prohibit this defence being used. I also want to support the proposed amendment which will introduce a new offence of strangulation or asphyxiation. Strangulation is a particularly vicious and deplorable act, and it is common for strangulation to leave no visible signs of injury, but it does leave long-lasting fear and harm. And strangulation, by its very nature, is an act intended to terrify a victim, and as well it is overwhelmingly gendered crime. Even more stark is the evidence that if a person has been strangled, the chances of that person being murdered by their abuser increases 8-fold. So there is an urgency to tackle this increasing problem, and I am pleased to support the introduction of a new offence of non-fatal strangulation, which will once and for all tackle this problem head-on. Mr Speaker, in drawing my remarks to a close, I want to take this opportunity, as the Chair has done, to thank the various representative organisations and, importantly, the victims of these crimes who have given up their time to help the committee with their deliberations, and we very much appreciate that. I also want to thank my predecessor, Linda Dillon, who sat on the committee for a long period of time and made a very important contribution to this bill as well. Mr Speaker, ensuring that victims are always at the centre of any new legislation that we are progressing through this House was a clear priority for the Justice Committee when we scrutinised this bill. And this bill and the amendments tabled by the committee and the Minister, I believe, reflect our desire to ensure that victims receive the maximum levels of support and protection. So I urge members to support the committee amendments and the Minister's amendment. And again, I would urge members to reject the harm that Amendment 9 will undoubtedly cause, and reject it too. Thank you.
I call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Speaker. I rise on behalf of the SDLP to welcome the further passage of this bill to the consideration stage, and I too would like to place on record our support and thanks to the Bill's Office, who have worked tirelessly on this, the departmental officials who have worked very well with not just myself on behalf of the SDLP, but also with the committee, and to the Minister, who I have to say, on these times, we are navigating a new passage to delivery in terms of this particular bill. And whilst there is much negativity around our politics at the moment, I have to say, on a more positive note, that despite the backdrop, I sense from everybody at committee that we will work with the Minister and endeavour to find whatever pathway can be found to make sure this bill sees final passage. So I commend all the members of the committee in doing that, and particularly the Minister coming forward to work with us in that regard. This is an important piece of legislation which seeks to better protect victims of sexual offences and of the deplorable crime of trafficking. This bill will implement certain elements of the Gillen report on serious sexual offence cases, including the exclusion of the public from all serious sexual offence hearings. It will also include provision arising from the outcome of a review of the law on child sexual exploitation and sexual offences against children. Other provisions include the creation of a new offence of upskirting and downblousing. These provisions are to be welcomed as long overdue. However, one comment I must make is that we have heard repeatedly from stakeholders such as Bernardo's and the Children's Commissioner and others on how the implementation of this legislation is as important as the content of the actual law. The bill is an important piece of child protection legislation. It will sit amongst a suite of legislation and add a further layer of protection for children who may be targeted by adults. I would also note, and it is an opportune time to say, it is important to acknowledge the importance that was raised at committee repeatedly of how this should be underpinned by age-appropriate, standardised RSE in schools. Children do need to be empowered and understand what healthy relationship looks like and when they are on the edge of behaviours that are leading into abuse. I am appreciative, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is making its way through the House, even on these uncertain times, and I'm also conscious that other bills will necessarily be competing, I suppose, for space and time in this chamber. So I will not go over all the comments made by the Minister and the rationale and thinking behind a lot of the amendments in front of us, nor indeed will I repeat the commentary given very ably given, I have to say, from the chair of the committee who put on record the many deliberations that the committee went through. I will speak very quickly to the committee amendments on the Committee Amendment 6, which will, in my view, safeguard particularly young people who are so dependent on the care of an adult for daily living. So to put money on the face of a bill as a way of payment when so many young people are so dependent on an adult for love and support and welfare, I think it is a very apt amendment to bring forward. I also refer to Amendment 11, which gives the guidance piece, and I know that whilst the Minister is not opposed to it, I did hear her words, but I do think as well, given that this bill has brought forward very unique legislation, for example, the downblousing, I do think it is very important, as it is with most pieces of legislation, to have very clear guidance on how exactly this could be rolled out for the betterment of all. Like others, I would have serious concerns about Amendment 9. I do think it would go some way to unpicking the recommendations from Gillen, who give clear rational thinking as to why they were proposed in the first place. And I do believe that the certainty to victims is needed to ensure that they do not suffer, or in fact, that cases may not even come forward to the courts because people who may be victims do not feel that the system is there to support them. In terms of then the introduction of the eliminating clause, Amendment 18, on the elimination of consent to harm for sexual gratification as a defence, I particularly welcome that, and it was disturbing to learn of the cases that were behind this piece having to come forward. So it is very appropriate that it is there, alongside the offence for non-fatal strangulation or asphyxiation. And again, given the unique nature of these acts, the Minister rightly pointed out that they cannot properly be captured in other legislation, so it is appropriate that they are on the face of this bill. Overall, Mr Speaker, and I will draw my comments to conclusion for this part, but overall I have to put on record again my disappointment that the bill has undoubtedly been pared back from what was originally intended, and it is an important piece of legislation which is focused on enhancing the public safety and improving services for victims of trafficking and exploitation. It's therefore essential that the bill safely progresses by the end of this mandate to ensure that some of the most vulnerable in our society are afforded the protections that they need and indeed deserve. And I, on behalf of the SDLP, am committed to working with others to do just that. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. If I may start by re-emphasising what the Minister said about the purpose of the bill. We are here to enhance public safety and to improve services for victims of trafficking and sexual exploitation. I rise therefore to support Amendments 4 and 5, Amendments 7, 8, Amendment 10 and Amendments 18 to 24. I reserve my position on Amendment 6 and Amendment 11, and I will be opposing Amendment 9, which fundamentally works against what the bill is trying to achieve. Mr Deputy Speaker, Amendment 4 is a response to the growing pressure in Northern Ireland and to changes in the law in neighbouring jurisdictions, and it establishes that abuse of a position of trust regarding sexual offences against children can clearly cover sport and faith settings. Its scope is based on a wide-ranging review of evidence, and I thank the NSPCC for its input on this matter. Amendment 5 is also essential in the modern world, covering threats to disclose sexual photographs. We are the only part of the UK where threats to do this are not currently offence. Ultimately, this is a matter of course of control, and therefore it needs to be tackled in law now that we have the opportunity. Amendments 7 and 8 are consequential to these to tidy up the remaining elements of the disclosure offence, and again I welcome these. I recognise the intent behind Amendment 6 is well placed, but it is evident to me that the amendment is not sufficiently detailed to achieve its purpose. Likewise, with Amendment 11, the intent is clearly worthy, but with some consultation it would be necessary on the significant resource required and where it is to be taken from, and I'm sure this is something that will be returned to at further consideration stage. Amendments 18 and 19 and 21 and 23 are also important to emphasise that serious harm is an offence. This should seem obvious, but for too long loopholes have existed. These include the defence of consent and restrictive interpretation of some terms for activity which may cause harm. These amendments, alongside Amendment 20, which is consequential, clarify that serious harm or recklessness, such as which would cause serious harm, are offences, and I welcome Amendment 24 as it also changes the long title of the bill to reflect these changes and emphasise that serious harm is serious. That serious harm is serious harm, and intent to cause it is intent to cause it. Amendment 9 is an attempt to reverse the fundamental issues raised by Gillen and others. It is based on the pretence, and it is a pretence, that there should be bias in trials concerning matters of acute sensitivity in favour rather than opposed to public attendance, and thus, in practice, a bias which is bound to cause distress to victims. Yes?
Does the member think Article 6 of the European Convention of Human Rights is biased?
No, and I'll get on to that in a minute, but thank you for your intervention. Clearly, in fact, the balance in serious cases such as these absolutely needs to be shifted, not least to protect identity, and there is no need for others to be present except when specifically directed by the judge rather than by active participants in the trial. The judge will still ultimately decide, but the clear assumption will be in favour of privacy, and sensibly so. Mr Deputy Speaker, let us just remind ourselves that we are here to discuss serious sexual offences leading to serious harm, and for too long the entire system has been biased against the victim, treating the victim almost as a perpetrator whose conduct, often at a time of high vulnerability or at a time when another person is abusing his or her power, gets to be assessed in public or even by the public. The Gillen Review itself refers to the intense scrutiny faced by those participating in trials and goes on to emphasise that while this is an inevitable consequence of open justice is not an absolute concept. Scotland, Ireland, New Zealand and other parts of Australia have already recognised that it is long past time for some balance, giving victims much more faith in the system and in how they will be treated if they bring cases forward. In Northern Ireland, this is reinforced by what is referred to in the review as the high risk of public familiarity in a small jurisdiction. Small wonder so few complainants currently come forward to face the intense glare and public familiarity and choose instead to suffer in silence. We must put an end to it. The effect of Amendment 9 is to maintain that suffering and that silence, but Amendment 10 will move us in the right direction, away from it and towards a system which is more just. Thank you.
I call Paul Frew.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise, I suppose, as someone who is not on the Committee for Justice of late, but one of which I have always taken a keen interest in. I think through my time here in this Assembly, you can see a clear journey when justice was devolved to Northern Ireland, where you can see a clear journey of legislation. Justice number 1, Justice number 2 in the last mandate, and now this Justice Sexual Offences Trafficking Victims Bill. Add to that then the domestic violence legislation and then the stalking piece that's also going through. And it would be remiss of me, Mr Deputy Speaker, not to mention the contribution that Lord Morrow made on that journey. And every time now I look at any legislation to do with sexual offences and trafficking victims, I always look at it through the premise of the work and the foundation that Lord Morrow set to ensure that it builds upon his work and does not diminish it in any shape or form. And I've always taken a keen interest too, Mr Deputy Speaker. I was able to amend some of the justice bills in the last term, which brought in then the Child Protection Disclosure Scheme. And I must admit, I'm still aggrieved at the way that that scheme has been rolled out and used in practice. And I don't believe that it is promoted enough. I don't believe that the people out there know about it enough in order to keep their children safe from people who they deem maybe to be of risk. And knowledge is important to parents, and it's important that they are fully informed and that they are not the last to know if someone poses a risk. So I would plead with the Minister to, when I know her time is short with regards to this mandate, but any way that she can promote the Child Protection Disclosure Scheme, I'd be grateful. I also like to place on record my thanks and appreciation to the Minister in this term of work, and I've enjoyed always jostling with her in this chamber on the various legislation, and that adds to a good piece of legislation, and a good robust debate always helps and assists in that. I also pay tribute to the Chair of the Committee, my colleague Northampton Mervyn Story, for his work over the last year in working the committee and scrutinising this piece of legislation, and we're grateful for that. It's important, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we move towards this bill, and it's part of the journey. And it was very important that we have down in law a law against upskirting and downblousing. A colleague across the way has already raised this issue, as has the Chair, and the Minister around how important it is to protect people. And we all know of the case here in Northern Ireland itself. So people need to be protected. Adults, children, professional people need to be protected with this regard. With technology as it is nowadays, with cameras in everyone's hand, it is vitally important that we protect people. That's what law is all about. And this is a very good piece, or a very good clause with regards to that. Also sexual grooming, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and the potential harm and danger that our children are in with regards to this age of technology, where you can't necessarily see the person you are communicating with. It is vitally important that when parents can't always see what their children are at, that they will be protected in law as best that they can. And I think it's very important that that clause also is in this bill. With regards to the new clauses, I'm glad that I see these now being brought forward. When I first read the Justice, Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Bill, I was disappointed that there were omissions of stuff that of items of which I thought would have made great law had not been added to the bill at that stage. And I'm glad, and I thank the Minister for now pursuing these amendments. Amendment 4 and Amendment 5. Amendment 4, position of trust. This is an issue that I've thought long and hard about, and there's no doubt about it. When you have a position of trust, you become a very powerful person. Now, we must congratulate all of those people who sacrifice parts of their life to help coach, train, teach, supervise, instruct, and just pay a general interest in our children's growing up. They are an absolute godsend to parents. And sometimes when a parent can't get through to a child, the local football coach or boxing coach, well, and those people can have a massive bearing and positive bearing for the potential of that child. So it is a very powerful position to be in, a very good position that we have people that I class as community champions. And I believe we should utilise them more in the justice setting to help steer young people who might not necessarily make team sports, but actually steer those people away from areas where they would get themselves into trouble and maybe find themselves with a criminal record. I think there's great potential for community champions in this setting. But with that is also the powerful flip side, where someone then as a community champion can exact pressure or leverage onto a young person. And that becomes potentially really dangerous. So it is important, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we legislate for that, so that we can protect those people, so that when there's pressure applied, maybe a place in the team, maybe to please your coach, that is not used by that coach for their own ends. And that's vitally important that we recognise that potential, and then we try as best we can to legislate to protect the children who could well be at risk. Now, I suspect this will be a very, very, very small percentage of people that would be inclined. But it's right that we protect every single child as best we can from the one or two people who may well be involved or may well have thoughts in this regard, that they would use their position, a position of trust, a community champion, to get their own or meet their own ends with regards to sexual gratification or anything else for that matter. So it's important that that's legislated for. The fact in Amendment 5, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm glad to see this too, because it's just not the disclosure of a photograph or a picture or a video that does the damage. It's the potential. It's the threat of release or disclosure that can upset and change the course of somebody's life. If you have that threat hanging over anyone, you can alter their behaviour. You can demand all sorts of that person. So the crime should not be the disclosure. That's criminal in itself. But there should be a catering of and legislation for the threat to disclose. That, to me, is the leverage. That is the potential for real harm and damage. So I thank the Minister for bringing this amendment in at this stage. Moving on then, swiftly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to Amendment 18 and 19. Well, before that, I'll address Amendment 9, because I understand why the member has put this in. I engaged with Gillen at the time of his review, and it strikes me that something had to be done. It strikes me that the way sometimes cases are reported in the press, I think, is deeply unfair. We see time and time again camera crews outside of courts, and they will report the court of that day. Usually in most big cases, you'll only hear one side in any given particular day. And when you hear one side of a court case, either defence or offence or whatever, and that's reported, and then the other side of the argument isn't presented until maybe a week's time or 2 weeks' time, and maybe the same journalist or the same broadcaster doesn't give it the same attention as 2 weeks before, it can skew and have an unfair bearing, I believe, and an unfair reporting on any given case. And of course then you see the cameras following the people as they walk out of court. And this is before anyone has been proven guilty. And I think that can be harmful. Not only for the victim, but the accused. And I take the points that the member, Mr. Ulster, raises around Article 6. And we have to be careful what we do. So whilst I acknowledge that something needs to be done, and I agree that something needs to be done, we have to be careful how we do it. And it strikes me that maybe the best place for that to be decided is in the court. But we'll see how this develops as the debate goes on. Going then to, as I promised, Mr. Deputy Speaker, 18 and 19, Amendment 18 and 19. The consent to harm for sexual gratification is no defence clause amendment, I think, is very important. It's something that I looked at in other pieces of legislation and it was out of scope. But I think I'm delighted to see it now, and I hope that this House approves and passes this, because there's absolutely no defence. There's absolutely no justification for harming anyone in a serious way, either by wounding, by grievous bodily harm, or actual bodily harm, through an act of a sexual act. There's absolutely no justification, no defence, and no one should try to make it. And of course, as the Minister has rightly pointed out with regards to the history of this, and the courts believing a person cannot consent to their own serious harm, it's great and it's good that we would put this down so that there is no question, so that there's no grey areas around this, and that people who may well be manipulated, who may well be bullied or coerced into sexual acts, is protected as best we can protect them. And then that brings me on to the other clause that's very close to the other amendments, very close to this, and that's the offence of non-fatal strangulation or asphyxiation. Again, this is something that I've looked at previously and it was out of scope for other bills. And I would commend the Minister for acting on this also. Now, it's a very long clause amendment and I haven't got through all the ins and outs of what it actually does. But what I do, in my limited understanding of it, I believe that it covers this loophole whereby people think this is acceptable. There should be no accepting of this behaviour. And just reading down at 19b, a person A commits an offence if the first and the second conditions are met. The first condition is that A intentionally applies pressure on or to the throat or neck of another person, or does something to B or any other sort amounting to battery of B. The second condition is that A intends A's act to affect B's ability to breathe or to flow of blood to B's brain, or is reckless as to whether A's act would affect B's ability to breathe or the flow of blood to B's brain. Reading that out, it's chilling. But it's necessary to have that down in the statute book to make sure that we change behaviours in this land of ours. There is sickness out there, there are deprived minds out there, and we must do all we can, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to protect people from those people who would act in such a way. And I believe these amendments and these clauses will do such a thing. And it is a step in the right direction. It is a further step on our justice journey. And I welcome these amendments, these clauses, and I hope this Assembly sees fit to place them onto the blue pages of the bill. So I will commend the work of the Minister and the committee and hope that these amendments I have spoke of pass. Thank you.
I call Dolores Kelly.
Speaker, and like the previous speaker, it has been some time from I had the opportunity to speak on this justice bill in terms of domestic and sexual abuse, and I was pleased to have been involved in previous passages of such legislation. So I'm very pleased to see this here today, albeit a few years too late because of our suspension. But I want to commend both the Minister and the Committee for their hard work over the past 2 years on their deliberations, and I think my colleague Sinead Bradley explained very well the good relationship between the Minister and the Committee in wanting to put the needs of victims first in terms of the work that they have been doing and the effort that they have made. But Minister, you would have heard my comments to Mr Story in relation to Amendment 19, and I accept what he was saying in terms of the correlation between legislation here and the communications legislation, which of course is not a devolved matter. But I would hope that you might further explain how we can ensure that those who use the dark web for their evil acts actually do eventually pay the price. And the other amendment I just wanted, because you forgive me, I don't serve in the Justice Committee, is Amendment 5 in relation to the offences against the person, and the definition of someone who resides or is a national here within Northern Ireland. But I wondered whether or not, Minister, given that some people have exploited through online grooming of some young people, and I think led, in one case that I believe led to the suicide of one of the young people because they were threatened that the pictures that he had sent to the other person would be published, and caused such concern and anxiety and depression that the young man subsequently took his life. Whether or not the legislation will actually allow you through other EU Interpol or whatever to actually follow through to arrest the perpetrator, or whether or not the likes of the European arrest warrant and the Brexit shambles in terms of our legislation has had any impact and be able to pursue such offenders internationally. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to take part in this debate on the amendments to the Sexual Offences and Trafficking Bill. And again, like others, I want to say a huge thank you to all those individuals and organisations that gave evidence to the committee. Your words, reflections and experience proved to be invaluable, as always, in scrutinising legislative proposals, as much of what we are discussing today is about using this evidence to strengthen the Bill's provisions and make sure that they are working in practice and delivering for those that they are intended to protect. And I also welcome the constructive approach taken by the Minister and her department throughout the committee's scrutiny. In terms of the upskirting and downblousing offences, I fully recognise that the concerns expressed by the Minister at the Justice Committee last Thursday in relation to proposals to the new offences of upskirting and downblousing. However, it is disappointing that these issues were not resolved long in advance of the debate and prior to the deadline for submission. Throughout the committee's evidence gathering, concerns were raised about a potential loophole in the construction of the new offences, whereby an alleged perpetrator could effectively acquit themselves by claiming that what they did was simply a joke. Members of the committee heard from victims, those with extensive knowledge of a case here, trade unions, children's and women's sector organisations and Victim Support Northern Ireland, all of whom questioned the narrow scope of the clauses in terms of the motives and the prosecution could rely on. Indeed, Professor Claire McGlynn from Durham University agreed that the common concern among a wide range of organisations that Clause 1 as drafted would not effectively deal with the scenario similar to a case that we well know here. She advised the committee that if the just for a laugh offence was not addressed, then the bill would become ineffective. Unsurprisingly, committee took this very seriously. But we were given evidence that this case would be covered. The obvious solution to addressing the practical joke defence would be to include it in the list of purposes, but of course this brings with it the unintended consequence of criminalising behaviour that might otherwise have fallen way beyond what the original intent of the new offence was trying to capture. There is no doubt, Mr Deputy Speaker, that these issues are very highly complex and that care must be taken when attempting to address them. But I am not fully satisfied that, as it stands, the inherent weaknesses in this construction of the offence have been overcome. So, in Professor McGlynn's view, the solution is not to list more motivations for upskirting and downblousing, but to focus on consent. And I absolutely agree. Yet, when we explored this with officials, we were told that it was unworkable. We were also given a suggestion, an alternative to the consent-based approach, to include recklessness as to whether the victim suffers distress, alarm, humiliation, drawing on Scots law or Irish law. Ultimately, this is what we decided to pursue further. So I accept that the reasonable person element might not be workable, and I am looking forward to working with Clause 1 as drafted at this stage within the next stage as we go to committee this week. In concluding my remarks on Clause 1, I want to remind the House, including the Minister and the Department, of the urgent need to address the whole issue of consent and how it's understood in our laws and in our courts when it comes to sexual offences. As noted by the Gillen Review, our definition of consent is vague, with the result that juries may bring sexual stereotypes into play in determining whether or not there was consent. Gillen stated clearly, and I quote, that there should be a discernible shift towards a requirement for some measure of affirmative or participative expression of consent and away from a focus on resistance as a mean to prove the absence of consent. Mr Deputy Speaker, I cannot stress enough how important this statement and recommendation is for our criminal justice system. Gillen proposed amendments to the Sexual Offences Order 2008, and that included to follow the example in New Zealand, to provide that a failure to say or do anything when submitting a sexual act or to protest or offer resistance to it does not itself constitute consent, to expand the range of circumstances as to when there is an absence of a consent, to include, for example, where the complainant submits to the act because of a threat or fear of violence or other serious detriment, such as intimidation, coercive conduct or psychological oppression to the complainant or to others, and where only the expression of consent or agreement to the act comes from a third party, and where the complainant is overcome, voluntary or not, by the effect of alcohol or drugs, and to add that, in determining whether or not there was a reasonable belief in the consent, the jury should take account of a failure to take any steps to ascertain whether or not the complainant consented. These proposed amendments were published in 2019, and it is now 2022. It is deeply disturbing to think that a failure to protest or resist when subject to sexual abuse could be considered as a form of consent. And I believe the new criminal offences set out in Clause 1, as they are sexual offences, should be based on consent. And I would urge the Minister and her department to work on the reform of the wider issue. Again, I acknowledge the complex nature of this work. Nevertheless, we should be much closer to implementing the changes proposed by Gillen than we currently appear to be, and I would welcome some clarity or an update from the Minister on that. Moving on to the issue of cyber flashing, it's my understanding that the Westminster Government will legislate on this soon, meaning that it will become law in England and Wales, and Scotland made causing a person to look at a sexual image without their consent an offence in 2010. And I do think we need to take this opportunity that the bill provides to legislate on this. And again, I understand and acknowledge the Minister's comments that she made at committee last Thursday, but I am a bit uncomfortable with pinning all of our hopes on further consideration stage, but I do look forward to the meeting this week and some intensive engagement with officials to ensure that a more robust amendment is drafted and tabled as soon as possible. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee heard from a wide range of organisations, as the Chair has outlined, on the Minister's amendment to broaden the scope of abuse of trust in the Sexual Offences Order 2008. And there's an extensive list of these issues in the committee report, and I don't intend to repeat them here. But I do want to reiterate the concerns of the NSPCC, Bernardo's and the Children's Commissioner with regard to the limited scope of the amendment that we are debating today, that will only capture sport and religious settings. All of these organisations made it clear that this does not go far enough to protect all children. Strangely, the Department seemed to have clearly accepted this assessment, which is why the proposed amendment includes a regulation-making power that will allow them to include other settings in the future. The question is, why would we not seek to provide that certainty and extend protection now? I will give way.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's not strange at all. The reason is clear and was set out for committee and was set out indeed in my speech earlier today. In doing this, we have based it on the evidence currently available, and the two areas where there is sufficient evidence to demonstrate that there is a need for us to intervene are in faith-based and sports-based activities. There isn't at this point in time sufficient evidence that there are other areas where we would wish to introduce this. However, in order to prevent any progress in that being delayed by waiting for another suitable primary legislative vehicle, we have said that there is an order-making power there that will allow us to amend the law if further evidence does become available of other sectors that need to be included, and that will be by affirmation, positive affirmation in the Assembly. So the reasons for it are rational, that the evidence base is simply not there to underpin any further additions at this point in time. We have never as a department ruled out the potential that they will be there in the future.
Thank the Minister for her intervention, and I've said this in committee before. I don't agree that we need to wait for evidence of sexual exploitation of children to occur in other settings where there is an abuse of trust occurring, and that is my position on that. And the NSPCC's position is also clear. They want to see children protected no matter what the setting or activity, and they argue that the protection should be based on risk of harm. They have stated, if the proposed amendment is made, adults working in non-statutory settings in a position of trust in areas other than religion and sport will remain outside the law. The Children's Commissioner stated that she had significant concerns about the position of the Department, that there must be further evidence provided that children have been sexually abused by adults in positions of trust outside of sporting and religious settings before further amendments can be considered. And Bernardo's also said, and I quote, "Children deserve protection in the law now, no matter what the setting, and should not have to wait until an incident of abuse in an additional setting is exposed to receive that protection." I will give way.
The additional evidence that would be required is not that there would have to have been abuse taking place. The evidence would be that there is risk So it is that evidence of risk. These are settings in which we know there is considerable risk and therefore we are acting to mitigate it. We're balancing that against the Article 8 rights of the young people themselves, who I'll expand on this in my responses, but they do have a right at 16, 17 years old to make choices about having sexual relationships, and what we do not want to do is essentially raise the age of consent by stealth, by making it so prohibitive for anybody over 18 to have sex with somebody at 16 or 17 that we effectively make the age of consent 18. And that is the balance that we have to strike. But we're not saying there has to be evidence of actual offences, so we're not waiting until somebody is harmed, but we're saying that there has to be evidence of that risk.
I thank the Minister for intervention, and I appreciate that this discussion and debate has been going on for a number of months, certainly on committee anyway. I do accept that children and young people have their Article 8 rights. They do have the right to make choices, and I don't want to raise the age of consent, but the point I will consistently make is that this is not about raising the age of consent. This is about positions of trust in that type of relationship. So I don't accept that a comprehensive framing of abuse of trust in law will lead to healthy relationships between young people being criminalised. I don't accept that it would be challenged under Article 8 or that it represents a raising of minimum age of consent. We are talking about the sexual exploitation of children. The offences in sections 23, 24, 25 and 26 of the Sexual Offences Order 2008 that concern the abuse of trust still require evidence. They still require police investigation. They still require a case file referred to the PPS, a decision to prosecute by the PPS, and the onus on the prosecution to prove the alleged perpetrator's guilt in the courts. So I do find some of what the Department has said with regard to the unintended consequences of widening the scope to be unhelpful, and I think we should be listening much more closely to the children's sector on this and reflecting their concerns in changes to the proposed amendment. In terms of the other possible ways to strengthen this new clause, I would absolutely support a statutory review mechanism built into it, alongside the power to expand through regulations, and I think this could be brought forward at further consideration stage. But I ultimately want to see all children protected, no matter what the setting or activity is, when there is a position of trust there. And I believe that the Minister should be putting firm proposals to the committee for us to consider to scrutinise. Mr Deputy Speaker, on to the amendment on threatening to disclose images, which is Amendment 5. I fully support the Minister's amendment to introduce an offence to threaten to disclose private sexual photographs or films, and I absolutely agree with many organisations that raised issues with the language that is often used to describe this kind of behaviour, and the fact that we should now be talking about image-based sexual abuse, which does indeed have many forms. And as highlighted by the Human Rights Commission, image-based sexual abuse should be recognised as a form of gender-based violence due to its disproportionate impact on women and girls. And I believe that this amendment will strengthen the offence that already exists in law around disclosing private sexual images, and I thank the Minister and her department for bringing it forward in this bill. On to Amendment 6. The legislative changes as set out in Clause 3 of the bill are long overdue, and it's beyond belief that the current legal position reflected in the 2008 order makes reference to child prostitution and child porn, which could be interpreted to imply that children are responsible or willing participants of their abuse. This language was scrapped in England and Wales some time ago, as noted in the bill's EFM and in the Marshall Report, which was published in 2014, recommending that the same changes be made here. Unfortunately, it too has been stalled and disrupted by the constant dysfunction of the executive system here and the parties that have governed for the last many years. Yes, we are talking here about language used in our laws, but it is not simply a question of semantics. I agreed wholeheartedly with many representations received by the committee that called for changes in terminology to be applied consistently in all communications and documentation in order to drive the cultural shift that is needed in the way that we talk about and address child sexual exploitation and abuse in our society. The Department advised that it would be wary of changing any language that may impact legal certainty in this regard. So I would ask the Minister, if she can, to point out what barriers are here and how we can get to a point where language we use around this, especially from a legal perspective, clearly captures harm and leaves no room for euphemism, ambiguity or downplaying the severity of these crimes. The committee heard loud and clear the calls from children's sector organisations to include and capture other forms of inducements when defining payment in child sexual exploitation cases. And I understand that there were concerns raised about the potential for clarification regarding other inducements, which may, in their words, have unintentional consequences. But I do believe the committee's approach here is the correct one, and the amendment is carefully crafted in order to provide a simple clarification that the interpretation of payment should not be limited solely for money. On to Amendment 11 and the amendment to introduce guidance on Part 1. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm sure you and all other members of this House will be glad that I do not intend to repeat previous speeches on the importance of guidance, as there has been many, but whenever we are creating new criminal offences. And I am glad the committee shared my views on the need for the new clause relating to guidance on Part 1 of the bill. As with other bills we have considered on domestic abuse, protection for stalking, guidance will help ensure effective implementation of the legislation. And it's not just for the benefit of the criminal justice system and the operationalisation of the new offences that we need guidance. It's also to help those in the voluntary sector, the education settings, and boost the overall public awareness of new criminal offences. And I recognise the crucial work that the Department will do through its task and finish group with all partners. And I do not believe that new guidance clause will take anything away from that. If anything, will enhance that work. The key point here is that there will be a duty on the Department to ensure that guidance on Part 1 includes information for use in training and for monitoring the operation of the law. As legislators, we need to satisfy ourselves that the laws that we pass will be subject to adequate post-legislative scrutiny and that issues will be identified quickly and solutions developed. The new clause, I believe, will help facilitate that process, will encourage more openness and transparency around the work in putting new laws into practice, support public awareness and cultural shifts that we need, and it will help us to see clearly how things are working out so we can review them effectively and strengthen certain provisions or close potential loopholes in the future. On to the rough sex defence in Amendment 18. I very much welcome the Minister's proposed amendment to codify case law since R.V. Brown. However, I'm disappointed that we've not explored the introduction of a sexual homicide offence in more detail, as was suggested by the Women's Policy Group and others, and one that was raised at second stage. And victim support were of the view that placing R.V. Brown on the statute may not in and of itself resolve the problem of a claim of rough sex gone wrong being raised in murder cases. But obviously this is a serious and complex issue here regarding the balancing of rights. And as was explained, it's not possible to preclude defendants from raising an assertion in evidence that the injured party consented to the behaviour leading to the charge brought against them. It's an AHCR matter of fair trial which should not be interfered with. In such cases, it is and must remain a matter for the court to determine whether consent was in fact present, and if so, if any mitigation in sentence is merited. But I would urge the Department to explore and possibly consult upon the creation of a new sexual homicide offence, and if this is something that we can have for Northern Ireland. It would help deal with scenarios where the rough sex defence is employed by the prosecution and then fail to move forward with murder charges. There's also other possible solutions to strengthen the legal position, including the introduction of an aggravating factor at sentencing level, giving the Director of Prosecutions a role in cases where the defence is used, or introducing certain court rules where the defence of rough sex is going to be used. And I would be interested to hear the Minister's view on these and what further work her department would be doing in response to the evidence that the committee did receive. And Mr Deputy Speaker, in concluding my remarks on Group 1, I would like to thank the Minister and her department for bringing forward the amendment to introduce an offence of non-fatal strangulation or asphyxiation. I'm glad that this is happening now and there will be no more delay in legislating for this. This is something the committee first looked back in 2020 during its deliberations on the domestic abuse bill, and it's also closely linked to the so-called rough sex defence, which has been used as a defence in non-fatal strangulation assaults, even where victims have openly stated that they did not consent to these assaults. These amendments taken together should provide much more robust legal protections than currently exist. And
The Criminal Justice Inspectorate reported in its 2019 No Excuse report that the Department of Justice should review, with input from relevant stakeholders, how potential inadequacies in current legislation regarding the act of choking or strangulations by defendants could be addressed. And committee did hear from PPS and looked at new offence of strangulation and suffocation introduced in England and Wales in 2021 by the Domestic Abuse Act, which was passed in Westminster. And it would have been completely shameful had we not taken this opportunity to legislate on this now, especially that we're threatened with the uncertainty of another post-election hiatus. I sincerely hope that this amendment and the introduction of this new offence will provide the legal certainty and protection that victims and survivors need urgently. And I would urge the next Justice Minister, whoever finds himself sitting as a member of Justice Committee in the next mandate, to watch this space closely and ensure that legislative change works in practice. We have much to do to extend protections to children and young people on child sexual exploitation, on equal protection, on youth justice, including the minimum age of criminal responsibility, and on implementing the rest of the Gillen Review. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When this House debates criminal justice and the processes pertaining to it, we are dealing with one of the most solemn issues that we as legislators can deal with, because we are dealing with the framework within which society can take that most extreme of steps of robbing a citizen of their liberty. And therefore no one should approach the issue of the processes and procedures of criminal justice in any flippant or ill-considered manner. Our criminal justice system has evolved over centuries. There was a time when an accused person wasn't even allowed to cross-examine his or her accuser. There was a time when justice was administered in secret behind closed doors. There are very good reasons why, over the decades and the centuries, we moved away from those starting points. My anxiety is that there's a temptation by some to move back to elements of those dark ages. And as our society and the wider Western society fine-tuned its attitude to criminal justice, there evolved in due course the European Convention on Human Rights. Some people like to quote it a lot. I'm going to quote and major upon Article 6 of the European Convention of Human Rights. It's not a script of accident, it's not a script of flippancy, it's a script which beds in fundamental principles that are supposed to shape and ensconce the very things we say we hold dear in respect of criminal justice. So what does it have to say? And we, of course, are a signatory to the European Convention on Human Rights. It says, in the determination of his civil rights and obligations, or of any criminal charge against him, everyone is entitled to a fair and public hearing. Right? It doesn't say everyone except those charged with a heinous sex crime. It says everyone is entitled to a fair and public hearing within a reasonable time by an independent and impartial tribunal established by law. Judgment shall be pronounced publicly. But, and this is important, the press and the public may be excluded from all or part of the trial in the interest of morals, public order, or national security in a democratic society, where the interests of juveniles or the protection of the private life of the parties so require, or the extent, and mark these words, or the extent strictly necessary in the opinion of the court in special circumstances where publicity would prejudice the interests of justice. Can I read that last clause again? To the extent strictly necessary in the opinion of the court, not in the opinion of the Assembly or the legislator, strictly necessary in the opinion of the court in special circumstances where publicity would prejudice the interests of justice. Now, what are we doing in this bill? We are taking it upon ourselves in clause 15 to take away from the court the decision of what's in the interest of justice. We in this Assembly are going to decide that we are going to impose a blanket mandatory ban on public justice in any case involving some of these specified criminal offences. That's what clause 15 is going to say. Where a person is to be tried on indictment for a serious sexual offence, the court must give an exclusion direction before the beginning of the trial. No discretion. Must. Article 6 of the European Convention might well say, strictly necessary in the view of the court, the opinion of the court, forget it. We know better. Clause 15, mandatory imposition of an exclusion direction. Don't worry about special circumstances. Don't worry about the interests of justice. Just let's make it the law that in all cases there shall be an exclusion order. Now, I say to this House, even to those who come in with their pre-prepared, preordained ideas and read their pre-prepared script, are you really comfortable with excluding from our courts the least shred of discretion on the issue of whether or not there should be an exclusion order? There are members of this House who have been accused in criminal courts. I'm sure when they were very jealous and precious about their rights to a fair trial. Well, their rights were no less than the rights of any other individual. And yet today, some of them, according to their spokesperson, will vote for mandatory exclusion orders. No thought to the interests of justice. No thought to the discretion of the court. Just slap on a mandatory exclusion order. Yes, I will.
Does the member believe that it is in the interests of justice for victims of serious sexual assault to have to enter the courtroom, often in a local courtroom, where their voice may be recognised even with the measures that are in place, where jigsaw identification can take place? Does a member believe that it is in the interests of justice that people should sit and hear those most intimate and harrowing details for nothing other than their personal entertainment?
If it is not in the interest of justice, that's for a court to decide. And that's why my amendment says that an exclusion order will flow if a court decides it's in the interest of justice. So if the picture that the Minister paints is the correct picture in any given case, then the provision already exists. Indeed, it doesn't even need clause 15, because as long ago as the 1999 Criminal Evidence Northern Ireland Order, we have a provision whereby evidence by a court can be required to be given in private. It's been there for 25 3 years. It's already in the law, the existence of this. But we wish in this House, apparently, to supersede Article 6. Now, it might be an uncomfortable reality that Article 6 of the European Convention is in fact accused-specific, accused interests that are put front and centre. That might be an uncomfortable reality, but that is an essential adjunct to having a fair criminal justice system. And that is why it's there. And, you know, many courts have been called upon to adjudicate upon the issue of excluding the public from a court. The European Court of Justice has given many judgments on this matter. I refer to only 2 of them. In the case of B&P against the United Kingdom, the court said this: it's a right to equality before the courts, to have a fair trial. It said, the public character of proceedings protects litigants against the administration of justice in secret with no public scrutiny. It is also one of the means whereby confidence in courts can be maintained. By rendering the administration of justice visible, publicity contributes to the achievement of the aim of Article 6, a fair hearing. I do have to say to this House, secrecy, behind closed doors justice, is not embedding in the public mind a contribution to public confidence in our courts. Let me quote you another case. This, maybe not surprisingly, was a case against Russia. Maybe we might think about that when we think about what we're trying to do. Here, the case of Shoshev and others against Russia. And there, the European Court criticised the Russian authorities, where the domestic authorities did not provide sufficient reasoning to demonstrate that the closure of a court was necessary. In other words, they didn't demonstrate why it was necessary to do it behind closed doors. This House is inviting our courts to follow exactly the same course, not to have to demonstrate why it's necessary to lock and bolt the doors, not to have to demonstrate why it's necessary to exclude public justice. Now, of course, there will be circumstances, and many of them will turn on the needs of victims, in which it is right, proper, necessary to have evidence heard in a non-public setting. That already exists. It will always be necessary. But what can never be necessary is to make that wantonly, not on a case-by-case basis, but universally, the mandatory requirement. And that is the folly of this clause 15. It seeks to make that which should be subjected in each and every case to a case-by-case decision, it subjects it to a blanket situation where there's no discretion in the court. And then we have the ludicrous situation where the minister wants to carry that forward into the appellate courts. I've spent many's a long and arduous day in our appellate courts in my lifetime. I have to tell you, I think I can think of one occasion, it's such a rare eventuality, where there was an application to hear fresh evidence. Appellate courts are not courts where evidence is heard in public. Appellate courts are courts where matters of law are argued, where, yes, the evidence previously given in the Crown Court, if it's a Crown Court appeal, will be sifted and assessed and evaluated. But there is virtually no circumstances where individuals are called to the witness box to give evidence in an appellate court. It's going to be the dry, musty stuff of arguing what particular cases mean and legal authorities. And yet the Minister comes to this House and says, ban those too. Shut the public out of that as well. I really do have to say, that is way beyond where we need to be. And it does cause me to ask the question, what is it we're trying to hide? And maybe there are things to hide. Because when you take the Gillen review that so many in this House are so unquestionably besotted with, it has launched some staggering attacks upon our traditional criminal justice values. Do members of this House realise that in many of these serious criminal charges, your barrister, if you are for the accused, is only allowed to ask questions of the accuser that the judge approves? I can tell you, cross-examination is not something to be scripted. It's answer-led. Cross-examination goes where the answers lead it. That's how you sift the evidence. That's how you sort the wheat from the chaff. By asking the questions, whatever answer you get, it usually leads to another question, and eventually, if the truth has not been told.
Thank you. This relates to previous decisions taken by this House which have passed their consideration stage, and we're now rehashing a debate that we had some months ago rather than actually dealing with the substance of this particular amendment. Is there any way that the Speaker would be able to encourage the member to move back to this bill and these amendments?
Members are entitled to raise on a cursory fashion a range of issues, and I have done so. But I would encourage the member to deal with the amendments that are before us today.
I understand the Minister might be embarrassed by the question, is there something to hide in this process? And I'm suggesting there is something to hide in this process. Why you mightn't want it to be in a public court? Because we have now reached the absurd position where in many of these criminal trials, your hands are tied behind your back in cross-examination. You can only ask the question the judge allows you. You can't follow the evidence in the questioning. And maybe there is a reason why. Therefore, some people wouldn't like that to be subject to public examination. And if that is the case, all the more shame for these propositions. But the fundamental is this. Any case may well deserve evidence to be taken in private. That facility already exists. But what is so fundamentally wrong is that we strip out of this that discretion, that case-by-case examination, and we impose a one-size-doesn't-fit-all mandatory block on ever having, for these type of offences, a public hearing. In doing that, we do no service to the criminal justice system, which has been built up over so many years to command respect. Rather, we invite disrespect for that very system. And I do say to this House, that is why, in a very modest amendment, Amendment 9, I am saying, pause and insert into Clause 15 that very simple Article 6 compliant provision that on a case-by-case basis, the judge shall decide, is it in the interest of justice? Is it in the public interest? And if it is, he issues his exclusion order. If it isn't, he doesn't. And is that not how it should be? That if it's not in the interest of justice, if it's not in the public interest, then you shouldn't be closing down the courts. You shouldn't be hiding behind closed doors. They should be in public. Is that not the right test? Rather than this blanket thing that, oh well, we will just take all these cases, have no regard to their individual circumstances, have no case-by-case inspection. We, not the court, we will decree that we are going to impose a mandatory blanket ban on public justice. Don't do it.
I now call on the Minister of Justice, Naomi Long, to wind up the Group 1 debate.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Since becoming Justice Minister, my goal has been to promote effective legislation in this mandate to protect the vulnerable in our community. The content of this bill and the amendments that we have debated as part of this grouping will introduce valuable additional protections for the public by addressing important gaps in our current legislation and breaking new ground in several critical areas. Importantly, the provisions contribute to the Executive's wider approach of protecting women and girls and recognising that, unfortunately, most victims tend to be female. However, and importantly, they are constructed in a manner to make them gender neutral, so any victim and any perpetrator is captured by the law, recognising that anyone can be a victim or perpetrator of serious sexual offences. The amendments to the bill that I have brought forward today will make our community safer through a further strengthening of the existing law and introducing new offences. The provisions will offer additional protections to victims whose well-being remains at the heart of the criminal justice system. I'm encouraged by the support shown by most members today, and I would like to thank everyone who contributed to what was a useful and constructive debate on this group of amendments. I welcome in particular the comments of the Chair of the Justice Committee and of committee members in terms of how to handle the remaining issues, working with the Department regarding, for example, cyber flashing, in order that this can be addressed via a committee amendment at further consideration stage. I have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that in unusual circumstances, they have done all in their power to ensure that this bill can proceed and cover new offences in what is, and I recognise, a very rapidly changing environment, particularly with the online environment. And I would concur with Sinead Bradley when she points out that it is important that we are all committed to continuing progress in this space and that this is not simply a matter that will be dealt with and then we will move on. Mr Deputy Speaker, there are a number of issues that I do want to touch on, and one of the issues was the committee proposals to further widen abuse of trust provisions in this. And I want to respond to the Chair of the committee's request for me to set out the serious concerns that I expressed to the committee in writing in relation to its proposal to seek to further widen the abuse of positions of trust provisions in the bill. Those were also touched on by Rachel Woods. I know that I've covered these concerns as part of my earlier remarks on my Amendment 4, but I do want to restate the main issues that I see with the proposal. The committee's proposal was to extend the scope of my amendment to the abusive position of trust to offences beyond the area of sport and religion as defined in the provisions. I'm of course conscious that predatory behaviour can occur in any environment where an adult has significant influence or power over a young person in their care. However, as I have said earlier, these offences were never intended to cover all situations where an adult might have contact with or a supervisory role over under 18s. They were created to protect young people in particular situations where there is some element of dependency on an adult, which is often combined with an element of vulnerability on the part of the young person. They are intended to capture those relationships where there is a significant imbalance in power between the adult and the child, and where there is scope for that position of trust to be abused. I must stress how crucial it is to ensure that in strengthening the law, we strike the right balance in terms of proportionality. We must ensure that we can protect our vulnerable young people from sexual exploitation, whilst at the same time safeguarding a young person's right and ability to engage in legal consensual sexual activity in a relationship. I believe my amendment as it stands achieves this balance. The scope of the provisions that I propose was taken as a result of my department's review, consultation and engagement on the issues involved, and following an examination of the experience of other jurisdictions. Their development is based on evidence presented to date and the particular concerns and risks identified by stakeholders. As I have already highlighted, this has been strongest in the area of sport and religion, where those in a position of trust are particularly influential over a young person's development. For example, sports coaches have unique opportunities for physical contact and can hold major influence over a young person's career and future development. Similarly, those who hold positions of responsibility in religion have significant influence over a young person's spiritual and religious development, often against a background of emotional vulnerability or immaturity. In both situations, individuals can command very high levels of trust, influence, power and authority over young people who look up to them as figures who are well established and respected by the wider community. No equivalent evidence has emerged to identify wider areas of concern where further legislative intervention is justified or appropriate at this point. I would therefore have grave concerns about widening the scope of the provisions beyond what I propose in advance of sufficient robust evidence being secured to warrant that further extension. Widening the provision further, as the committee may propose, would have significant consequences that I would wish to avoid. Specifically, widening of the offence's scope could well attract legal challenge as the rights of an affected individual under Article 8 of the ECHR. Article 8 protects the right to private and family life. The abusive possession of trust provisions would engage Article 8 as they criminalise conduct in the prescribed circumstances where previously such conduct between consenting individuals would have been lawful. Article 8 is a qualified right of privacy which includes protection for every individual's private sexual life, including the private sexual life of a young person aged 16 or 17 in Northern Ireland, and with an individual who is over the age of consent. Measures which interfere with those rights must satisfy the specific exemptions to Article 8 and must be necessary in a democratic society in the interests of national security, public safety or the economic well-being of the country, for the prevention of disorder or crime, for the protection of health or morals, or for the protection of the rights and freedoms of others. The extension of the abuse of position of trust offences to sport and religion has been strongly supported by evidence of a need for legal intervention, which is important in ensuring legal competence of these provisions. Article 8 engagement would be more limited in the narrower extension I propose than a broader-based approach, particularly where similar evidence has not been brought forward to support it. If the abuse of trust, position of trust offences were extended to all adults, then this would seriously affect a young person's right to engage in legal sexual activity. This would have obvious consequential impact to the proportionality of Article 8 engagement. A wider approach would also be open to potentially successful legal challenge. This concern, Mr Deputy Speaker, is based on legal advice, not idle speculation. A proposed widening of the offence's scope without due process could also be considered as an increase of the age of sexual consent by stealth. It also runs the risk of over-criminalising young people who could be considered to be breaking the law if, for example, a person aged 18 has sexual relationship with a person aged 16 or 17. Those with innocent intention who are enjoying a healthy relationship should not be criminalised inappropriately. A widening of the scope of the offences also has the potential to dilute the effect that they are trying to achieve. It is therefore important that the law is strong in its intent, and limiting the extension of the abusive position of trust offences to the categories in my amendment help to achieve that. It will also ensure that further protection is focused on areas where a need for legal intervention has been identified, rather than casting a wider net. I would hope that members are provided with some reassurance that the door on this policy remains open, with the inclusion of a delegated power in my proposed provision. This will enable the inclusion of further areas at a future stage and without the need to await a primary legislative vehicle should evidence be provided that warrants further legal intervention. I trust that this is helpful to the committee in their continuing consideration of the proposals to further reform my provisions, and will encourage members that no additional amendment is needed at this time. Mr Speaker, I then want to turn, if I may, to the other issues which were also raised by the committee chair. Apologies, Mr Speaker. I just want to turn to notes that I have on my phone. The Chair and indeed the member for North Down, Ms Woods, raised a number of issues in relation to the amendments to Clause 1, which were not moved today. but they did choose to explore those issues before the House in advance of the further consideration stage which is due to happen. They haven't been moved today, and I welcome that. The intended amendment, however, sought to address concerns which were expressed by committee members that the proposed provisions in Clause 1 as drafted may not adequately capture those offenders who take an upskirt or down blouse image and claim that it is a joke or a prank. To be absolutely clear, taking such an image is never funny. It is never acceptable. It is not banter. It is an unacceptable invasion of an individual's privacy. The impact on victims of this type of behaviour can be devastating, and so I understand and sympathise with the committee's wish to plug what its members see as a gap in the proposed provision. In this context, particular reference in written and oral evidence to the committee has been made of the relatively recent case of upskirting in Enniskillen. That case was prosecuted under the common law offence of outraging public decency in the absence of a specific offence of upskirting. The predominant view that emerged in committee sessions seemed to be that this case, in which the defence put forward that it was done as a schoolboy prank, would not have been caught by the proposed provision. The judgment in this case, however, was published, and it is clear that from that judgment that this case would have been caught by the provisions that I have placed in the bill. If members have any doubts, they may wish to read the Youth Court panel's conclusions, which include the following. The acts committed by the defendant could not have had any innocuous purpose. This judgment underlines and reinforces evidence given by PPS to the committee that simply because a defence is put forward, it does not mean that it will be accepted when making a prosecutorial decision. Both the PPS and the PSNI made clear in their evidence to committee that proving intent is an integral part of any criminal offence. Indeed, we have had lengthy and in Latin at times debates about the need to do so. The full individual circumstances, however, of each case will be used to evidence intent in those cases, rather than a person's defence, which may be asserting that the behaviour was merely a prank. The committee's proposed amendment to seek to close that perceived gap by proposing a test in the motivation requirements that a reasonable person would consider the action to be likely to cause humiliation, alarm or distress, similar to the test included in the Prevention from Stalking Bill, would, however, capture, as I explained to committee at length, those issues which were not intended to be covered by this law. The provisions in the Protection from Stalking Bill were drafted to address a particular kind of insidious, abusive or threatening behaviour, which is extremely diverse in nature and particularly difficult to specify in legislation. Hence, there was a need for the catch-all provision referring to the reasonable person and the need to cast the net as wide as possible to capture a range of acts that may conclude with coercive control and stalking having taken place. However, these particular offences with which we're dealing today are well-specified offences, and there is therefore no requirement to cast the net more widely. And I think that there has to be some concern that the committee's proposals, as they were, to include a reasonable person test in the clause by way of amendment, doesn't just represent a minor change, it completely transforms the offence. The suitability of the reasonable person test to stalking offences does not mean it transposes to these offences. The behaviour to be captured there is in stark contrast to the behaviour being captured here in these offences, which are by definition much more narrowly specified. My main concern has been that these offences do not lead to over-criminalisation, where those who are foolish and perhaps act with disregard to their own common sense and that of others, or those who behave in what they believe to be a mutually acceptable way end up being criminalised under this, I think is a high risk. And so I think while I much appreciate the careful scrutiny of the provisions of the committee and their wish to see legislation that is as wide-reaching as possible, I think it is important that as we work together before further consideration stage, we avoid introducing anything that would lead to overcriminalisation. The committee chair also referenced the intention to bring forward an amendment that proposes the introduction of a new offence of cyber flashing. That is a form of offending behaviour which unfortunately is becoming more prevalent. Unlike most intimate abuse offending, the victim is the recipient rather than the subject of the image, images which can make victims feel frightened, violated and vulnerable. I very much welcome the committee's focus on this issue and therefore have no objection in principle to the introduction of an amendment to provide for the offence of cyber flashing. The committee that the amendment tabled but didn't move included the same reasonable person test, and I want to thank the committee for not moving that particular amendment today. I would wish to work with the committee to find a form of words and a clause that would allow us to include cyber flashing and for the committee to bring that forward that wouldn't endanger the substance of the bill. Mr. Speaker, then moving on to comments from other members, if I may. I want to turn to the amendment proposed by Mr. Allister to clause 15, that is Amendment 9. I can and completely do acknowledge the very careful balance that is required to make change in this space. The member's amendment opposes to amend clause 15 to provide that an exclusion direction would be made at the discretion of the court where the court considers that it is in the public interest or the interest of justice to do so. However, as Sinead Ennis, Paula Bradshaw and a number of other members rightly identified in their contributions, in practice this would mean that decisions on whether the public would be excluded from the court or not would be decided on a case-by-case basis, as is already the case. The aim of clause 15, as contained in the bill, is to provide certainty for the victim of a serious sexual offence that when the case comes to court, they will not have to give evidence about intimate and harrowing details in front of a full public gallery. The members' amendments remove that certainty. The Police and Public Prosecution Service would be unable to reassure victims that if they decide to proceed with the case, the public would be excluded from the court. I will, yes.
Thank the Minister for giving way. Would the Minister agree with me that a court could only make an assessment if that case came forward in the first place? And all those silent voices of victims who don't feel empowered will never feel empowered unless this certainty is put in place.
I agree with what the member has said, and I think it is important to note that whilst Mr Allister has suggested that this is in order to secure secrecy, that the courts have something to hide in this regard, it is not about secrecy. To be clear, it does not exclude the press or reporters, nor does it extend to preventing the judge from permitting all of those that the judge feels are required to be there for the passage of justice. The current, I will in a moment, the ability of the court to exclude the public where it's in the interest of justice to do so is already provided for. However, the review found that that is rarely used. That illustrates the need to provide certainty by placing a duty on the court to give an exclusion direction. The case-by-case approach still applies, in that the judge can make a judgment to permit other people to enter the public gallery where they believe it is important in the interest of justice to do so. I'll give way.
The Minister says the power already exists, but it hasn't much been used. Maybe that speaks to the fact it's not much needed in these cases. But the Minister wants to jump to the conclusion, oh, we dispense with discretion, we just make a mandatory order. And she's incorrect with respect when she says the judge can admit anyone he wants. The judge can only admit the people listed in 27A to A to F. So it's not an open. But what it is an absolute exclusion order against open justice. That's what it is, in every case, even where it's not needed. And that's the balance that is wrong on this.
Well, I disagree with the member. I mean, first of all, I have not jumped to a conclusion. There has been extensive research done. There is an extensive evidence base that this not being used in court is not because it would not be welcomed by individuals who have access to other special measures in some of those cases, or that it does no harm when it is not used. In fact, we know that it creates a barrier. That evidence is there, and the committee have seen that evidence, that it creates a barrier to people pursuing a case against their abuser. And so in that case, the evidence is clear. So this is not about a minister simply jumping to conclusions. It is about a study of the evidence. And unfortunately, the use of these opportunities to exclude are rarely used, not because there is no need, but simply because they are rarely deployed in a courtroom setting because of the underpinning legislation, which rightly suggests that our courtrooms should be open. And it is right that in the majority of cases they should be, but these are exceptional cases, and that is the reason for bringing the amendment. The certainty, I'm going to move on, the certainty and consistency provided by Clause 15 as it stands is fundamental to the protection that it offers. Under the European Convention of Human Rights, everyone is entitled to a fair and public hearing. And so the question is right that it's asked, are these compliant? They are compliant, because under Article 16 or Article 6 of the ECHR, the press and public can be excluded from the court in certain circumstances, and we have prescribed those certain circumstances. The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights provides that the public can be excluded again in exceptional circumstances. In his report, Sir John Gillan was satisfied that the circumstances of deterrence, which currently deters so many complainants from taking cases of this nature forward, are such that they represent exceptional circumstances. Under our provisions, the press continue to be admitted to hearings. The public will be able to hear the announcements of decisions. There is no barrier to people being able to know that justice has been done and observe how justice has been done, other than they will not be in the public gallery at the time when people are giving what is incredibly difficult and harrowing evidence in front of the court. I also want to echo the comments, if I may, Mr Deputy Speaker, of Sinead Bradley with respect to the need to protect our young people from sexual abuse and exploitation, and how that is inextricably linked to providing our young people with factual, non-judgmental, age-appropriate relationship and sex education. Sadly, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is not within my gift to deliver that, but I will continue to press to see change in this space, because young people cannot protect themselves against inappropriate behaviour if no definition of appropriate behaviour exists. I also agree and acknowledge that the bill was pared back from its original format as a miscellaneous provisions bill. However, I do believe that what we have here, which amounted to 70% of the original bill, is a significant and a comprehensive addition to the protections available to victims of sexual offences, including children, and to provide them with the confidence to report such abuse and proceed with prosecutions. The other matters that were excluded from the bill are ones that I think the committee, no doubt, in a new mandate will be able to return to. Paul Frew, in his contribution, said that in bringing forward these amendments, he was concerned that they hadn't been included in the original bill. Of course, it was always the intention of the department to bring forward these amendments. However, in order that we could avoid running out of time in this mandate, the committee has been very helpful in working with us to allow us to stagger the information that was sent to the committee. With respect to his comments on the positive influence that sporting figures and indeed religious figures can have, it is something which we do actually utilise in the justice system, as he suggested we should. Whether it was Carl Frampton or Paddy Barnes who presented certificates to women and young men who undertook boxing courses within Hyde Bank Wood, or Jonathan Ray's recent visit to discuss road and bike safety in Hyde Bank, we recognise that such figures can inspire change in those in our care, raising aspirations and giving hope. However, that influence in the hands of someone of malign intent can also be powerful, and so it is right that a young adult who may be particularly vulnerable to such coercion ought to be protected. Dolores Kelly raised the issue of extraterritorial jurisdiction, and I wish to reassure her that it is already included in the Bill for Sexual Offences and all of the 2008 order. Extraterritorial jurisdiction is also included for the so-called rough sex offence and non-fatal strangulation. However, if a foreign national, not normally resident in Northern Ireland or the UK more widely, was to commit such an offence in relation to an individual who was resident in Northern Ireland, it would be brought by the local authorities of the international jurisdiction concerned. That would be completed via our existing and continuing relationships via Europol and Interpol, and so we'd be covered. Finally, in relation to the comments remaining from Ms Rachel Woods, there are just two short comments that I wish to make before drawing my remarks on this to a close. In relation to the issue of payment, it should be noted that payment is already interpreted by the courts to include non-monetary payment. So whilst I have no objection to the amendment, it adds nothing to the bill because the courts will already take payment in kind, services and other things as a payment. It does not have to be monetary, and that's the interpretation as the court stands. With respect to language and the evolution of language around issues such as child pornography, I very much share her concerns. That process of redefining language, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, is a continuing process. It will continue to evolve over time in the Department and the justice system, and I hope that members in this chamber can continue to show leadership around the careful use of such language in order that we can show leadership in terms of where it should evolve to. Mr Speaker, that concludes my remarks on this group of amendments, and I look forward to the debate on the amendments. I will indeed.
Just something the Minister made reference to it earlier in regards to the amendment about payment. But can she clarify, or maybe we should clarify, this is not about us seeking to amend the 2015 Act. This is in relation to this bill, and it is not a reference to the 2015 bill. I think that's clear from the committee's deliberations in relation to this. It's very specific. And also, in regards to the first amendments that we haven't moved, will she, and I suspect this is the case, she will take into account the very extensive correspondence that we have now received from Professor Claire Midlin in relation to those issues, and that will be something that we will share with the Minister, because I think that contained in there are some points that need to be addressed.
As I had already indicated to the committee when I met with the committee last week, first of all, we are open to look to see if, before further consideration stage, an agreed form of words that does no harm to the bill can be agreed, that we give the committee the reassurance that they seek, and we undertook to do that in response to a query from Mr Weir. In relation to the fallback position, if that is not possible, I have also said that I will task my own officials to look at the wording that may provide the kind of reasonable person test or additional threshold that the committee was seeking to include, but one that would not do harm to the bill, and that we could then bring that forward in any new mandate, and that we could do the research and the evidence gathering, because we are essentially being asked to introduce what is a novel idea in this bill at a very late stage, and I think that comes with a degree of risk, and we should avoid doing so without being fully cognisant of the unintended consequences. The committee largely agreed with that, and I'm happy if the committee have additional correspondence and they wish to share that with my officials in the course of our discussions, that we try to bottom this out and get to a point where we can bring back an amendment that is suitable. In terms of Amendment 6 and the definition of payment for sexual services, which is Clause 3, my understanding was, and I'm happy to take an intervention from the member, that the amendment was intended to amend new Article 41(5) of the Sexual Offences Northern Ireland Order 2008, as provided for in Part 1 of Schedule 2 to the bill and as referenced in Clause 3. The amendment was therefore intended to make it clear that payment for the sexual services of a child may be something other than financial. The amendment as tabled is incorrectly drafted and instead amends the definition of payment in Article 64A of the 2008 Order, which provides for the criminalisation of paying for sex, as introduced by Lord Morrow. So I wouldn't support the amendment as it stands on the grounds that it's incorrectly drafted. And I understand from what the member or the chairman has just said that it doesn't actually fulfil the requirements. However, a redrafted amendment could be tabled at further consideration stage that would take care of that particular issue and would be accurate. And I'm happy, obviously, to support the committee in bringing that forward. Though, as I have said, it is already taken as read by the courts that payment does not need to be monetary. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I hope that that provides the reassurance that the committee and the chairman have sought. And as I say, I look forward to being able to come back now and debate the amendments in Group 2 and that we'll be able to make significant progress on the bill in the rest of this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Amendment proposed after Clause 2. Insert new clause, abusive position and trust, relevant positions, as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment number 4 be made and the new clause added to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 5 has already been debated. I call the Minister for Justice, Mrs Naomi Long, to move formally Amendment 5.
So moved.
Amendment proposed after Clause 2, insert new clause, private sexual images threatening to disclose, as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 5 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 6 has already been debated, and I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice, Mr Mervyn Storey, to move formally Amendment number 6.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 3, page 6, line 12. Insert the words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment number 6 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 3, as amended, now stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clauses 4 to 6, and I therefore propose, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on the stand part. If there are any objections, there are none. The question is that clauses 4 to 6 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 7 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Justice, Mrs Naomi Long, to move formally Amendment 7.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 7, page 10, line 16. Leave out and insert the words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment number 7 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 8 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Justice, Mrs Naomi Long, to move formally Amendment number 8.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 7, page 10, line 33. Leave out the words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment number 8 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. 9. Oh, yes. The question is that Clause 7, as amended, do stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. 8 to 14. Yeah. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 8 to 14. I propose, by leave of the Assembly, therefore, to group these clauses for the question on stand part, unless there are any objections. There are none. The The question is that clauses 8 to 14 do stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment number 9 has already been debated, and I call Mr Jim Allister to move formally Amendment number 9.
Move.
Amendment proposed to clause 15, page 16, line 10. Insert the words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 9 do be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. 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 Clear the lobbies. The House will divide. This question will be put in 3 minutes, and I would remind you that we should continue to uphold social distancing and that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come to the chamber. Members could resume their seat. Before I put the question, I would again remind those members here present that, if possible, it would be preferable if we could avoid a division. The question is that Amendment number 9 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. Do we have tellers? Tellers have been appointed as follows. The tellers for the ayes are Mr Jim Allister and Mr Peter Weir. Tellers for the noes are Mr Stuart Dixon and Mr John Blair. Before the Assembly divides, I want to remind you that as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. I remind all members of the requirement for social distancing while the division takes place. I ask you to ensure that you retain at least a 2-metre gap between yourself and other people when moving around in the chamber or the rotunda, and especially in the lobbies. Please be patient at all times, observe the signage and follow the instructions of the lobby clerks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Members could resume their seats. Thank you. I ask the clerk to please read the result.
84 members voted, 28 members voted aye, 56 members voted no. The amendment is negatived.
The amendment has been negatived. Unfasten the doors. Amendment 10 has already been debated, and I call the Minister of Justice, Mrs Naomi Long, to move formally Amendment 10.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 15, page 19, line 20. Insert the words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment number 10 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. I'll put the question again. The question is that Amendment number 10 be made. As many as that opinion say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 15, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 11 has already been debated, and I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice, Mr Mervyn Storey, to move formally Amendment 11.
Moved.
Amendment proposed after Clause 15, insert the new clause Guidance about Part 1 as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 11 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now move to the second group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 12, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 13 through to 17. Within this group, Amendment 14 is mutually exclusive with Amendment 13. I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice, Mr Mervyn Storey, to move Amendment 12 and to address the other groups, the other amendments in this group. Mr Storey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker. I so move the amendment in the name of the committee. There was widespread support for clauses 16 and 17 of the bill. However, a number of organisations also believe the legislation provided an opportunity to go further to provide and to improve the support and protection provided to victims of trafficking and exploitation. The evidence received by the committee highlighted the need for the statutory support and assistance provided to victims of trafficking and exploitation to be extended beyond what is currently available under the Human Trafficking and Exploitation Criminal Justice and Support for Victims Act 2015, which at the time when this was brought forward by my friend and colleague Lord Morrow, led the way in tackling these horrendous crimes and providing support to victims, and has already been made reference to by a previous speaker in the House, the change that this particular piece of legislation made and the benefit that it has brought about. A range of proposals to provide additional support while in the national referral mechanism process, which determines whether a person is a genuine victim of trafficking or slavery following receipt of a positive conclusive decision, and when appealing a negative NRM decision, were put forward, and the committee discussed these in depth during oral evidence sessions with organisations who work with and provide direct support to victims of trafficking and exploitation, including CARE NI and the Migration Justice Project organisations, including the Law Centre NI, Belfast and Lisburn Women's Aid, Flourish NI and the Migrant Help, and also the Department of Justice officials. The organisations highlighted that a positive NRM conclusive grounds decision does not in itself give rise to a benefit entitlement or access to support with any degree of security from the point they are confirmed a victim. While the 2015 Act provides for support to be continued on a discretionary basis, under this power, support is currently only being provided to a limited number of victims and only as a short-term transition to mainstream services or repatriation. This lack of statutory support leaves some recognised survivors of human trafficking homeless, destitute and completely reliant on the charitable support that they receive. In these circumstances, they will be again vulnerable to being re-trafficked and unlikely to have a sense of stability and security that would encourage them to engage with the criminal justice agency and assist in bringing traffickers to justice. Figures provided to the committee suggested that the number of victims with a positive NRM outcome requiring support is likely to be small and would comprise of those who are either an EEA victim with pre-settled status or a non-EEA victim waiting for a decision on a current asylum claim or other immigration application. When discussing the issues with departmental officials, they confirmed that Section 18 of the 2015 Act places a statutory duty on the Department to provide assistance and support to adults who are potentially victims of human trafficking during a 45-day recovery and reflection period, pending the determination of their status as victims through the NRM process. And it also provides for support to be continued on a discretionary basis following a positive conclusive grounds decision based on assessed need. Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, the officials advised that in 95% of all the current cases, support is provided in excess of 45 days, and for cases going through the NRM process, support is typically provided for 150 days, or in some cases in excess of this, largely due to the length of time being taken for the Home Office competent authority to make a reasonable grounds and conclusive grounds decision in individual cases. The officials highlighted that the Minister has made a clear commitment to progress the work to increase support for traffic victims, and this will be a key element of the development of a longer-term strategy for human trafficking and modern slavery. Victims of modern slavery and trafficking are victims of most horrendous crimes, and the committee is concerned that the number of victims sadly are increasing, but the number of convictions still remain low. The committee believes that there are strong arguments for ensuring support is provided to victims who need it rather than providing it on a discretionary basis, but only pending the determination of their status through the NRM process, but from the point at which they are confirmed to be a victim following a positive conclusive grounds decision, to enhance protection from re-trafficking and assist in the recovery and engagement with the criminal justice agencies to help secure increased convictions. Ensuring support is particularly important given the potential future pressures on the Department's budget, which is very likely to result in difficult funding decisions having to be taken and discretionary areas of spend potentially being reduced or ceased. And on that point, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for again today taking time to meet the committee, particularly in relation to concerns that have been raised regarding the budget. And it's clear that there is a particular pressure, but I do think that despite those pressures, we still need to ensure that we keep a very close focus on those victims of this abhorrent crime that sadly is still very prevalent in our society. The committee was also conscious of the motion unanimously supported by the Assembly in October 2020, calling for consideration of further support of victims of trafficking beyond the end of the support provided by the NRM. The committee has therefore brought forward Amendment 12 and 13 to provide statutory support for victims to cover from presentation stage to NRM decision based on need and from receipt of a positive NRM decision for a period of 12 months or less if no longer required. The time period for the support following a positive NRM decision aims to provide the support required to aid a victim's recovery and assist them in moving forward, while also providing a disincentive to move out of support. I appreciate the Minister's indication at the committee meeting last Thursday that she would support these amendments. The committee is also happy to work with the Minister and officials to address any minor technical or drafting issues that may be required prior to the further consideration stage of the bill. I and my colleagues in the DUP have brought forward 2 separate amendments in relation to support for victims, and my colleague Peter Weir will outline the rationale for these during this debate. Amendment 16 deals with the extension of statutory defence on exploitation. And moving to that amendment, Section 22 of the 2015 Act provides a statutory defence for victims and survivors of human trafficking in relation to certain offences. It gives effect to the principle of the non-punishment of trafficking victims that is affirmed in international law and guidance, and is aimed to ensuring that a victim of trafficking is not punished for unlawful acts committed as a consequence of trafficking. In Northern Ireland, the defence does not apply to an offence which, in the case of a person over the age of 21, is punishable on indictment with imprisonment for life or a term of at least 5 years, other than a defined list of offences, including drug-related offences in respect of Class B or C drugs and offences relating to false immigration documents. Questions were raised in the evidence received by the committee regarding whether the current statutory offence provides adequate protection for victims of emerging forms of criminal exploitation. It was highlighted that the legislative intent of the statutory offence in the 2015 Act was to ensure its availability for victims recovered from criminal exploitation relating to drug use. At that time, there was a number of cases of human trafficking for cannabis cultivation in Northern Ireland. However, more recently, there has been an increase in the number of victims who have been trafficked for heroin distribution. Heroin is a Class A drug and not currently covered by the statutory defence. The committee noted the Department had commenced a review of the statutory offence and was gathering evidence and reviewing relevant judgments and research. The committee, however, believes that this bill provides an opportunity to ensure the legislative intent of the 2015 Act in relation to the statutory offence for victims recovered from criminal exploitation relating to drug use is updated to reflect emerging forms of exploitation, and agreed to bring forward Amendment 16 to extend the defence on the exploitation to include Class A drugs to provide adequate protection for victims trafficked for heroin distribution. Deputy Principal Speaker, that brings me to Amendment 17, the protective measures for victims of slavery and trafficking. The last amendment in this group, the slavery and trafficking risk orders, are available in England and Wales, but not in Northern Ireland. The Independent Anti-Slavery Commissioner, in her 2019-2020 report, and more recently when she attended an event hosted by the All-Party Working Group on Modern Slavery in the Assembly, highlighted that the slavery and trafficking risk orders as a means of protecting victims of modern slavery, and recommended consideration be given to implementing them here in Northern Ireland. The Criminal Justice Inspection Report in October 2020 also recommended that the Department of Justice, in consultation with the PSNI, the Public Prosecution Service, should consider the experience in England and Wales and look at the need for STROs in Northern Ireland to prevent modern slavery and human trafficking related crimes and support victims within 1 year of the publication of its report. When asked about the current position, the Department of Justice officials advised that preparations were being finalised for a public consultation early this year in the introduction of STROs in Northern Ireland, with the aim of them identifying an appropriate legislative vehicle as soon as possible in the next mandate, depending on the outcome of the consultation. They clarified that the STROs had originally been consulted on in 2014, and a decision was made at that time not to include them in the 2015 Act. They were subsequently introduced in England and Wales in 2015, and Scotland has the equivalent called a Trafficking Exploitation Risk Order. The Department acknowledged that there were widespread support for their introduction in Northern Ireland by a range of non-governmental organisations and bodies involved in modern slavery and human trafficking issues. The committee noted the examples of the beneficial use of STROs in England and Wales, the positive findings of the Home Office review of their effectiveness in 2017, and the findings of the May 2019 independent review of the Modern Slavery Act 2015, and believes that STROs would be a useful additional tool in Northern Ireland to tackle and disrupt human trafficking and modern slavery, and to assist in the preventing of reoffending. The The committee is disappointed at the lack of progress by the department in this area and wants to see the work to provide STROs when a defendant is convicted of a crime other than human trafficking, but there is a suspicion that trafficking may be involved, or there is a connection between human trafficking and the offending behaviour, and where people who have not yet been convicted, including situations where there is a need to protect future potential victims while modern slavery or human trafficking crimes are being investigated, particularly when these are very long and are drawn out, similar to that in place in England and Wales and in Scotland, expedited. The committee therefore decided to bring forward Amendment 17, which places a duty on the department to bring forward protective measures for victims of slavery or trafficking, such as STROs, by 2024. This approach provides the department with the flexibility to take account of the findings of the consultation when shaping the provisions relating to STROs, but also ensures that they will be in place within a reasonable time frame and avoids any further long delays. I understand that the Minister is content with this amendment, and the committee appreciates her support in relation to this. I think, Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of us if we didn't make the comment that these were being discussed in 2014 and we're now in 2022. So therefore, I think that the issue of time has well passed for us to take positive, decisive action and see their introduction in Northern Ireland. Mr. Deputy Principal Speaker, the committee has taken the opportunity in this bill to bring forward additional legislative provision to improve the support and protection given to victims of human trafficking and modern slavery and build on the 2015 Act. And I look forward to this debate in the second part of this bill. Before I finish, I want to also place on record the committee's appreciation to all the organisations who provide vital support and assistance to victims of human trafficking, exploitation and modern slavery. I conclude those comments as the Chair of the Justice Committee, and as I made reference earlier, my colleague Peter Weir will expand on the amendments that have been tabled in our names as members of the TUP, because I think that with all pieces of legislation there can always run the risk that there is an unintended consequence, and there is a concern in relation to the amendment where there is the use of the phrase "or less." And I think it would be an opportunity for this House to ensure that there is no unintended consequence. And I will therefore leave my comments there and look forward to my eloquent colleague, Mr. Weir, able to elaborate on that. Therefore, I move the amendments. Thank you.
No pressure, Mr. Weir. I call Ms. Gemma Dolan.
Figures released in August last year showed that there has been a 750% increase in the numbers of suspected victims of human trafficking in the North over the last 8 years. In 2012, there were 15 referrals to the National Referral Mechanism, the framework for identifying and supporting victims of human trafficking and modern slavery, with 128 in 2020. These figures may be influenced by other factors such as increased awareness of human trafficking and better methods of identifying and supporting victims. However, the upward trend is still extremely worrying. It shows the scale of human trafficking and modern slavery in our society is huge, yet these figures likely only represent a fraction of those who suffer from the cruelty of this criminal exploitation. I'm pleased to support Part 2 of this bill, which improves support for victims of human trafficking and modern slavery, and which will allow the Human Trafficking and Slavery Strategy to be published every 3 years instead of annually, which will allow us to put in place more effective long-term actions to address the scale of trafficking and exploitation. Turning to the proposed amendments to the bill, when the Justice Committee heard evidence from a range of organisations on the bill, there were concerns raised that the Human Trafficking and Exploitation Act of 2015 is too restrictive in terms of the support it offers to confirmed victims of trafficking. The legislation specifies a period of 45 days for the provision of support for confirmed victims, albeit it also provides the Department of Justice with a discretionary power to provide this support for a longer period if the Department thinks necessary. Amendments 12 and 13 would remove the 45-day period specified and would instead ensure that the support should be provided for up to 12 months or less if not required. I appreciate the will of the Justice Committee to guarantee that support is provided for an appropriate length of time, and I believe Amendments 12 and 13 do this by providing support up to 12 months based on need. Given that existing legislation provides the Department with the discretionary power to provide support for an unspecified period, which may be more or less than the 12 months, I'm not convinced the case has been made that Amendments 14 and 15 are necessary. I am concerned that Amendments 14 and 15 haven't been sufficiently discussed, examined or tested, and we're totally unaware of the financial implications of such changes. Whilst I am sympathetic to the motivations behind the amendments, I fear that making legislation without having this crucially important information will be bad practice and could potentially have huge implications. Sinn Féin will therefore be opposing Amendments 14 and 15. At present, confirmed victims of human trafficking and slavery have a statutory defence in court in relation to certain offences that they carried out under their exploitation and because of their exploitation. This defence applies to Class B and below drug offences, but not Class A drug offences. Amendment 16 will insert Class A drug offences into the list of offences which victims are entitled to use the statutory defence. This is an important protection, as we know there are no limits as to things that trafficked and exploited victims are forced to carry out. Sinn Féin are happy to support this. Finally, Sinn Féin are also happy to support Amendment 17, which will provide a statutory duty on the Department of Justice to bring forward protective measures for victims of slavery or trafficking within 24 months. It is anticipated that these will take the form of the very important slavery and trafficking risk orders. However, I know that the Department will soon be doing a public consultation on STROs, and I look forward to my party engaging with this consultation to identify the best way forward for protecting victims.
Thank you. I call Ms Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and on behalf of the SDLP, I stand to speak to Group 2 of amendments which focus on trafficking and exploitation. In terms of the Amendment 12, which seeks to move from days and make support based more on need, we want to go on record as supporting that. And also on Amendment 13, we look at moving from the discretionary piece, which the Department have, and I have to say stakeholders made the point that that discretionary piece has been most welcome but also most needed. And unfortunately, because it is a large part of this support is on a discretionary basis, the end effect of that results in people who have been trafficked living really in fear of the unknown. They're living on a week-to-week basis or month-to-month, and they're living dependent on the goodwill of others. And it's an unfair situation to place anybody in, having recognised the trauma that they've just come through. So this piece where we try to pin it down on law, where we have a 12 months, it creates, I think we have debated the timeline at committee, but I think 12 months, there was recognition that that did take away a cliff edge and allow a person an adequate amount of time to try and rebuild their lives. So it wasn't reasonable to expect anybody to be living on the goodwill or discretion of the Department, and the rationale and thinking behind that amendment, I believe, is very sound. I also believe the 12 months was very sound indeed. But I also think the words on Amendment 13, where we also say or less, if not required, have good grounding to being there. Because I recognise, and we all recognise in the Committee of Justice in particular, that when resource is tight, we are in a case of robbing Peter to pay Paul. And it is really difficult then to look at situations where we say, we know we have a finite access to resource. And I would hope there were plenty of situations where it wasn't required. Unfortunately, I don't expect within a 12-month window there would be many. But if there were cases where it wasn't required, I would find that, and I'll move on, and this is how Amendment 14, I see what it's attempting to do, and I will reserve judgment until I've heard full clarity on the situation. But my fear would be this: if we have limited access to resource, and we are putting down that the Department are bound to support somebody who doesn't need it. If an assessment, a fair assessment, the outcome is that it's not required. Is it fair that we then are putting resource to somebody who doesn't need it, and perhaps somebody who desperately needs it is sitting on a much lesser package or level of support, if any at all? Because we have to be realistic here. And I genuinely fear that the unintended consequences, as Mr Story referred to, could become very apparent in Amendment 14. Whilst I'm not unsympathetic to what it's attempting to do, I just would be fearful that with good intentions, very wrong outcomes might be the result. And I say that having listened to quite a graphic explanation given by a member earlier on a photographic image. And this is about people living in the most horrific of situations. And I would like to think that we have a fair system that reaches each of those people. And I could see how we could undo good work in Amendment 13 by moving to Amendment 14. But I will wait to hear the member's contribution on that. And I'd also welcome if the Minister, in speaking to it, knows of any other unintended consequences that I have not been mindful of. In terms then of Amendment 15, that is also the piece about the underpinning, I believe, of what is the determination on when help is required. I will listen with interest on that. Amendment 16 looks at the inclusion of Class A drugs, which the SDLP are fully supportive of. And finally, then turning to Amendment 17 in this group, and the protective measures for victims of trafficking. This is no doubt the foundation stone that would allow for the STROs that have been discussed, and many of the stakeholders have put forward really a compelling argument as to why they should be triggered. And this, I have no doubt, Amendment 17 does that. But I would argue Amendment 17 also, in the way it's drafted, goes further. It does allow for STROs and beyond. It does give discretion to the Department for any measures that it believes, and it's not limited to notice orders, but it also has, quite rightly in there, that final piece which ensures that any draft regulation will be led and approved by resolution of this Assembly, which I believe is good practice, but I believe it is a critical foundation stone in building real support around people who were desperately trying to reach and support. So for that reason, we will be supporting Amendment 17. Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker.
Mr Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party to speak on this bill for the first time. I'm going to speak on the second grouping here, which obviously deals mostly with trafficking and exploitation. And I'm going to pay tribute to both the Minister, her department, and indeed the Justice Committee for the collegiate manner in which they've went about establishing this bill, because the lack of divisions, bar one so far, and hopefully there may not even be a division when we listen to the further points of this debate. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm really going to just give voice to Amendments 14 and 15, which are tabled in the name of Mr Mervyn Story, Peter Weir and Mr Robin Newton. And whilst I commend the intention of the committee to provide statutory support to confirmed victims, I too am concerned about the wording of the amendment. It is too ambiguous to provide with certainty the minimum 12 months of support which confirmed victims of modern slavery need to recover from their trauma and exploitation. And whilst Amendment 12 would provide new statutory support to confirmed victims, the wording 12 months or less, if not required, lacks clarity on exactly how much support will be provided. It fails to provide the certainty which victims who have come through harrowing circumstances and abuse need to begin to move forward with their lives. It is clear from the evidence and from individuals who are working directly with victims of trafficking that 12 months is the absolute minimum amount of time for someone to recover from their trauma and indeed their abuse. Amendments 14 and 15 provide the certainty and stability of at least 12 months support which victims desperately need and depend on during their recovery. When properly supported, victims are also more likely to engage with the police in investigations into their abusers and less likely to be re-trafficked. We need that input from victims to help prosecutions succeed. It is therefore essential that we adopt a more prescriptive approach with Amendments 14 and 15 to avoid being unintentionally restrictive in our provision of support to victims. Amendment 15 makes clear that sections 1857 will apply when determining what type of support will be considered necessary under Amendment 14. And these amendments do not leave the length of time for which victim support will be given, nor what it might include to chance. Amendments 14 and 15 also keep the door open for the Department to provide additional discretionary support beyond the 12 month if a victim does indeed require it. We are talking about victims' needs here. Evidence shows that victims need at least 12 months support, so I urge the Assembly to give that to them. I strongly support Amendments 14 and 15 and urge other members to vote in favour of these two amendments. We as an Assembly have an opportunity to do the right thing, and as has already been said, lead the way with this groundbreaking statutory support. So why would we settle for something less than an Amendment 13? I ask members, since common sense says that Amendments 14 and 15 provide greater and more certain support to confirmed victims of trafficking. Absolutely, yep.
Would the member also accept, however, that it could lead to a situation where somebody who is no longer in need of support continues to receive support? You could even end up in a situation where there's double funding, where somebody has moved away from that, is now in work and in receipt of in-work benefits, and would also be receiving payment from the public purse at the expense potentially of other services that are short of funds. And therefore the key is to allow the discretion to continue, and the committee and the work that they've done have actually dealt with that appropriately.
I thank the Minister. The Minister for her intervention, and I'm sure the Minister will speak to that. However, I still think that the amendments that have been offered perhaps are much more victim-centric, and that's not to take away from the intention of what anyone is trying to do, but these are the points, I suppose, that need to be teased out in the debate, and I will listen to the points that the Minister may make further, but there was not... Absolutely, yes.
Member given me, because I do think, and this is something that has come up on a number of occasions, but by definition, anything in Section 18 is conditional on the support that's provided on the basis of assessed need. So what the Minister is saying could happen is not as likely to happen, provided it stays within the confines of Section 18 and Section 18.5. And I think that gives assurance, because we are dealing with, and I think my colleague will allude to this, individuals who end up in a very, very dire situation, which I think as a society, the numbers may be not as large as maybe some other crimes, but I have to say the impact is equally as severe, and I think the previous speaker has alluded to the dramatic increase that has happened over the last year.
Could I, just before Mr Butler resumes, I actually think that you are making progress, obviously, but I think it was agreed that the sitting would be suspended at 5 o'clock. It's not... Oh, you think you'll be finished in 3 minutes? Oh, right. I thought you were just getting started. Mr Butler.
I thank the Principal Deputy... As long as you keep it to at least no more than a minute, Minister.
I appreciate your generosity, and it has to be said that that may have been the case had the words "at least" not been included. But once you say it has to be at least 12 months, the discretion to remove the support when it's no longer needed is also removed. So it does obliterate that discretion that the Department would hold.
Thank the Minister and the Chair of the Justice Committee for those points, and we will listen in. However, I haven't heard anything that suggests that we will change our mind in this matter. So, in conclusion, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I simply urge members to vote against Amendment 13 and in favour of Amendments 14 and 15. I ask that the Assembly give victims of modern slavery the greatest chance to recover from their exploitation and to bring their perpetrators to justice. Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. By leave of the House, the sitting will be suspended for until 5:30, and when we return, the next speaker in this group of amendments will be Ms Paula Bradshaw. Thank you.
Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
Okay, members, we'll resume the sitting, please. Thank you. And Robbie Butler, I think, has just finished his contribution. And I was nearly going to say thankfully there, but I didn't mean that. I'll call Paula Bradshaw.
Mr Speaker, and I rise briefly to support Amendments 16 and 17. I will, however, be opposing Amendments 14 and 15, which run contrary to amendments agreed by the committee as a whole. Though I will not seek to divide the House on them, I am unconvinced by Amendment 12 and Amendment 13. I am also concerned about resource implications which have not been properly consulted upon. It may be noted that there appears to be a lack of cross-community consensus on them also, as Amendment 14 in particular contravenes and conflicts with Amendment 12. This speaks to a lack of clarity about what is being sought here and what the purpose of such amendments actually is. Mr Speaker, I am particularly concerned about... Yes, go ahead.
I don't think that there should be any confusion. It is to absolutely ensure that we do not have an unintended consequence, and that by the use of the term less, that we have a situation where people in need get the service and the support that they deserve. So there is no, and I can give the member this assurance, there is no intent to try and be Machiavellian, to be cute, to be clever. There's no other intent here. It is just to ensure that we have, because it's good legislation we want to pass, not something that at some stage we may have to come back and rectify. And my colleague will give a particular example which I think does highlight the need to ensure that this is done properly.
Again, I appreciate your intervention. Mr Speaker, I'm particularly concerned, as I say, about Amendment 14 as it means that support will be provided on a basis, not on a basis of need, but on a basis of a blanket time provision. This is not the targeting of resources that we should be seeking. Likewise, Amendment 15 does not add anything to existing provisions, and I have to say it is odd that it has been brought forward by a single party rather than raised at committee. Amendment 16 is a more specific and clearly beneficial change, including Class A drugs and the statutory defence for trafficking and exploitation offences. This brings Northern Ireland in line with the rest of the UK, and that's to be welcomed, and it is clear and a useful addition to the bill. I am sympathetic with those seeking slavery risk trafficking orders, and they were raised at a UK level in recent months in the review of the Modern Slavery Act. I think it is useful to add a requirement to consult on them to this bill, as it enhances what the bill is aiming to do, and I support Amendment 17 as a means to do this. In closing, Mr Speaker, we still have a lot of work to do on the basis of today's debates, and further work may be needed on some of the amendments. However, I would urge rapid progress on the bill, as it reflects an area of high sensitivity where Northern Ireland is being left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Nicole. Peter Weir.
Mr Speaker, I had the honour to be a member of this House in 2015 when we passed, and indeed with support from all sides of the House, I would say the Human Trafficking and Exploitation Act, which was brought by my friend and colleague Lord Morrow. I think it was one of the most significant pieces of legislation that had been brought through this House, and I think one of the most worthy. And it made this House the shining example for the rest of the UK, leading the way for the rest of the UK. However, while I think that was a very important act, a very worthy act, nothing ever stands completely still. And as time has developed, we've learned, I suppose, more and more about victims' needs. And I think, as with any piece of legislation, we don't rest on our laurels. We look continually to approve that. So I will be dealing particularly with the issues that have been raised under the amendments that myself, Mr Story and Mr Newton have brought forward. But just want to touch first of all, and I would say, where there's clear difference of position in terms of Amendments 14 and 13, first of all I would say I don't believe it to be incompatible with 12, which I would be very supportive of the committee amendment, because it would apply support during the recovery period when a potential victim is going through the national referral mechanism, known sort of commonly as NRM, to be confirmed as a victim or not as a victim of modern slavery. So the committee's intention, I think, is a right one, to ensure that potential victims have the support they need during the process. Can I say, and I don't want to be churlish in relation to this, I think that, to be fair, even though we will express a preference for Amendment 14, I will happily acknowledge that Amendment 13 is a step forward. As it stands, I think our statutory support ends when an individual is confirmed as a victim of modern slavery. And after that, support under Section 18.5 is only discretionary. In practice, according to the DOJ's own figures, there are very few individuals that are receiving this discretionary support. Evidence has shown that a lack of long-term support leaves already vulnerable individuals at risk of homelessness, destitution, or even re-trafficking, the horrors of re-trafficking, and fails to provide certainty and stability. Under these circumstances, we cannot expect individuals to help the police with information to prosecute perpetrators, which is so critical to our overall strategy against human trafficking. So, Amendment 13, I think, would amend Section 18.9 of the HDEA to provide 12 months or less, if not required. So it is a step forward. However, I think, and why we are supporting Amendment 14 rather than Amendment 13, we would contend that Amendment 13 does not go far enough and has the potential to limit the intention of the amendment, as the wording... I'll give way briefly, yes.
Thank the member for giving way. It's just to clarify his comments there in terms of supporting of Amendment 13. Can I just clarify that it's the member's intention to oppose 12 and 13 in the name of the committee?
I indicated that I felt that 12 was also a step forward. 13 is largely in conflict with 14 on that basis. And while I would say that 13 is at least some level of advance, I think 14 is better. That's the point that I'm making in relation to that. So, in case there was any lack of clarification to the member, certainly we'll be supporting Amendment 12, but because there's a conflict between 14 and 13, we would be supporting 14 as a preference, I think, to 13. I suppose to return to that, I think that the wording, I suppose, in 13 could be interpreted as having an upper time limit. It may be misinterpreted, but it certainly could be interpreted. As well as, I think, the concern that because it's referred to as 12 months or less, it could be a danger of it being significantly less. Therefore, instead, myself and my colleagues will be supporting Amendments 14 and 15, which are in my name, and I think provide enhanced support for confirmed victims. As has been indicated, Amendment 14 would provide necessary assistance and support under Section 18.9 for at least 12 months. Members may think we are talking about semantics here, but think about the wording of these two amendments from a victim's perspective. I think it's very difficult sometimes to put yourself in other people's shoes, but I would urge you to do that. They will be looking at this and saying, what support are they going to receive? Will it be 1 month, or 12 months, or at least 12 months, or more if needed? Both the support and certainty will prove make or break for victims of modern slavery in their recovery. The Minister has indicated that not everyone needs a minimum of 12 months. And to make this argument would be to dismiss all the evidence provided by frontline charities working with victims. And they were very vociferous when making those comments to the committee, and indeed separately to parties. And those charities have said that 12 months support should be the minimum, not the maximum time confined victims should receive support, and that in providing support, victims can then engage with the police to bring successful prosecutions. There will, of course, be a cost, but on balance, would the Minister not agree that it will be a price worth paying to see lives restored following exploitation? The Minister clearly realising the argument that is largely against this is that not every victim will require a full 12 months. But we should remember that what this is grounded in is in Section 18, which also, Section 18.5, creates the limitation on support that it is on the basis of assessed need. So the circumstance, for example, of somebody receiving double funding, that wouldn't be clearly an assessed need. And so therefore I think that would limit it. And I think there can be different arguments that can be used in this from a theoretical point of view. From a practical point of view, in terms of the direct cost, I think will be very minimal. But I think it does give that level of assurance. Turning, I suppose, to Amendment 15, it safeguards against any potential concerns that might be there that the Department has no inflexibility, and unnecessary support would be provided by reaffirming it. Reaffirms the key provisions of Section 18. that it's a needs-based support. So Amendment 14 would not discourage victims. I'll give way briefly.
The member has referenced that currently the discretionary support only extends to a small number of victims, and that is based on need, because the department has not been found wanting when it comes to providing additional support where that is necessary. But what the member has proposed in the amendment cuts through the discretion that's based on need, because it says that a victim must be supported for at least 12 months. So even if somebody does not require that financial support, even if they are employed, even if they are able to make their way in life without any additional financial support, at least 12 months support must be given. And that has the effect that the discretion to say whether or not it's needed isn't able to be applied, because it is overridden by the requirement to provide it for at least 12 months. And that is the fundamental problem with the amendment. I think all of us are sympathetic to the case that's being made about the need for support. But the issue here is that you're saying that irrespective of need, it must be for at least 12 months. And I think that that is not necessarily a good use of public funds.
I think where we would disagree. And look, I have no doubt that I suspect the Minister and myself have probably the same good intentions in that regard. So I don't impugn any motivation. I think it makes two clear points. One, it gives a level of certainty, and for those who are seeking that level of support, gives them a level of reassurance that the rug will not be pulled from under them. Now, that might be a false worry, but it is something that will be uppermost in people's minds whenever we say 12 months or less as to how long that will be. But secondly, while it does guarantee support, it's on the basis of what assessed need is, and that is circumscribed under 18.5. So the idea of an unlimited level of support, irrespective of whether it's needed or not, is not actually accurate on that basis. Now, it is also important for members to realise that the support that we'll be giving will only be to genuine victims of modern slavery who vitally need it. Individuals who have gone through the UK government's own processes and be confirmed by the Home Office as genuine victims of modern slavery. I think it's unfair and unrealistic to expect these victims to fend for themselves once they've exited the NRM. Victims face an uphill climb in terms of their recovery. Take, for example, we give an example of a particular case which Flourish NI, one of the leading charities in terms of victims of human trafficking, we're calling him Lucas. He's a client of Flourish NI who work with victims once they've exited the NRM. Lucas is a European national who was trafficked to Northern Ireland for purposes of criminal exploitation. He has a positive, conclusive grounds decision. Lucas is not eligible to receive EU settled status because he hasn't been in Northern Ireland for 5 years. So he's applied for pre-settled status. It's appalling that Lucas has been left homeless ever since he exited the NRM. Without extended support, he has no choice but to sofa surf, and at one point had to live in a tent. Lucas wants to start work and to begin to rebuild his life and make that contribution to society. But without a fixed address, this is virtually impossible. He's also managing 2 serious health conditions that require ongoing treatments and constant monitoring, but has unsuccessfully sought assistance from the Housing Executive and Social Services. He's entirely reliant on charitable support, which is coordinated by Flourish NI. Lucas is just one example, but he's not a one-off case. Yeah, I'll give way briefly.
Just to clarify with the 2 amendments that have been tabled in his name, does that cover people who have exited the NRM? Because the example that the member is giving is an example of someone who has left that process. So we'd just welcome some clarity over the amendments that they're tabling, if that covers support after the NRM has finalised.
The full period of a year. So at the moment, the danger is that it's simply exiting that point where indeed there's been that referral mechanism and there isn't that support beyond that. And as I said, Lucas is not just a one-off example. There is significant evidence of genuine victims, not just in Northern Ireland, but England and Wales, of similar circumstances. The question is how individuals like Lucas would not be considered in need of extended support. Clearly, I think there's a need for 12 months' support, which has been acknowledged by National Government in Westminster, who recently gave an assurance during the Nationality and Borders Bill in the House of Commons to provide 12 months' tailored support to confirmed victims, and said they would set out further details and guidance. So this has been something which has been accepted nationally. During the debate in the House of Lords last week, it was suggested Westminster could learn from the committees, and indeed I hope the amendment's recognition of the need for long-term statutory support for confirmed victims. We have the opportunity, I think, to lead the way in providing at least 12 months statutory support to confirmed victims by accepting Amendment 14. Or alternatively, will we be playing catch-up in this House on Westminster in years to come by accepting Amendment 13 and providing 12 months or less if not required? I ask, if genuine victims in England and Wales need at least 12 months' support, why would genuine victims in Northern Ireland need less? All these victims go through the same NRM identification process, so it makes no logical sense that victims in Northern Ireland would be in less of need than those across the water. Turning, I suppose, to the other couple of amendments, Amendment 16, I think, would protect victims from being punished for crimes committed as a result of their exploitation by extending the statutory defence to include Class A drugs to meet an emerging form of exploitation, which is the trafficking for human distribution. And so, therefore, I think, and I appreciate while there's been differences over some of the other amendments, I hope members will agree on the need to view victims through the lens of their exploitation and not through the lens of criminality when it comes to crimes that stem from their exploitation. On Amendment 17, I think it would allow the Department to introduce slavery and trafficking risk orders, the STROs. I think we need to get ahead of traffickers. We've got to realise that whatever actions are taken by this House, or indeed by police, that those intent on the evil practice of trafficking, those criminals, are always trying to stay one step ahead of us. And I think it is important that when it comes to those who are awaiting prosecution, we need to nip any further exploitation or trafficking in the bud. I think that Amendment 17 would be playing catch-up in England and Wales, which have STROs since 2015, but I think it is a welcome step forward. Closing, my plea to members specifically is to vote against Committee Amendment 13, not because it isn't a step forward, I acknowledge it is, but I think there's a better alternative that's been put forward on Amendments 14 and 15 to provide enhanced support for confirmed victims in Northern Ireland. There can be many things which are controversial or political within this Assembly. We deal with them every day. This should not be one of them. This should be about the people, not politics. It's about providing victims of modern slavery, whose life, I think, for many of us, perhaps for all of us in this chamber, it is difficult for us to imagine the horrors that they have had to go through. But also providing those people with the best support available. And I think that Amendments 14 and 15 do that. We again can recapture the position of 2015 and be on the verge again of being groundbreaking human trafficking legislation through these amendments. Let's get these amendments right, for the sake of the victims, like Lucas and others, of modern slavery that will be impacted upon them, and be in a situation where we are giving a lead, rather than a year or two's time, looking to catch up with others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the member, and I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to take part in this debate on Group 2. Focusing on human trafficking protections, and of others I have outlined, this is mostly about trafficking and exploitation of people and looking to further protect some of the most vulnerable people in our society. I don't intend to take very long to speak on this group, you'll be glad to know, as the majority has been covered by the Chair and other members of the committee. But I do want to touch upon a few things and highlight some areas which I believe needs to have some further work and focus, especially in the next mandate. On Clause 16, we had long discussions on the effect of it and the extension of the statutory assistance and support provided under Section 18 of the 2015 Act to adult potential victims of slavery, servitude or forced or compulsory labour, where there is no element of trafficking. The support to such victims has been in place in Northern Ireland since March 2016, but not as a statutory requirement. And we know a number of organisations raised that this could be extended, as we'd heard that despite victims of human trafficking in Northern Ireland experience destitution and homelessness despite a positive national referral mechanism outcome. We have, however, heard a mix of positions on whether or not to make legislative change, and if that's needed, what that could be or look like. And there were many discussions on social security support, and it's my understanding that the committee or Minister for Justice cannot legislate on. So I'd encourage the Minister for Communities to investigate what can be done in her department on provision of social security support. The amendment the committee has in number 12 is based on need. Now, whilst the department does have flexibility currently and does provide support, this is explicitly writing this down on primary legislation of support being based on need, and it should not be the end. And I do encourage, like Migration Justice Project requested, that the department consults on how better to practically administer support in the post-NRM stage based on the individual's need. To the amendments in the Chair, Mr Newton and Mr Weir's names, I'm a bit surprised to see these tables. We didn't get a chance to discuss it, and I appreciate timing is always an issue when it's coming to consideration stage. But it's my understanding that 14 and 15 are mutually exclusive to 13, and it would be up to members to make a decision between them. So I know that Mr Weir has provided explanation, but what is the rationale for creating a 12-month base if the committee amendment is based on need? Surely support should be given to people based on need. And I understand the concept of having a minimum floor, as it were. But if someone does not need support after 12 months, do we have a situation like others have touched upon where they have to continue receiving it under 14? And what if they're out of the country? What if they're no longer in Northern Ireland? How does that work with 14? Is that good practice? Committee did discuss and deliberate these issues and settled on a needs-based approach, which is what I believe we have in Amendment 12. And I know that the Department does have discretion and does exercise it, but for me, 12 makes that much more specific. And I suppose I would ask if the members tabling the amendments have considered in the most crude way, and I'd not want for me to make these kind of comments, but what's the potential impacts of public money expenditure of 14? To Amendment 15, Mr Speaker, I'm still at a loss of what this does and why it's been tabled, and I would happily take an intervention from any of the movers of the amendment to explain what gap it does indeed close. On Amendment 17, I fully support this committee amendment, and I'm glad to see it being debated today on future protective measures for victims of slavery and trafficking. We have not mentioned specifically only risk orders and notices on the bill, and I do welcome the commitment for the Department to consult, albeit again, on them before the end of this mandate. But there is work here to be done in terms of looking at their effectiveness for Northern Ireland, especially recognising the cross-border issues and learning from the experiences in the rest of Great Britain. This is therefore an enabling provision, much like we did in the Domestic Abuse Act for the protection orders and notices. And finally, to Amendment 16 on the Class A's, I will be supporting this amendment which provide adequate protection for victims of this emerging form of exploitation to extend the statutory defence on exploitation to include Class A drugs. It makes no sense to differentiate or have any uncertainty over the application of the non-punishment principle. And we heard this from the Migration Justice Project, who pointed to us that having this gap in law does not meet the Organisation for Security and Cooperation in Europe and UN Special Rapporteur's advice on the non-punishment principle, given the finite number of offences to which it applies. And I have to thank them for their excellent briefings and information provided to committee throughout this process, which was of great assistance. So I do also hope that members will agree with me that we need to decriminalise fully drugs in our society, given it's a healthcare matter and rather than one that should rest with the criminal justice system. So I welcome debate on that in the future. And I would like to finish this section, Mr Speaker, with some things that were not brought forward by committee but are relevant to these amendments and could be picked up at a later stage, perhaps in Part 2, and support and assistance for those who are victims of trafficking and modern slavery. A number of organisations had stated that the statutory defence does not provide a remedy for recognised victims who have prior convictions in relating to exploitation related to prostitution, which is making it extremely difficult for trafficked women to exit prostitution and move into mainstream employment, even if they are recognised as being trafficked. And after questioning officials, it became clear that the number affected here in Northern Ireland is likely to be no more than 50, given that prostitution has not been an offence since 2015, but it is something that is worthwhile looking at, Mr Speaker. The National Referral Mechanism is also a framework for identifying and referring potential victims of modern slavery and ensuring that they receive appropriate support, and we've had that discussion throughout Clause 16. And on associated amendments that we're debating in this group. And we're looking at expanding support available for those with a positive decision. But we also had to look at what happens to those who are assessed under the NRM but get a negative grounds decision. We did discuss a possible amendment, but it was stated that there is no appeal mechanism, but the only option for someone to challenge that kind of decision is through a judicial review. So I hope that this is something that can be looked at in the Department's Modern Slavery and Action Plan. And finally, on family reunion rights, we know this sits with Westminster as it falls under immigration, but I do want to urge all the executive ministers to make representations to the UK Government on the need for safe and legal routes for family reunions for victims of trafficking and asylum seekers in Northern Ireland. There are a number of well-known issues with asylum claims, their backlog and the process of seeking asylum and refuge in Northern Ireland, and they must be determined without undue delay. Mr Speaker, that concludes my remarks on Group 2. Thank you.
Thank the member for that. And I now call the Minister of Justice, Naomi Long. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I will speak to the amendments in this group as they appear on the marshalled list. The committee has brought forward 2 proposed amendments to Clause 16 relating to the support for victims of trafficking and exploitation. These proposed amendments are twofold, proposing to amend the existing discretionary power afforded to the Department to support those who are seeking a conclusive grounds determination under the National Referral Mechanism. The first proposed amendment, Amendment number 12, seeks to specify that support can be provided beyond the 45 days specified in the Act. The second proposed amendment, Amendment number 13, seeks to place a duty on the Department to provide support following a positive conclusive grounds decision under the NRM process for a period of 12 months or less if not required. Mr Speaker, the existing provisions in the legislation already give the Department the power to provide support to a victim or potential victim beyond the time specified in the legislation for such times as the Department considers it necessary. In practice, the Department has continued to provide support beyond 45 days until the NRM process has reached a decision on conclusive grounds. The Department has also continued to provide support beyond a positive decision in a number of cases where the Department assessed that this was necessary. I believe that introducing a specified period of time is unnecessary and may mistakenly be seen by some as meaning this provision must be provided for 12 months. That would have significant resource implications given the sharp rise in the number of potential victims of trafficking in this current year and the pressure that that creates on existing budgets. The Department will continue to provide support where this is necessary, but there is a danger that a specified period of 12 months could create a perception that there is blanket provision of support for all, regardless of assessed need. I am satisfied that the Department's discharge of its duties to provide support under the existing provisions is appropriate and flexible enough to ensure that victims and potential victims are given adequate support in line with our resources. However, I am mindful of the Committee's concerns regarding the provision of appropriate support of vulnerable people who have been trafficked in their transitioning back to normal life, and on that basis I am prepared to support this amendment. Moving now to Amendments 14 and 15, which are competing amendments to Clause 16 that have been brought forward by Mr Story and his party colleagues on the committee. These amendments conflict with those brought forward on and behalf of the committee. The first of these, Amendment 14, would go further than Amendment 12 proposed by the committee, as it would require the Department to provide support post a conclusive grounds decision for at least 12 months. This would remove any element of discretion from the Department and would mean that there is no assessment of need or power to cease to provide support where it is no longer needed. Mr Speaker, I am opposed to this amendment. The amendment would encourage victims to remain on the support provided by the Department for at least 12 months, not on the basis of need, but because of a blanket provision that the amendment provides. The wording in the amendment also opens up the prospect of support having to be provided on an open-ended basis through the inclusion of the words at least 12 months. That is irrespective of need. I argue that that would not be a good use of limited public funds, which should be targeted on the basis of need. It could also lead to double payment in circumstances that I described in earlier interventions, where someone may have moved beyond the need for support, be in paid employment, but perhaps be in receipt of in-work benefits, and also then entitled to this payment from the Department for at least 12 months. This is a disincentive for victims to seek to move towards what we all desire, which is a new life, one that is stable, and it may also open up the possibility of abuse of the system of support. There is no uniformity in the circumstances of victims of trafficking. Each case has its own unique needs, and the flexibility of the existing provisions, and indeed the provisions which have been proposed by the committee, gives the Department the ability to tailor support to those needs. In recent years, this support, after a conclusive grounds decision, has not been required in every case for as long a period as 12 months. Where additional support has been required, however, the Department has not been found wanting. The case of Lucas, as outlined by the member for North Down, is of course a concerning case. However, I would stress that someone in those circumstances, as described by the member, would already be supported by the Department if they were made aware of his circumstances. Support is already provided well in excess of the statutory limits as a matter of discretion. There are a number of ways forward for some victims of trafficking when they leave the NRM process. Some will be able to find employment and begin the process of rebuilding their lives. Some may be seeking asylum under that system, and they may be able to avail of the benefit system for a range of support. As I have already said, the discretionary support provided by the Department is there to help those victims who may need help to bridge the gaps until such time as they are able to move forward. Also, this amendment would have significant resource implications, as the increase in potential victims seeking to enter the NRM has risen sharply this year, with many claiming to have been exploited or trafficked in third countries where it is not easy to verify any such claim. It is not the case that this would apply to a small number of victims. It could potentially reach into the hundreds if people seek to claim that they are in that situation. The Department will, of course, continue to support those who are given a conclusive grounds decision based on need. But the outworking of this amendment, if enacted, would be that the Department would have to provide support to a much larger number, even when not required. As I noted earlier, the Department has not been found wanting in providing support generously and judiciously where there is need. And so this proposed amendment would take away the discretionary power of the Department to support victims of trafficking who are most in need. The consequence of that may be, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we end up affording support to people who do not need it at the expense of actually targeting our resources at catching those responsible for trafficking in the first place. So it is not an open-ended pot of money that is available. We need to ensure, as with all public spend, that it is targeted at the right people. None of us are in dispute here in this chamber today about the need to support victims of trafficking and to do so in a way that is proportionate to their need. There is no dispute in that, but it has to be proportionate to need and not an open-ended undertaking. The second amendment proposed by Mr Story and his party colleagues, Amendment 15, doesn't appear to add anything to the existing provisions in Section 18 of the 2015 Act, and I therefore oppose that amendment on those grounds. I am sympathetic to the Committee's Amendment number 16, which is also to Clause 16 of the Bill, and which seeks to widen the statutory defence for trafficking and exploitation offences to include Class A drugs. As this is in line with the equivalent provisions that apply in other jurisdictions in the UK, I support the amendment and recognise that Class A, as well as other classes of drugs, can indeed be used to coerce an individual, and it is right that we should not find people guilty where they have undertaken actions as a result of coercive control. The last of the amendments to Part 2 of the bill is Amendment 17, which introduces a new clause to the bill to allow the Department to introduce measures by regulations within 24 months of the commencement of the bill to protect a person from slavery or trafficking. I am supportive of the amendments relating to the provision of powers for the Department to introduce those additional measures. This amendment will facilitate any changes to the existing legislation that may be brought forward following consultation on slavery trafficking risk orders and duty to notify provisions which are subject to a consultation exercise due to launch shortly. I am aware that there has been pressure to introduce STROs from some of those who made submissions to the committee, and I am also aware that this may have been the desire of some in the committee. I do believe that the amendment as drafted, however, allows the Department to conclude the consultation exercise and take a decision based on the best evidence on the issue, and I support the amendment on that basis. Mr Speaker, that brings my remarks on the amendments in Group 2 to a conclusion, and again want to take the opportunity to express my gratitude to the committee for the very detailed consideration its members have given to the entire bill. I appreciate the committee's desire to make this legislation as robust and wide-reaching as possible, but I also welcome their genuine intention to support vulnerable individuals in our community and to work closely with my department to ensure that this bill is able to make it to its conclusion within this mandate. That has been my goal since becoming Minister of Justice, and I consider it a major achievement to have brought this bill to and through consideration stage. This is the last of 5 justice bills that have been progressed by this mandate. It has been a challenging programme of legislation, but the amendments to the bill that have been brought forward today, I believe, will make our community safer through a further strengthening of existing law and the introduction of new offences. The bill represents the last piece of legislation in a suite of bills aimed at providing greater protection across our community from those who seek to blight people's lives through demeaning, controlling, coercive, threatening or aggressive behaviour, through stalking and through sexual and domestic abuse. I look forward to a time, Mr Deputy Speaker, when such behaviours are no longer a cause for concern. We are not there yet. There is much work still to be done, but I believe that the bill as it stands today, and as I trust it will stand when amended, will be a good step forward in that work.
I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice, Mr Mervyn Story, to wind.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And first of all, can I thank all the members and the Minister for the contributions to the debate on Group 2 amendments, in particular those who spoke in support of the committee amendments, including the Minister. As indicated earlier, the committee is happy to work with the Department on any proposed minor technical or drafting amendments for further consideration stage that improve the amendments that would have brought forward today, assuming that they are made. And I think it is worth remembering that this part of the bill and these amendments aim to provide the support and assistance to some of the most vulnerable people in our society who have been subjected to some of the most horrendous crimes. In relation to the committee amendments 12 and 13, and also to those tabled in the name of myself and my colleagues 14 and 15, I think that what you can say is that there is a clear consensus amongst members that victims should be provided with the support and the services they require and deserve. I think the difficulty for us, and I do take the point that has been made by Rachel Woods, it was probably just one of the reflections of the pressure of time, that when you get to this point in a mandate, when you get to this point in a piece of legislation of this magnitude, there is more that you could have probably taken time to have further explored. But I think that that is one of the indications of how we just need to be cautious and careful in the way that we approach these things. However, having that said, I want to, and I say this as a member, not as the chair, but I do want other members to be assured of this. This is not a party political issue. This is not something which is on the basis of trying to, as I said earlier, trying to be clever or to undermine the department or to be in any way clever with playing with this bill. It is to genuinely ensure, and I take the comments, and I'll come to those in a minute or two, that the Minister has made, that there is genuine support that is given, that, and I think that there is a consensus right across the House, but the difference of opinion relates to which amendment, whether it's 13 or 14, does this the best, and it will be decided by this House this evening, and we leave that issue with members to decide, and then we will look at the bill as it then progresses to its further consideration stage. Obviously, as Chair of the committee, I appreciate the support of the members and the Minister for the committee's amendments, and I trust that we will be able to continue to work to ensure that we see delivery in relation to these issues. Turning to the other committee amendments, 16 and 17, I welcome the support across the House for both these amendments, and we will, I trust, enhance protection as described by Sinead Bradley. I think it will provide the foundation stone for the STROs, but also for other protective measures to be brought forward by the Department with a set time frame, given the delays that have been experienced in relation to the provision of STROs to date. I conclude, Mr. Deputy Speaker, just with a few comments as a member of the House. And I want to, again, just maybe go back to the points that have been made in relation to the amendments that are tabled in my name. And the Minister made a comment, and I think I want to just maybe address this in regards to the support provided with Amendment 14. And I think I want to stress it would be provided on the basis of assessed need, not because we say that, but because of what is in Section 18.5 of the Trafficking Bill that was published and passed in this House in 2015. So the level of support would be proportional to what a victim needs. So I think contrary, yes, I will give, if you just let me make this point. So contrary to the Minister's point, victims wouldn't be getting double, more than they need, at the expense of others who might need more. So that members who will have to make a choice and a decision in relation to this are clear that that's the intent. It's not just because we have put it in the amendment, but it relates to 18.5 of the Human Trafficking Bill 2015. Minister.
I accept the member in terms of his integrity in bringing forward the amendment, but I believe that the member is reading this incorrectly. The requirement to provide support for at least 12 months cuts across the need case. So you are correct in that we could reduce the level of support, but we could not remove support from any victim within 12 months, even if we have the proof that that is no longer needed. And you're right that the previous legislation set that in place, that it was a needs-based test. But by saying that it becomes a date-based test, which is what you're introducing in your amendment, the needs-based is overridden. So essentially, we haven't got the opportunity to say this person no longer needs support. We will stop. Within 12 months, they are entitled to that support, irrespective of whether it's needed or not. And that is the challenge, which is why I prefer the amendment from committee, which allows us to do that and gives us the discretion to continue it for as long as the member, I think, would wish, and certainly as long as the department would seek was absolutely necessary.
Yeah, and I thank the Minister for that, although I think we still have a difference of interpretation in regards to this. It's interesting that the Government of Westminster, when they, and my colleague Peter Weir, and I don't want to labour this point because I don't want to give anyone the impression that somehow this is not about anything other than ensuring that we are making the best possible provision for the needs of those who are trafficked and find themselves in this horrendous situation. But it was interesting that in the Government at Westminster, when they recently acknowledged that, and it was in regards to those who receive a positive conclusive grounds decision and are in need of tailored support, will receive appropriate individualised support for a minimum of 12 months. And I suppose the point was made by my colleague, if that is applicable to victims in England and Wales, then I think it is also applicable to victims in Northern Ireland. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I conclude my comments. The amendments are before the House, and as always, that then will determine what will be the outcome of this piece of legislation at this stage, and we look forward to how we'll finally shape this bill at further consideration stage. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Principal Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, members, we'll work our way through the various amendments here. Amendment 12, proposed to clause 16, page 20, line 6, to insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 12 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 13, which has already been debated, I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice, Mr Mervyn Storey, to formally move Amendment 13.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to clause 16, page 20, line 6, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 13 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. I think, judging by this, the ayes. No. No. Okay. Okay, members, if we clear the lobbies, the question will be put in 3 minutes. I would again remind you that we should continue to uphold social distancing and that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come to the chamber. Thank you. Okay, members, before I put the question, I would again remind those members present that, if possible, it would be preferable if we could avoid a division. Anyway, the question is that Amendment 13 be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. 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 Okay, do we have tellers? Members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Stuart Dixon and John Blair. Tellers for the noes are Peter Weir and Mervyn Storey. Before the Assembly divides, I just wish to remind you that, as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote in their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and shouldn't enter the lobbies. I remind again all members of the requirement for social distancing while divisions take place, and ask you to ensure that you retain at least a 2-metre gap between yourself and other people when moving around the chamber or the rotunda, and especially in the lobbies. And please be patient at all times, observe the signage and follow the instructions of the lobby clerks. If we clear the lobbies, the Assembly will divide ayes to my right and noes to my left. Okay, can we secure the doors, please? Thanks. Okay, members, could you resume your seats, please? All right, Clerk, could you read the result, please?
83 members voted, 46 members voted aye, 37 members voted no. The amendment is made.
The amendment is made. Thank you. I will not call Amendment 14 as it is mutually exclusive with Amendment 13, which has just been made. We now move to Amendment 15, which has already been debated, and I call Peter Weir to move formally Amendment 15, please. Amendment proposed to Clause 16, page 20, line 6, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 15 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Okay. Okay, members, just for clarity to see if this needs to go to a vote, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Okay. Pardon? No, calling for a vote. Aye. Are you okay? Oh, you don't want? Okay, right. All right. Right. Okay, and finally, for the purposes then, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Okay. The noes have it then. The noes have it. Now, we move then to Amendment 16, which has already been debated, and I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice, Mr Mervyn Story, to formally move Amendment 16. Moved. Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 16, page 20, line 12, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 16 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 16, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clause 17 stand part. No amendments have been tabled. Clause 17. The question is that Clause 17 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 17 has already been debated, and I call the Chair of the Committee for Justice, Mervyn Story, to formally move Amendment 17, please. Moved. Amendment proposed after Clause 17, insert new clause, protective measures for victims of slavery or trafficking, as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 17 be made and the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clauses 18 and 19 to stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 18 and 19. I propose by leave of the Assembly to group these clauses for question on stand part. There being no objections, the question is that clauses 18 and 19 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 18 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice, Mrs Naomi Long, to formally move Amendment 18.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed after Clause 19, insert new clause, consent to harm for sexual gratification is no defence, as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 18 be made and the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 19 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice, Mrs Naomi Long, to formally move Amendment 19.
So moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed after Clause 19, insert new clause, offence of non-fatal strangulation or asphyxiation, as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 19 be made and the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clause 20 to stand part. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 20. The question is that Clause 20 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 20 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice, Mrs Naomi Long, to formally move Amendment 20, please.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 21, page 21, line 20, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 20 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clause 20 as amended stand part. The question is that clause 21 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clause 22 to stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clause 22. The question is that clause 22 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Schedules 1 and 2 to stand part. No amendments have been tabled to Schedules 1 and 2. I propose by leave of the Assembly to group these schedules for question on stand part. There being no objections, the question is that the Schedules 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 21 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice, Mrs Naomi Long, to formally move Amendment 21, please.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 3, page 27, line 18. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 21 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. So, that has been made. Amendment 22 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice, Mrs Naomi Long, to formally move Amendment 22.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 3, page 27, line 33. Leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 22 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Schedule 3 as amended stand part. The question is that Schedule 3 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Okay. Amendment 23 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice, Mrs Naomi Long, to formally move Amendment 23, please.
So moved.
Amendment proposed after Schedule 3, insert new schedule, offence of non-fatal strangulation or asphyxiation, consequential amendments, as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 23 be made and the new schedule added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Okay. Amendment 24 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice, Mrs Naomi Long, to formally move Amendment 24, please.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to the long title, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 24 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay. And then the long title is amended. The question is that the long title as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. And that concludes the consideration stage of the Justice, Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker now. Thank you. So if members just take their ease while we move to the next item of business. Thanks, Deputy. Thank you. Members, we now move to the consideration stage of the Betting, Gaming, Lotteries and Amusement Amendment Bill, and I call the Minister for Communities, Ms Deirdre Hargey, to formally move the bill. Éireann Sarah Iron a Bubble, Deirdre Hargey, Leishan Villa a Waller, the Hall.
I beg to move.
Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional groupings of amendments select list, or selected list even. There's a single group of amendments which contains 6 amendments dealing with measures to limit and address problem gambling, and opposition to clauses 2 and 6 stand part. I would remind members intending to speak that during the debate on the single group, they should address the amendments and the opposition to clauses stand part on which they wish to comment. Once the debate is completed, any further amendments in the group will be moved formally as we go through the bill, and the question on each will be put without further debate. The questions on stand part will be taken at the appropriate points in the bill. If that's clear, then we'll now proceed. In regard to clause 1, stand part, no amendments have been tabled to clause 1. So the question is that clause 1 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. We now move then to the single group amendments, and that's the group for debate which concerns opposition to clauses 2 and 6 stand part, and 6 amendments. Within this group, Amendment 3 is mutually exclusive to Amendment 2, and I call Mr Jim Allister to address his opposition to clause 2 and address the other opposition to clause stand part and the amendments in the group, please.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My continuing disappointment with this legislation is that though it is acknowledged that there is a very invasive and disturbing level of gambling addiction in Northern Ireland, this is a bill which does nothing to address that. It's a bill which came to this House without even any public health assessment as to its impact. And though we have a rising tide of oppressive gambling addiction, which is putting a huge cost on various services and visiting immense hardship to many families, because like any addiction, it doesn't just affect the person addicted, it affects the household and family where they live. And undoubtedly, there are many men and women whose addiction to gambling is inflicting upon their families huge difficulties, costs, anguish and hardship. And therefore, when you approach a bill such as that, which has no provisions to set out a strategy or to seek to regulate gambling for those who face these gambling harms, it is very disappointing and very striking that the first and foremost thing that this bill does is to widen the availability of betting shop gambling across the province. In that, it now makes it a 7-day-a-week opportunity, increases at a stroke the access levels of 17%. And it is that which I believe is the most detrimental aspect of this bill. It is only through proper regulation and proper control, not the liberalising of gambling laws, that we stand any chance of tackling this issue. And so that is why, because clauses 2 and 6 are those which throw open the gates of every day to betting shop facilities, that I am indicating my opposition to those clauses. That opposition is not a sabbatarian issue. It is an issue pertaining to the fact that we are embracing an extra 17% availability within a sector which is causing huge, huge harm. So, yes, of course it's right that our present legislation is significantly out of date, not fit for purpose, but it's most disappointing in those circumstances that this bill therefore fails to advance any meaningful protection for those who suffer from gambling and who will now just be able to suffer, who will now suffer more because of the further liberalisation of the issue. It's not as if the committee and others weren't without evidence on this matter. Public Health Agency, in their correspondence of the 9th of December last, was very clear. Their letter from the Chief Executive. However, increased opening hours within the proposed draft bill could exacerbate financial pressures for families, which include those with problem gambling. PHA's response to specific clauses within the draft bill, they say, Clause 2, opening of licensed offices on Sunday and Good Friday. PHA would highlight concerns that increased availability of gambling through additional opening hours may exacerbate existing harms. Weekend opening will increase the accessibility of gambling to a wider proportion of society, such as working-age adults, children and young people. Now, I don't think there's anyone who's going to challenge the fact that in Northern Ireland we have this unacceptably high level of gambling addiction. The survey from 2016, which so seems to stand, indicates there's as many as 40,000 people in that category. That's a phenomenal coterie of individuals. And it's not just 40,000 individuals, as already alluded, it's 40,000 families in many cases. And that is a huge issue. And yet the approach of this bill is to make it easier, to make more facilities, to therefore increase that number inevitably, I would say, going forward. And that is a huge disappointment, I have to say. And that is why I say to this House, we need to stop and think, and we need to stop and think, are we doing the right thing in liberalising laws by increasing the availability in circumstances where we're doing nothing else, really, of any substance to tackle this problem? So, for those reasons, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do say to this House that gambling, which is ruining so many lives, is not something that we should be making easier and more widely available. It is something that we should be regulating, not liberalising. And for that reason, I oppose clauses 2 and 6.
And I now call the Chairperson of the Committee for Communities, Ms Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am going to firstly set out some remarks on behalf of the committee, and then I'll go on to talk about clauses 4 and 5, or sorry, Amendment 4 and 5, on behalf of myself and my party colleagues. So firstly then, Mr Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Committee for Communities, I welcome the consideration stage of this bill. With your indulgence, before I turn to the amendments, I'd like to say a few words about the committee's scrutiny of the bill and some of the wider issues we considered. In response to its call for evidence, the committee received 51 responses from a diverse range of organisations, businesses, government bodies, researchers and individuals. These included from bookmakers, bingo halls, public health bodies, PSNI, church representatives, charities, the All-Party Group on Gambling and sports associations. We held 12 oral evidence sessions and considered the bill at 11 meetings, concluding with the formal clause by clause on the 25th of January 2022. We explored the range of issues raised in the written and oral evidence with departmental officials through oral briefings and written responses. The committee also held a Zoom event organised by the Assembly Engagement Team with an invited group of under 18s to discuss the potential impact of the bill on young people, and we found the views expressed very informative. As a result of the deliberations, the committee requested amendments to clauses 9 and 14, and we thank the Minister for taking these forward. We also requested significant amendments to the explanatory and financial memorandum regarding clauses 8, 11 and the schedule to ensure better explanation of forms of payment and as to what does or does not constitute payment to participate in a prize draw or competition. We also requested amendments to the draft Code of Practice, and I will come to these in more detail shortly. We all know that this bill is limited in scope, and we all know that a much wider overhaul of regulatory controls on gambling is long overdue, as the 1985 order has remained largely unchanged, even though gambling habits and access to gambling has drastically changed. Phase 1 of reform is the bill before us now. Among other things, it will amend certain aspects of the order, including the opening days of licensed bookmakers and bingo halls, the rules on society lotteries, the granting of certain licences, the operation of promotional prize competitions, the definition of cheating, and the enforceability of gambling contracts. The bill also enables a financial levy to be imposed on the gambling industry and the issue of mandatory codes of practice. We know that Phase 2 will be a much larger piece of work to revamp the law completely, and a future bill will likely be the largest bill ever to come before this Assembly and will consider the issues of regulation, online gambling and wider protections of children and young people. Mr Deputy Speaker, given the limited scope of the bill, the committee was very keen to consider, as far as possible, the wider and long-term issues that were brought to us in written and oral evidence. Many of these issues were pertinent to the second phase of reforms or touched on reserved matters, and so we made a substantial number of comments and recommendations in our report on the bill. I'm sure you've all read these, but it's worth highlighting a few of these today. Our concerns about the lack of substantial data gathering on the gambling industry and its impact on the economy, on public health, and on children and young people. Our concerns that the school curriculum lacks sufficient education and awareness raising of gambling and its harms. The need to build on the recommendations of the all-party group on gambling-related harm, and our concerns regarding advertising of gambling. In terms of a gambling regulator for Northern Ireland, the committee, after consideration, stopped short of pursuing an enabling clause in the bill. We did, however, recommend that for the second phase of reforms, the Department revisits all possible options and the rules and functions of such regulators in other jurisdictions. Turning now to the opposition that Clause 2 and 6 stand part of the bill and to the other proposed amendments. Regarding Clause 2 and 6, the majority of the committee supports that these clauses stand part of the bill. The committee divided on both clauses, ayes 5 and noes 3. The division was due to concerns around the public health advice that had been received by the committee relating to providing any additional hours for gambling. Members who supported the clause also expressed concern regarding the public health evidence, but supported the clause from the viewpoints of dealing with the current imbalance between land-based and online gambling and bingo, which can operate 24/7, 365 days a year, and to bringing these premises into line with counterparts who are operating at Sunday fixtures, at dog tracks and race courses. Mr Deputy Speaker, the rights of workers who have to work in these premises was considered, and officials assured the committee that the Minister has the agreement of the then Economy Minister that those workers will receive the same rights as those already in post at racetracks or amusement arcades on a Sunday. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee supports Amendment 1, the Minister's amendment to Clause 9, Rules for Society Lotteries. Based on the evidence it received in relation to the ticket price limit for society lotteries, the committee requested that the Minister increase this to a suitable level, and the Minister proposed to increase in the maximum ticket price from £1 to £100. The committee supports this amendment. The committee had been somewhat concerned that societies may attempt to run fewer highly priced lotteries that would exclude those with less money to spend. However, members were reassured that the 1985 order contains existing powers in Article 137 to vary frequency of lotteries and the power to amend amounts if needed, to prohibit societies from running too many draws with tickets at or close to the upper limit of the proposed £100. In their submissions, the committee, sports clubs and charities highlighted that they rely on the income generated from the sale of these tickets, and the removal of the £1 ticket price was welcomed. The Chartered Institute of Fundraising highlighted that society lotteries raise much needed income for good causes. Mr Deputy Speaker, Amendments 2 and 3 focus on the industry levy. It was highlighted to the committee that a levy on the gambling industry is considered international best practice to fund problem gambling, prevention, treatment, education and research. The committee supports that such a levy would go towards addressing the issue of problem gambling to further provide a better funded treatment programme, including debt and money management coaching. However, members were concerned about the wording of the clause around which groups would be consulted on the levy and requested an amendment which was accepted by the Minister. This amendment will ensure that the Department consults with persons who have suffered from or been affected by addiction to gambling or other forms of harm or exploitation associated with gambling, persons who have experience or knowledge of issues relating to such addiction, harm or exploitation, and also with the gambling industry. Also, to further bolster Clause 14, the Department agreed to the Committee's request to enhance the explanatory and financial memorandum concerning reference to the levy being used for education, research and treatment. In terms of the designs of the levy, the model in New Zealand was highlighted as good practice to the Committee. We recommended in our report that research and consultation is carried out by the Department in terms of how the levy is to be calculated and administered. Mr Deputy Speaker, Amendments 4 and 5 focus on Clause 15. The Committee did not seek any amendments to Clause 15 and therefore has no committee position on the amendments proposed. However, it is worthwhile highlighting the discussions and agreements that the Committee sought on the Code or Codes of Practice. Firstly, the Minister is well aware that the Committee was not at all satisfied with being asked to agree this enabling clause for a mandatory code or codes of practice before such codes are even close to being finalised. The committee stage was completed before the 6-week focus consultation on the first draft code was complete. The first consultation is then to be followed by a longer consultation and the finalised draft codes of practice. The committee deliberated at length on a range of concerns brought to its attention on the code generally by stakeholders on the first draft of the code, and we sought assurances on a range of issues pertaining to the codes and the consultation process. In response to these issues, the committee sought and got agreement from the Department to enhance the current draft code in a range of areas, including use of higher stakes gaming machines by under 18s, and that the Department amends the draft code to ensure it states that a notice should be placed on the machine if possible, and if not, as close to the machine as possible, stating that it is for over 18 use only, and that the draft code of practice includes advice for premises with gaming machines, and that the Department review its gaming machines leaflet and draft code of practice with a view to enhancing safety for under 18s regarding signage on doors, machines, situation of machines, etc., and encouraging premises owners to be responsible and think 21. The committee deliberated on a number of other issues that we concluded were best dealt with in the code or codes, including spending limits in gambling premises, self-exclusion and affordability checks. To include such issues in the bill may have had a detrimental effect, pushing people into illegal gambling or for problem gamblers to go undetected by visiting numerous bookmakers. Mr Deputy Speaker, I note that Amendment 5 deals with breaches to the code. In relation to breaches and compliance, the committee has requested that the codes and the Department's website highlight an email address where members of the public can send complaints. If a criminal offence is being alleged, the Department will refer to the PSNI. Depending on the nature of the complaint, the Department will write to the operator, enclosing a copy of the code and reminding them of their responsibilities. And in exceptional or persistent cases, the Department will lodge an objection to the licence. The Committee also recommended that the legislation regarding fixed odds betting terminals is reviewed thoroughly by the Department in preparation for Phase 2 reforms, and in the meantime that the code or codes of practice deal with this matter as fully as possible. Mr Deputy Speaker, I note that Amendment 6 proposes a new clause 15A and a ban on credit cards. During deliberations, the Committee did consider the matter of a ban on the use of credit cards. However, after discussion with officials, it was felt this was better placed in the Code of Practice. Mr Deputy Speaker, before I finish this part, I would just like to highlight that the Committee also deliberated at length on Clause 8 and 11 and the connected schedule. We focused on the two key issues of promotional prize draws and prize competitions, as members wished it to be clear that companies can include Northern Ireland residents in such draws and competitions. Agreement was reached with the Department to enhance the EFM and schedule with fuller explanations of the intentions of the law, and general examples and a leaflet will be compiled on prize draws to set out more detailed work examples to provide additional material with clearly worked examples. The Committee would of course have wished to see a more ambitious bill in this mandate, but we're also keen to see the outcome of reviews of gambling legislation in neighbouring jurisdictions to see what the impacts will be for Northern Ireland and to inform the second phase of reforms here. On behalf of the Committee, I'd like to record our sincere thanks to all those who provided evidence to the Committee and to express gratitude to the young people who participated in a Zoom-focused group for taking the time to engage with us at a busy time in their academic year. Thanks must also go to departmental officials who worked well with us to ensure a flow of timely information to allow the Committee to meet its tight deadline for reporting. Finally, thanks should go to the Bill Office staff and the Committee Office team, who have all worked so diligently to get this to the Chamber today. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll now then go on to speak. You'll be very glad to hear on Amendment 4 and 5. So on Amendment 4, Mr Speaker, if a code of practice is to have any value, then it needs to be enforceable. A code of practice cannot just be a document that outlines what the Department deems to be best practice for the gambling industry. It needs to have robust statutory underpinning that brings with it meaningful sanction. Unfortunately, the draft code of practice presented to the Committee falls woefully short of what is required. Amendment 4 is a short amendment, but potentially could provide a means to hold the gambling industry to account. The amendment is designed to alleviate the code of practice from simply a good practice guide to a document that, if breached in a serious or significant way, could lead to civil action on the part of the person harmed. Mr Speaker, a bookmaker owes a general duty of care to all its customers. That general duty of care is the same one that is owed by any business. All shops owe a duty of care to people who come to their premises to buy services or goods. But a bookmaker's shop is not like any other premises on the high street. The service that is sold within these premises is proven to be addictive, dangerous, and cause real and lasting harm in people's lives. That is why the duty of care owed by the gambling industry to its customers should be set at a higher standard. Mr Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Amendment 4 proposes a duty of care that is statutory. The amendment elevates the code of practice from a regulatory manual for the gambling industry to a document that must be followed by the industry, and if it is not adhered to, creates a potential civil harm for damages on the part of the person harmed. This amendment covers the whole of the code of practice, and if passed, a licence holder would be legally, not just morally, responsible for the harm they cause. This amendment would place a duty on the licence or permit holder to ensure they follow the code. The draft code was, as published by the Department at committee stage, outlines good practice for customer care. The code requires that training be provided to staff to identify customers who may be addicted, that licence holders take steps to ensure that affordability checks are in place and that people are able to self-exclude. On the face of it, the code seems like good advice on how a bookmaker's business should operate. But the code has one fatal flaw. Without meaningful sanction, the code is leaving the gambling industry to regulate itself. Mr Deputy Speaker, the reality is the gambling industry has failed time and time again to regulate itself. The gambling industry is incapable of putting in place simple measures to protect customers from gambling harm. This is because the gambling industry needs people to lose. It is not in the interest of gambling companies to stop people betting. Without meaningful sanction, I fear that licence holders will not take their obligations seriously. The journalist Aaron Rogan calls what the gambling industry does addiction by design. He has uncovered evidence that the gambling industry builds addiction into their service they offer. Mr Deputy Speaker, the gambling industry knowingly structures itself to promote addiction. Aaron Rogan recounts the story of one punter that he calls John. John decided to stop gambling and self-exclude, closed all of his accounts and believed he wanted to end his habit. A few weeks later, addiction got the better of him and he opened his account using the same name, address, phone number as before, the very detail he had excluded from gambling. He did use a different username, and the gambling company stated that this was a new username and did not trigger in their system. The reality is that for the gambling business, John's return was good for business. Within a matter of a week, John lost £30,000. Rather than looking into the reasons for such a large and rapid loss, John, who wanted to self-exclude, was made a VIP customer. When John's losses hit £60,000, affordability measures were triggered. This consisted of an email being sent to him that simply asked if he could afford his gambling. No account suspension, no check on his detail to see who he was and if he had attempted to stop before. John continued to be given free bets, inducements to gamble, free tickets to sports events and all expenses paid trips. All the time, John kept losing money. On 12 occasions, he triggered the internal warning indicators that the company had set up. On 12 occasions, nothing was done. He racked up losses, the gambling company stood by and collected their profit. Do we really think that this is an industry that can regulate itself? Gambling companies want people's money. They want them to lose. John is far from alone. Figures from the Gambling Commission show that almost 10% of people who have self-excluded have been induced to bet again. Mr Deputy Speaker, if the Code of Practice carried a duty of care to customers to actively help alleviate gambling harm, the duty would be enforceable in court. The losses suffered by people who tried to stop, who clearly couldn't afford their gambling habit, may well be recoverable against the bookie. This is potentially a groundbreaking amendment and would ensure that licence holders take the code seriously, because a breach of the code would potentially hit the bookie on the one place they do not like to be hit, and that is their pocket. The gambling industry doesn't often lose, but a duty of care could shift the burden from the customer to the people who are causing the problem, the industry. This, of course, is only one small step. What is needed are improved affordability checks, self-exclusion that results in that person being able to walk away for good, staff who are trained to help people who clearly need to stop. This amendment will not deliver that. Clearly, a regulator and greater regulation is needed. Mr Deputy Speaker, one thing is clear. The industry is incapable of self-regulation. This amendment is merely a small step towards ensuring people get some level of protection that is meaningful when they walk through the door of a bookmaker's shop. Moving on to Amendment 5, Mr Speaker, it is vital that any code of practice, if it is to be of use, must have some teeth. If it is to be meaningful and taken seriously by the industry, it must carry with it a sanction of any breaches. The Code of Practice, as proposed in the bill and as outlined in draft to the committee, falls woefully short of what is needed. Mr Deputy Speaker, the draft code contains no civil or criminal sanctions for any breach. It is merely an aspirational document. The draft code states the codes are intended to build on and support good practice already existing within the gambling industry and help the public more readily identify responsible and reputable gambling operators. In reading that introduction to the code, you might be forgiven for thinking that there is not a gambling problem in Northern Ireland, that the only issue here is a few rogue traders. We all know that is far from the truth. The draft code will do little to help alleviate the highest prevalence of gambling harm in the UK. Amendment 5 is by no means perfect, but it is a start. It is an attempt to make up for the lack of any sanction in the bill. If a licence or permit holder fails to uphold the code, the only proposed sanction is a breach that can be used as evidence in court to oppose the licence or permit being renewed. That simply is not good enough. There needs to be immediate sanction for a serious or repeated breaches of the code. The draft code itself presents its own problems. In the absence of a regulator who is going to ensure that the code is followed, will the department send out officials to inspect premises and ensure that proper signage is in place, that age verification is practised, that staff are properly trained to identify gambling harm and intervene if they are concerned about affordability? Even if the department is planning to properly inspect for compliance and enforce the code, the lack of ambition within the draft code is of particular concern. I spoke in Amendment 4 about the gambling industry's inability to self-regulate. This code will do little to increase public confidence that the industry will be regulated here. Mr Deputy Speaker, the draft code on marketing states marketing schemes which are designed to induce customers to gamble through incentives such as VIP programmes, free bets or spins, and free bonuses present wider societal risks. Therefore, these should always be avoided. Does this House seriously believe that without sanction, the gambling industry here are going to stop giving free bets? Are we to believe that if we just ask nicely, the scourge of VIP programmes and betting inducements will simply be stopped? Mr Deputy Speaker, this is just one part of the code, but it is endemic of the whole of the draft code. There seems to be some belief within the department that the gambling industry is doing okay, and all that is needed is some way to weed out the unscrupulous bookie. In relation to gambling harm, the code states, agents and staff should also receive training and guidance on how to interact with customers who may be at risk or already known to have developed a gambling programme. This training and guidance should include ways to discreetly signpost problem gamblers to relevant support services. The Department's plan for gambling harm is for people to be identified and then discreetly signposted to help. That is it. Would it not be better for the code to state that staff who identify affordability issues must not take money from that individual, that the gambling licence holder, having identified a person in the grip of gambling harm, must be proactive and exclude that person themselves? Never mind the draft code having no sanctions or breaches, the code itself will do little to reform the gambling industry. The reality is this: even if the code required the gambling industry to exclude people from facing gambling harm from their premises, they would not do it. As has already been stated, the gambling industry needs losers, and unless they are forced to exclude people and help them with their addiction through the threat of sanction, they will simply carry on doing what they've always done and ignore the issues of gambling harm. Amendment 5 does not provide a rigorous civil or criminal sanction for licence holders that breach the code, but at least it is a tool that could be employed against those licence holders that breach the code in a significant way or are guilty of multiple breaches. What Amendment 5 does is to allow for action to be taken before the licence or permit is renewed. If Amendment 5 is passed, the PSNI, a member of the public who has been harmed, the department, or even people who live in the vicinity of bookmaking premises could apply to the court to have the licence or permit revoked. This is not a perfect solution, but at least it offers some measures of redress. A licensed premises that continually exploits people who cannot afford to gamble should be sanctioned. A licence holder that allows a person who is asked to be excluded to place a bet should face legal redress. Premises that do not age verify customers and are casual in fulfilling their obligations to stop underage gambling should not have a licence. Amendment 5 seeks to give the power to a court to revoke or cancel a licence or a permit issued under the 1985 order for significant, continuing or multiple breaches of the Code. This would allow a person to apply to the court under Schedule 7 of the 1985 order to have a licence or permit revoked. Amendment 5 by no means goes far enough. Much more is needed. Not least a code that is meaningful needs to be produced, and I would urge the Minister to revisit the draft code and make significant change to it. Amendment 5 provides at least some means to force the industry to take the code seriously. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Agus na siadam Sir Anya Murphy. And I call Anya Murphy.
Gormy Agat, Las Collier, and I would firstly like to welcome this opportunity this evening to speak at the consideration stage of the Betting, Gaming, Lotteries and Amusements Bill. From the outset, I want to make clear that we all recognise that many enjoy the activity of betting and can conduct it within moderation, remaining responsible in doing so. However, we cannot underestimate or dress up the fact that urgent action is required in order to tackle problem gambling. Problem gambling has destroyed many lives, branching out and having a knock-on impact on families and loved ones. The north of Ireland has the highest rate of problem gambling compared to England, Scotland and Wales. The current gambling legislation is 37 years old and is not fit for purpose, nor does it reflect the changing trends that we have seen over recent years when it comes to gambling and betting. Due to the requirement for urgent reform, Minister Hargey has taken steps to begin that transformation of legislation here. This, of course, has been stated before and will be done as a two-phased approach. Everyone in this chamber recognises that legislation needs to be updated urgently, and that is clear from the engagement that we have had from parties at committee stage and also in terms of the amendments that have been tabled this evening. The Minister has stated on numerous occasions that this is only the first phase of transforming this legislation, and I therefore want to welcome her amendments. In terms of the ticket price limit for societies' lotteries, the committee requested that the Minister increase this to a suitable level based on the evidence that it received, and this request was taken forward by the Department and the Minister, which will increase the limit on a society lottery ticket to £100. And this will give many organisations and clubs a much-needed boost by way of increasing their revenue and helping them maintain their organisation for many years into the future. Likewise, the second amendment from the Minister also strengthens Clause 14 in adding additional substance to relevant definitions. And I want to take this opportunity, Las Collier, to thank Minister Hargey and her commitment to modernising betting and gambling laws here, as well as tackling the issues that surround gambling head-on. This bill before us today will begin to help strengthen and radically reform outdated legislation.
Agus na siadam Sir Mark Durkin hon cancha. I now call Mark Durkin.
The evidence, Mr Deputy Speaker, is unequivocal. Northern Ireland has the highest incidence rates of gambling-related harm right across these islands. It's estimated that there are around 40,000 people here that have problems with gambling. Vulnerable individuals and their families have been left almost 4 decades without updated, fit-for-purpose legislation. The failure to advance meaningful protections for people suffering from gambling addiction to date, the consequences of which has devastated countless lives, is unacceptable. I've outlined previously, at the previous stage, as have others, my disappointment at a perceived lack of ambition or substance within this bill. Essentially, it's legislation without much bite. The lack of provisions around regulation are particularly disheartening. However, we do recognise the limitations caused by a truncated mandate and do support this bill as a first step and an important step towards dealing with problem gambling. And we look forward to the next mandate, hopefully, and working on the next bill should we get the opportunity to do so. I'll touch on the amendments, obviously, before us today. The Chair has detailed much of the deliberations of committee. We had extensive consultation, listening to evidence from a wide range of groups and individuals. I'll start by speaking to Amendment 2, tabled in my name. I won't be moving the amendment today, but I would just like to take this opportunity to outline the intent behind it. Until a more robust levy could be considered, I thought it was important to have this on the face of the bill, and placing an obligation on licence holders to pay a levy of 1% annual gross gambling yield, meaning that gambling companies must pay this contribution towards healthcare costs to address gambling-related harm and get help to those who need it as soon as possible. 1% doesn't begin to scratch the surface of what is needed, but it will provide more than the current provision of £30,000 per year paid to gambling-related research projects and treatment programmes, as confirmed by the Turf Guardians Association at committee. The Department estimates that we would need somewhere in the realm of £23 million per annum to adequately address the problem or the issue of problem gambling. In that context, that 30,000 figure is peanuts. I'm acutely aware that my amendment isn't perfect. If I wasn't aware of it before, I'm certainly aware of it now, following meetings with officials and the Minister, but I believe it would have been a start. Clause 14 in its current form is essentially a copy and paste of GB regulations of 2005, and while I appreciate the complexities, certainly.
Thank the member for giving way. Looking through the voting matrix for my party, we were minded to support you in terms of the amendment that you'd proffered. Would the member be in a position maybe to indicate what may come? Because I'm passionate about this, and I'm very understanding of the work that's been into it and what might come in the second phase, but what your estimate might be for what a levy might be, and I do agree with you, maybe it lacked ambition rather than anything else.
I thank the member for his intervention and the fact that he would have supported me. While 1% may appear to lack ambition, those in the industry evidently don't think so, because when it was included in the 2005 GB Act, it still hasn't been implemented. I'll touch on it now, and I believe that there was a bit of panic even when this amendment was tabled as well locally. 17 years since its introduction across the water, no mandatory levy has been introduced. In fact, very little progress has been made. I have concerns that Clause 14, like Section 123 of the 2005 Act, will never be utilised. Lessons should be learned from failures across the water. Their gambling legislation, objectively speaking, talked the talk, but to date has failed to walk the walk. Given that as of 2016, the problem gambling rate in Northern Ireland was over 4.5 times greater than that of England, it's clear that the severity of the situation here demands immediate action. The Department has to be brave and take action, in my view, to bring forward a fixed levy amount now. We can't afford to wait for regulation that may never come, and that was my thoughts even before we were staring into the abyss of perhaps a prolonged period without government and the ability to bring this forward. I recognise, as I've said, that my amendment throws up a myriad of technical issues which apparently can't be addressed now or at particularly next stage within the scope of agreed executive policy. Introducing a mandatory levy is a complex process, but one that's worth doing and worth doing right. However, I have received assurances from the Minister that officials will work with me at further consideration stage to discuss what is achievable. On this basis, I will not be moving Amendment 2 today. At this point, it should also be noted that any levy will be land-based, as the Chair of the Committee has outlined, and not applicable to online betting. Currently, operators pay a voluntary levy to the GB regulator in order to sell online product across the UK, and that's inclusive of Northern Ireland. The North must get its fair share of that money, and I would ask the Minister to continue pushing this matter with DCMS and the GB Gambling Commission. We do not support the amendments put forward by Mr Allister today, opposing Clause 2 and 6, which relate to extended opening hours for bingo halls and betting shops on Sundays and Good Friday. I appreciate this has been a wee bit of a bone of contention at committee. The rules around opening hours are outdated, and the betting industry has changed radically since the 1985 order. To dwell on this one element is maybe to lose sight of the real issues. For example, as I've touched on, the regulation of online gambling, which can be accessed at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere. I'm mindful also that the gambling industry, despite the issues with it and the problems that so many people, the serious problems that so many people have with gambling, the industry itself is an important employer here in the north, and that gambling can be, and for the most part is, enjoyed responsibly. This should be a key consideration when enshrining protections in law. There does have to be a bit of balance. I've always been of the view that Sunday opening should be permitted, that there's a degree of fairness that informs my position on that. In my own constituency, for example, there are bookmakers 2 minutes down the road over the border in Donegal. They do a fair bit of business on a Sunday, because Sunday is, I think, for many major sporting occasions, they reach their crescendo on a Sunday. People are going either across the border, online, or in my own experience, I'm aware of people having gone to illegal bookmakers on a Sunday, where you run the risk of maybe losing more than a bet. We support the DUP's amendments today, which will strengthen provisions made around the Code of Practice, which include imposing a legal duty on licence holders to act in customers' best interests, and introduces sanctions for breaches of the Code. And we're content to support both amendments brought forward by the Minister. Certainly recognise the benefits that Amendment 1 will bring to many organisations, clubs and societies in terms of their ability to fundraise. I do believe it will need to be sort of closely monitored as well, and I'd like to hear maybe a wee bit from the Minister on how that will be done. Disappointed a wee bit that Amendment 6 that the DUP had tabled, like my own amendment, has been deemed technically deficient, and I'm surprised that the fact that it was so only came to light now, given the length of time that committee spent discussing that particular issue in terms of eradicating the use of credit cards in betting establishments. To bring my I welcome, though, that it's going to be included in the Code of Practice. To bring my remarks to a close, Mr Deputy Speaker, the reforms which this bill provides are welcome. We do recognise its shortcomings. It's regrettable that it hasn't gone further or provided a bespoke and robust set of safeguards for those at risk of gambling-related harm across the north. Nevertheless, I do look forward to working with the Minister and her department in the short time ahead of further consideration stage, and working with the officials and a Minister, hopefully in the time after that, on the all-singing, all-dancing, strong, robust, fit-for-purpose, modern legislation that we need to tackle this problem.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Just like to, again on the record, just thank the Department and particularly Kieran and Martina for the work that they've done and for sitting in on just about every APG meeting that we've had, and we've had many, and the Minister and the Department for bringing this bill forward. Like yesterday, it's a really important bill. We had a couple of bills yesterday, Children and Adoptions Bill, the School Start Age Bill. We've had the Sexual Offence and Trafficking Bill, and now we have this, and it just shows you what we can do when we put our mind to it. So, and some of the input tonight has been really, really good, and even the member, Mark Durkin, in terms of the thought and the collegiate approach to working on amendments and actually trying to get it right is really important. I think it's more important that we get the legislation right than we rush legislation through. It's good legislation that will impact on people's lives, not just any legislation. So whilst I possibly critiqued the Minister or maybe Department sometimes, and my apologies if I did in the last session that we had for maybe not being ambitious enough, I think it is important that we actually get this right. We have a chance to do it. And that's it for any piece of legislation that we do. That's just the way it should be. Mr Deputy Speaker, our laws on gambling and betting are tremendously out of date. It's already been picked up. The legislation in Northern Ireland is around 40 years old, which is just 10 years less than me, so it's pretty grey. Hard to believe. No points of order on that one, but the reality is that the means and methods which gambling is offered and partaken of have dramatically changed over those 40 years, and legislation, as has been pointed out, hasn't caught up in any meaningful way whatsoever. And the member, again, across, not to keep pointing at him and make him feel good about himself, but as has been pointed out, even the GB legislation is out of date, and they weren't able to do what they wanted with that. So that points us to a position where we need to get it absolutely right for Northern Ireland and the people that need it here and come to harm. The societal experiences of gambling and betting over the years and how we have dealt with it will be a point of record, because we are moving on. A prime example of this is the fact that we have had no regulation on fixed odd betting terminals, or FOB-Ts as they're known. These are machines which have seen a huge impact within the sector in recent years. And the Gambling Act of 2005 does not apply to Northern Ireland, so there is a regulatory black hole in regard to this. And it is regrettable, I suppose, if I'm going to critique anything, is that the legislation before us does not address this key point. However, it is my hope that this is something which this Assembly can look at in this and indeed in future mandates. The result of that is that the potential harm in the sector and the societal impact as they are today are not catered for or considered in a statutory manner at this point. And sadly, there is currently no statutory regulation on many aspects of gambling and betting services in Northern Ireland, so I do welcome the fact that this bill will in some way bring measures that we can implement to tackle that. Gambling harm and gambling-related harm is of particular concern in Northern Ireland because of our unfortunate and in many cases unhealthy relationship with gambling as a society. Northern Ireland has the worst rates of gambling on these islands, both in the United Kingdom and indeed worse than the Republic of Ireland. We suffer from 3 times the rate of problem gambling than the Republic and 4 times the rate in England. We suffer not only from a higher rate of gambling-related harm, but also the severity of the impact on individuals and families in Northern Ireland, which is significantly higher and of greater singular impact. And I know that we have met a number of times collegiately with the all-party groups, whether it's been the dual addiction, problem-related gambling, mental health and suicide prevention, because of the commonalities between them, and that's why it's so important. And as you know, I currently chair, if you didn't know, you're going to be told again, I chair the all-party group on gambling-related harm, and I've seen and heard from countless testimonies of just how destructive this problem on individuals and families can be. Mr. Speaker, it's in that context that I look to the contents of the bill before us this evening, and I certainly welcome the draft bill before us as a means to update our gambling and betting legislation, given that it is long overdue. I would like the bill to have gone further in terms of additional safeguards and regulations, a more robust levy mechanism, and as we've heard, the amendment is not going to be moved, and some form of statutory commitment to actually naming and the reduction of gambling-related harm. That notwithstanding, I believe that this is a step towards modernising and legislation and regulation in the sector in a progressive and meaningful way. This will not and should not be seen as a final piece, and I believe that this bill should be the start of a serious engagement from this place with the sector, and in particular with those that are impacted and harmed by it. And it is my hope that in the coming mandate we can review and enhance this accordingly. Looking at the clauses and amendments, there are a few I want to focus on in particular. Clause 10 is in regard to permits. Firstly, I would like to draw members' attention to Clause 10, which deals with the qualification of licences, certificates and permits. Paragraphs 4 and 5 seek to amend the 1985 order from limiting permits to registered companies to a corporate body. I would ask the Minister, perhaps in her closing remarks, to clarify what this means, as it's not defined anywhere in the bill, and certainly I haven't been able to find where it's defined in the bill. And I would like to think that one of the aims of the bill is to enhance the regulation and safeguards of and for the sector. And it goes to a point, again, perhaps that has been raised already. It is not just the regulated establishments that we need to be conscious of here. There are many forms of illegal and illicit gambling that happen in Northern Ireland with considerable prizes at stake, and those too prey on people that perhaps have an addiction. And we also know that in a lot of these areas, people don't have a lot of money. and I want to find out if those body corporates, if there's any group or individual could avail of a permit without any joint liability. And I'm sure that's not the intention of the bill, but I think we need to tie it down to get that definition quite right. Clause 14, the industry levy. Mr. Speaker, I look at Clause 14, the industry levy clause, and this clause is a crucial one in these regulations. An industry levy is much needed and will bring us more into line with the UK. I know that Amendment 2 is not going to be moved, so that messes up my words, Mr. Durkin. So I'm going to have to leave out a paragraph. But I think you've explained why, and I do accept your rationale for that. But the question has to be asked, did the levy go far enough? Was it an appropriate levy? I think that's fair enough, and I look forward to the further deliberations and hopefully the conversations within the committee, which will be brought back to the chamber. And I would ask just if they could be even fed through the members, perhaps yourself, because I know, Chair, that you do attend the APG at times, so that would be really, really useful. Clause 15, the Code of Practice. I certainly want to welcome the inclusion of a code of practice for the industry. This, I hope, will be another mechanism with which to regulate and best ensure practice within the industry with a view to protecting the end user in particular. I welcome that there will be some judicial weight added to the code. However, without the inclusion of what the outcomes for a breach of the code would be, I fear this may not be as robust as we would like. And I also want to lend my voice to the support of Amendment 4. On this clause, this is a step in a preferred direction, in essence maintaining a focus on a duty of care on the end user. I think this is a crucial amendment, as we cannot overstate the need we have to ensure that every step of this process we try to mitigate the damage caused by problem gambling. In conclusion, I welcome this bill and the amendments proposed. I hope that this will include some measures of help to reduce gambling-related harm through a people-centric regulation, and also to bring forward some much-needed regulation of the sector. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As the Alliance spokesperson for communities, I will first speak generally about the Betting, Gaming, Lotteries and Amusement Amendment Bill, and then about each of the amendments for debate this evening. The purpose of the bill, which contains 16 clauses in one schedule, is to amend certain provisions within the Betting, Gaming, Lotteries and Amusements Northern Ireland Order 1985, with the overarching objective to address anomalies within the order regarding the regulation of land-based betting, gaming, lottery and amusement activities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, new regulatory controls on gambling are long overdue and need to address the protection of young people and other vulnerable members of society, and now also need to consider the technical advance of online or remote gambling. Online gambling is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It is easy to access. We have the opportunity to bet through our phone. It's with us everywhere we go. There are few controls or limits to online gambling. There is no mechanism to force it to contribute to an industry levy that is used to prevent and support addiction to gambling. And as much as I would have preferred this bill to control online gambling, it was not within the scope of the bill we have before us. The Minister has confirmed a second phase of gambling legislation will be brought forward in the next mandate, and that aims to address these concerns. I have also been vocal about the National Lottery. Its point-of-contact scratch cards and its online activities contribute to gambling addiction in Northern Ireland, yet it's outside the remit of the Northern Ireland Assembly and will be for Westminster to legislate upon the National Lottery. While many people see its contributions to the community and voluntary sector, heritage and other activities, it can't be forgotten that it is a gambling product, and point-of-sale scratch cards are often a very easy way for those who have addictive personalities to access gambling very easily in their corner shop. I will indeed.
I very much concur with the member's thoughts, particularly in terms of scratch cards. They're often seen as an impulse buy. They're placed at tills where everyone has to go when they're in the shop. We've seen public health interventions. They've seen cigarette packaging, plain packaging, then even removed from view, sugary and unhealthy snacks being moved away from checkouts. And would the member agree that that's the route that we would like to, had we the power, to do that with scratch cards? Also, in terms of the good causes that the lottery contributes towards and supports, and we'll all be familiar with them. In terms of their point of sale scratch cards, they would only contribute 9% of that yield to good causes, whereas in your normal raffle type lottery, it's 32%.
I agree, and the frustration is that it's not for our Minister or the Department of Communities to deal with the National Lottery. As I said, that it will be for Westminster to review and look at that. I think when we're talking about gambling addiction, we can't forget all of the products that are available in Northern Ireland, and unfortunately outside of our control at this time is online gambling and the National Lottery activities. But this bill is designed to strengthen the existing regulatory protections for operators and consumers by amending current provisions within the 1985 order in relation to the opening days of licensed bookmakers, offices and bingo clubs, the requirements for membership of bingo clubs, rules on society lotteries, qualification and requirements for the granting of certain licences, the operation of promotional prize competitions, a definition of cheating, and the enforceability of gambling contracts. Moving now to the amendments. Regarding Clause 9 in relation to the ticket price limit for societies' lotteries, the committee requested that the Minister increase this to a suitable level based on the evidence received, and the Minister proposed an increase in the maximum ticket price from £1 to £100. The committee agreed that this amendment, and members and myself were reassured that the 1985 order contains existing powers contained in Article 1374, the power to vary frequency of lotteries, together with the existing power in Article 137(21), power to amend amounts, to meet the policy intention of prohibiting societies from running too many draws with tickets at or close to the upper limit of the proposed £100. I will therefore be supporting Amendment 1 as brought forward by the Minister. Regarding Clause 14, concerns about the wording of the clause concerning 172A6, around which groups who would be consulted with about the levy, those concerns were accepted by the Minister and appear today as Amendment 3. I am pleased the Minister and Department will ensure that they will consult with persons who have suffered from or been affected by addiction to gambling or other forms of harm or exploitation associated with gambling, and persons who have experience or knowledge of issues relating to such addiction, harm or exploitation, and this includes families and loved ones of the person who's suffering from the addiction. The Department will also consult with the gambling industry. I have to say I'm not best pleased about that, because I think that a levy should be set by or for the industry rather than with the industry. Amendment 2 by the SDLP, which would have required licence holders to contribute 1% of their annual gross gambling income to support the industry levy. As it's not going to be moved, unfortunately I wouldn't be able to support that. I would have supported that because I did speak to a number of gambling operators, and I have to say that the 1% doesn't seem too extreme, but it could bring forward a significant amount of money to support the levy. However, I understand where there are concerns, because those online gambling providers will not be required to pay anything towards the levy. And is that fair that our land-based operators, people who are working here in Northern Ireland, employing people in Northern Ireland, would be asked to contribute to a levy when the people who are making the most money, those online companies, wouldn't have to contribute anything? Mr Deputy Speaker, I will be supporting the DUP's amendments. Amendment 4 adds a duty of care. Always a good move. Every time you see duty of care, you just go, yep, that's no problem. Amendment 5 links the revocations contained in the Betting, Gaming, Lotteries and Amusements Northern Ireland Order 1985 with this amending legislation. Although I have asked why Article 28 was not included in Amendment 5, that Article 28 is the revocation of bookmaking office licences, and I think that may be something that we will work on for further consideration stage. I have discussed it with the proposers, and it is something that I think that would be worthwhile bringing forward if we're bringing the other revocation parts in. Amendment 6 would have tied in the ban on the use of credit cards by updating the definition of money in Article 2 of the 1985 order, but as we know, that's a technical issue. There are other pieces of information that we will, I'm sure, hear from the Department as we move forward. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I can't support Mr Allister's wishes to remove clauses from this bill. And the reason why I say that is because I did ask questions in committee. And particularly I asked why wasn't Easter Sunday included, for instance, as one of the days that wouldn't be included. And it came back to the fact that the sector and other people said, but what about the sports that are played? Significant sports that are played on Sunday, and betting takes place on those. So that could be football, it could be GAA matches. I don't go into betting offices often, and I don't go into bingo halls often. So I have taken my lead from people who I've spoken to and the wider input that we have had. I don't think that it is fair, again, for companies and people who work in betting offices who are protected from Sunday working to have that ability removed from them when online gambling is available every Sunday. Online gambling, while it keeps making money and taking money out of the Northern Ireland economy, I don't think it's fair that we take that opportunity away from some of our more viable gambling providers in Northern Ireland. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. That's me for this evening.
I call Philip McGuigan. Last Concollier. 86% of gambling profit comes from 5% of its customers. So if you understand that statistic, you realise that there is little incentive for gambling companies to regulate themselves. That's why legislation is vital. We do need to see responsible policy and legislation from government, followed by responsible provision by operators to allow and assist responsible consumption by customers. I recognise, as others have said, that this bill is only the first step and smallest part of the Minister's proposed gambling reform package and is dealing solely with land-based gambling. But the legislation and the process of reform is long overdue, and this is a much-needed start. It is not an exaggeration to say that reforming our gambling laws has the potential to improve the lives of many families and save lives potentially lost through addiction and gambling harm. We need a socially responsible gambling industry and a much better balance between the freedom to gamble and protection from the social and financial risks that gambling entails, and this bill is part of that process. I should declare at the outset an interest as a member of the APG on reducing harm related to gambling. Last Concollier, I welcome the clauses contained within the Minister's bills and her amendments here today, and will also be supporting Amendments 4 and 5. I don't intend to go into detail of all the clauses and amendments, but will highlight a few issues. We absolutely need a levy on the gambling industry, so I therefore welcome Clause 14, which proposes such a levy to go towards projects related to gambling addiction and other forms of harm or exploitation associated with gambling. I welcome Amendment 3 by the Minister to extend to those who are to be consulted on the outworking of this levy to include those who have experienced harm and those knowledgeable in the treatment of gambling harm. I note with regard to 14.4 A and B, which deals with the proceeds of the levy, that the committee had asked that this covers education, treatment and research, and this is something that the APG had also raised and considers to be important. We are a long way behind where we need to be here in the North with having useful data on gambling, so we do need to improve carrying out research and gathering data on gambling practices and activities, just as we must improve gathering statistics within the Department of Health on those presenting themselves suffering or who could be suffering as a result of gambling harm. Currently within health, this data is pretty much non-existent. So there is also a need for gambling-related harm to be put on a level with other addictions such as alcohol and drugs from a public health perspective, and also how potential dangers are taught to our children within the education system. To that extent, I want to welcome and congratulate the charity Gambling with Lives on their pilot education programme currently being delivered within a small number of schools here in the North. This is a programme aimed at preventing harm in young people, and this is potentially the type of project that could benefit from a levy and expand its reach. Obviously, any decisions on where the funding from a levy goes needs to be completely independent, and particularly independent from the industry. Last Concollier, I also welcome Clause 15 of the bill and the introduction of a code of practice. I think this is vitally important. It is right and proper that when designing this code, there needs to be an exploration of issues that could reduce harm. And the Department's draft code does state among its objectives that they are to protect those under the legal age for gambling and other vulnerable persons from being harmed or exploited by gambling,
and also to assist persons who are or may be affected by problems related to gambling. In the inquiry at the APG, affordability checks, spending limits and self-exclusion practices were raised continuously as important factors on reducing harm. I note their inclusion within the draft consultation on the code and hope that all will be strengthened as a result of the consultation process. I totally accept that these aspects may be easier addressed with online rather than land-based gambling, but there are examples of how in other jurisdictions, for example, multi-premise self-exclusion schemes work, and I hope that this is given due consideration by the Minister when developing the code. In the APG, when looking at affordability checks, we gave consideration, among other options, to the equivalent of a membership-type card which can check the affordability of an individual's gambling, taking into account all premises visited to ensure those placing bets are not doing so beyond their means. And I think that is crucial. People shouldn't be betting beyond their means. This is something that, because of data protection issues, would need legislation and could be included potentially in phase 2 of this. Again, within the draft code, I welcome the inclusion of action on reverse withdrawals. From speaking from personal experience, I'm all too aware of how gambling companies try to impede or discourage customers from withdrawing their winnings by, among other things and practices, placing a limit on the amount that you can withdraw, or perhaps placing time limits up to 72 hours of a delay on being able to receive your winnings. And all of these practices are done not to protect the gambler, but in the hope and expectation that the gambler will continue to gamble with their winnings and ultimately lose. So I also welcome all the aspects within the draft code aimed at protecting children and young people from exposure to harmful products. Some of the aspects of the code dealing with gaming machines will be crucial here. We must do everything we can to ensure these protections are as strong as possible and enforced. As someone who is unfortunately able to rack up a substantial debt using a range of credit cards solely on gambling with no restriction, I welcome the ban on credit cards for gambling within the draft code. This inclusion within the code will, I have no doubt, offer much protection and will reduce gambling harm to individuals. Finally, last Cancollier, I do expect the development of a regulator to oversee this code of practice and to be included in phase 2. And I agree that a regulator will be essential to the development, operation, regulation and enforcement of future gambling legislation. So in conclusion, I just want to finish by saying this bill is a good start, and I certainly hope it becomes law before the end of this mandate.
I call Paul Free.
Speaker, and I rise having scrutinised this bill in the committee over many weeks and enjoyed my time questioning the officials, as I always do, and I value the engagement. And can I first put it on record my thanks to the Minister, the Department and the officials within for their work, their steadfastness in coming forward with answers and engagement with the committee. It's always valuable and it always leads to a far better outcome, a conducive outcome with regards to legislation. This bill represents the first major change in Northern Ireland since the old Order 85. The current legislation is clearly out of date and not fit for purpose. And to put a time limit or an age with regards to my colleague here, Roy Butler, I was 11 and looking forward to Northern Ireland playing in the Mexico World Cup. Wasn't necessarily worried about or concerned about going to big school. More worried about. I'll clarify that because that is a good point of record. It was 86. I was looking forward to, but that was very good, Mark. We didn't qualify for 70. Is the unfortunate.
And I hope this is relevant to the amendments.
Thank you, Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for bringing me in there. I was just putting context on the length of time that it's taken us to amend this legislation. And of course, the law in Northern Ireland has not kept up a pace with technology. And that's one of the fundamental problems with trying to legislate in this regard. We are not trying to legislate for an enemy at the gate. We are now, unfortunately, trying to legislate for an enemy in our pockets. And that's the blind side of all of this. That's where we can't affect the change, the meaningful change that we really want to. And it has to be a higher station that does that for a more global problem. So I recognise that. But still, having said that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we could have done so much more with this bill. So there will always be an eternal regret as I stand here and as I see this bill going into law. Because I do believe it's a missed opportunity. And out of the engagement with the Minister and the Department in my time in the committee, I have got one fundamental when I think, and that is basically the fact, or the promise and the commitment, that in order to really do something with betting and gambling, and problem gambling, we are in a position here where we will need to repeal 85 order completely and start afresh. Rip it up and start afresh. And basically it will mean ripping up this bill, basically, to start afresh. That's okay, that's good, because I don't believe, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we repeal enough law in this place in order to make law better going forward. So I suppose that's a big win for me. But if you believe and you recognise that we have a problem here in Northern Ireland with problem gambling, then you must realise that this bill is a failure in that regard, because it just doesn't touch it. It just doesn't cope. The issue of gambling-related harm and the prominent level of gambling harm in Northern Ireland are well known. We all know it. Anyone that's been engaged in this debate, engaged in this conversation, knows only too well the damage that gambling does in our communities. About issues around debt, public health, family breakdown, increased risks of suicide, it's all there. It's all there. And it's difficult to believe that the most recent data that we have available in relation to gambling-related harm is from 2016. A study undertaken by the Department which found that 2.3% of the adults surveyed were deemed to be problem gamblers. If scaled up to the population as a whole, the number of individuals experiencing gambling-related harm would equate to more than 40,000 adults. And my colleague from Northumberland raised this earlier. It's not 40,000 adults. It's 40,000 families. Or 40,000 friends. It affects not just the person who gambles, but everyone around them, including probably employers. Or maybe employees. That's how big a problem this is. And when you look at our figures compared to England, Wales and Scotland, and even the Republic of Ireland, we must realise that we have a massive problem, not only in problem gamblers, but also people in moderate risk, people in low risk. Look at the figures. For Northern Ireland, moderate risk, 4.9%. In England, 0.7%. Scotland, 0.9%. Low risk, Northern Ireland, 6.7%. England, 1.9%. What is wrong? Is it just our nature? Or is it the support that we're giving these people? There are many issues. At the time the Department reported in 2016, the problem gambling rate in England was 0.5%, Scotland 0.7%, and Wales was 1.1%. So since all of those places and jurisdictions have reported since, they've reported improvements. Where are our improvements? Do we know? We haven't taken this data since 2016. My guess is my guess is with COVID and all the restrictions that were placed, this may be a worse problem. Now, when you consider the mental health issues connected to restrictions and lockdowns and COVID, have we even tried to measure it? Because if you don't measure a problem, you don't know the scale. If you don't know the scale, you don't know how to climb it. You don't know how to overcome it. And you don't know how to beat it. And these are the worries that I have. And so with those worries, when I look at this bill, I look on it with sadness. Yes, I will, yeah.
Absolutely right to be passionate about this, and he mentioned the impact of COVID, but the member also recognised the impact of not having a functioning executive to bring good legislation forward in a new mandate.
Order, members. This debate is widening considerably. It reminds me of the type of debate we may have had at the stage 2, but we're here at consideration stage to make decisions on the amendments which are in front of us, and I would urge the members to comment on the amendments. Mr. Frew.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I will bow to that order, and I will rise to that challenge and speak about the amendments. But I think it was important that we set the context of the scale of the problem at hand. Can I thank the Minister for her amendments, true to form and true to commitment that she had given the committee around clauses 9 and 14. And I thank her for that. Going through the bill, Mr. Speaker, I will address now clauses 2 and 6 with regards to further opening on Sundays for both bookies and bingo halls. Having said what I said about the enemy being in our pockets, there is a massive issue here around people betting in their homes, on their kitchen tables and in their bedrooms, in all hours, any day of the week. And that is a major problem. But we don't fix that problem by allowing further access to bookmakers on a Sunday. And to me, it doesn't solve any issue. Now, I know that the bookmakers will say, well, look, you can bet on a Sunday through your phone, so why not have us opened? And I get that argument, because it is perverse that people can bet on a phone and bet any time of the day. But you have to then take the advice of the Public Health Agency, and you have to take into consideration the Institute of Public Health, and you have to take into consideration groups like CARE, who have all said that they do not agree with Sunday opening. The Public Health Agency state that it may exacerbate existing harms. So if we recognise there's a problem, if we recognise it's a very big problem, why would we do anything that could escalate and exacerbate the problem? I just don't understand the logic. So I do not support Clause 2 and Clause 6, although I do believe Clause 6 and bingo is not as harmful in any shape or form as gambling per se. It's more of a social event. I get that. And I live in the real world. And we can all crack jokes about bingo and bets and everything else. So I get that. But I just don't see how I can support this, or my party can support this, because it does add further access to bookmakers, which I believe doesn't solve the problem. If there was more in this bill, you could understand it. If you could, and I think it was the Institute of Public Health had said that they wouldn't support Sunday opening without there being a gambling strategy and without there being a regulator in place. So you can understand the balance here, and the balance has not been met. So I could not support Clause 2 and Clause 6. Clause 3 speaks of protection. That is another issue about Sunday opening. It's not just about a Christian ethos or a Sabbatarian mindset. It's about time off in common. Bookies already have unsociable hours. They open late morning, and they go into late afternoon or late evening. That's unsociable. If you have youngsters coming home for homeworks and someone needing to address that, that's already unsociable. And of course, when you're getting home, children at a very young age will be going to bed. So Sundays may be the only day that that family as a complete unit will have a day off in common. That's a massive issue. We will talk in this House about work-life balance. Why are we not caring for it here? I will say that the clauses, the instruments in Clause 3 will assist in allowing for protections in that regard. I'll go on then, Mr. Speaker, and talk about something that has been, well, the amendments number 9, Clause 9, we'll take it in order. And I thank the Minister for her amendments. I think it's right that the £1 limit had to be repealed. I get that. But as I went through the deliberations, I thought that it was important that we put another figure on that. Again, you could argue about what the figure should be, and the Department and the Minister come up with £100. I'll not, will not split or divide over that. It had to be set at something. Am I right that £100 is the right? I don't know. I honestly don't know. But it had to be set at something, and a decision had to be made to put a figure in. So I respect the Department and the Minister for that. I then go on to clauses that have been dear to my heart, and that was Clause 8 and Clause 11. And I created a bit of a havoc in the committee over this, because I believe it's fundamentally important. There are people or constituents, and let's say they live in Ballymena, and they are being treated differently from people in Bristol, simply because the banking or the building society or the financial institution that they put their money into will not offer them the same service as Bristol customers, simply because in this country they weren't allowed to offer prize draws without payment. So I'm glad that Clause 8, arrangements not requiring persons to pay to participate, and Clause 11, prize competitions not requiring persons to pay to participate. And then, of course, both of those clauses allude to Schedule 15A at the back of the bill, and I'm glad that that's in there. Now, is it easy to read? No, it's not. It's quite hard to read, difficult to read. So I'm glad that the Department has committed to changing the explanatory and financial memorandum to make it easier to read for ordinary folk, not least bank managers and customers. But we'll need more than that, because not every bank manager lifts up an EFM. It's only us sad folk. So you need a leaflet, a customer leaflet, to make sure that all staff in banks and building societies and every other financial institution and their customers know exactly their rights and know that they will now be able to partake in UK-wide prize or draws. Customer draws is probably the best way to put it. That's something that has been very important to me going through this bill, and important to some of my constituents who have raised this issue with me time and time again. I go on, Mr. Speaker, to talk then about the Clause 14, the levy. And again, I thank the Minister for her amendment, because I think it was required because of the issues and the problems around that Amendment 3 would be inserted. Persons who have suffered from or been affected by addiction to gambling or other forms of harm or exploitation associated with gambling. Persons who have experience or knowledge of issues relating to such addiction, harm or exploitation, and the gambling industry of Northern Ireland. The issue I have about the levy, though, and I agree with the principle of a levy, is where does that money go? Where does that money go if we do not know the scale of the problem, the depth of the problem, and we do not have a gambling regulator to ensure that that money is well spent? And to be truthful, I usually have a default position where a pound of anybody's money is better in their own pockets than in government coffers. because 9 times out of 10, government coffers don't usually spend it effectively. So I want to know exactly how this money and this levy will get to the heart of the problem and solve it for folk. Look at the Gambling Commissioner in GB. The Gambling Commissioner regulates arcades, betting, bingo, casinos, gaming machine providers, gambling software providers, lottery operators, external lottery managers and remote gambling online and by phone that use British-based equipment. We need a gambling commissioner in Northern Ireland. And that's the only way I can really be sure that at least this money that would be raised in a levy would be spent effectively and not wasted on programmes that just do not hit the target. We can all say and tick boxes about this programme and that programme, and we spent 2 million here, 10 million there, 100 million there. But do we ever really assess the output and the effectiveness of it? It's not good enough to say you spend it all. Did you spend it effectively? I'll also talk about the Code of Practice, Clause 15. I have problems, I have worries around the Code of Practice. Even though we have these amendments down, giving it more teeth, we have to ensure that the Code of Practice is correct and balanced. Because there is a perverse thing in this issue. See, if you're a problem gambler and you're going to gamble, honestly, I would rather see that problem gambler in the bookies than in their bedroom, gambling on a phone. And whilst it's good to have a duty of care, we have to ensure, and there is cases where gambling establishments look after their punters in that regard. They'll take their money off them. Don't worry about that. They will surely take the money off them. But sometimes they keep an eye on people. Sometimes they get people home safely. And you don't want something in the Code of Practice that disperses that problem. That means punters bounce from one bookies to another, and nobody then can keep an eye on them. Or worse still, they go and hide in their bedroom and gamble all their money away on their phone. So there's a place for bookmakers here, perverse as that may sound with problem gamblers. And we have to acknowledge that nuance and try to work with it in the Code of Practice. So whilst I support the strengthening of the Code of Practice, we do most definitely make sure that that balance is correct, that we do not do something that affects bookmakers disproportionately to other people. Remember this levy. This levy is going to disproportionately affect land-based bookmakers. It's not going to touch the gambling people from all over the place that goes into your heart, into your eyes, through your phone. It's not going to affect those people. It's not going to affect the National Lottery. And I agree 100% with regards to the scratch card issue and the availability. If you're an impulse gambler, every time you enter a newsagent's or a shop or a supermarket to buy ordinary groceries, you're going to be enticed to walk out there with at least one scratch card. And it's not just problem gamblers. It's people who will be putting money on that every week. And they might not think it's a great amount, but that money is far better in their bank account, accruing interest, albeit very small interest, than being spent and given to bookies or National Lottery, where they don't know and do not have control of where that money goes. That's very important. And Mr. Speaker, I'll also add the point about our Amendment 6, the ban on credit cards. And I know this has caused the Department a bit of concern since we laid it. And I know that it's in the Code of Conduct. I'm not satisfied with this being on the Code of Conduct. And I know that bookies tell me and us and others that they don't accept credit cards. They didn't really accept debit cards either until COVID came. Most of the transactions would have been cash. And then when there was a problem with cash and the problems with transmission of the virus, then they allowed debit cards. And even though they have this voluntary ban on credit, I believe it needs to be strengthened because, Mr. Speaker, it's the signal it sends. No one should be able to gamble with money they do not have. That should be a fundamental. If you have a problem gambler and you're giving him access to money that's not his own or her own, that will be spent. Could be spent in minutes. So I believe there should be an amendment in this bill to ban credit cards. Now, how we get that worked in, I don't know. And I'll work with the department to do so. But I don't believe it's strong enough being in the Code of Conduct. It needs to be in the face of this bill. And I know there was an issue around the way in which we worded the Amendment 6 and what it did. It basically just changed the definition of money to remove a credit card. And I get how that ripples through the 85 order, and it's a pretty extensive order, and there may well have been things missed, and we may well have missed it because we're not perfect. But there is an issue there about there could be a situation if this amendment was to pass, if it was moved, that it may well then lift gaming machines that only accept credit cards falling out of the definition and won't be regulated. Well, my goodness, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have sat in this committee and I have not heard of any gaming machine that only takes credit card. What a perverse thing that would be. And in fact, if you look at the 85 order, Article 108(6) states the charge for playing a game once by means of the gaming machine shall be one or more coins inserted into the gaming machine. And so it goes on. So where are we getting this invention that there's machines, gaming machines out there that take credit card only? That's a scary thought. Where are they? How many are in Northern Ireland? If they are in Northern Ireland, I want to know about them, because I think they should be banned, not regulated. So I think there has to be a more meaningful, deeper conversation on this. I know this is coming late because it's an amendment we have put down, but I think we need to explore this, because I want to see in the face of this bill the banning of credit cards for gambling. You cannot and should not be able to gamble with someone else's money other than your own. It shouldn't be allowed. There was an issue at the time when I thought about putting an amendment down on credit or debit cards, but I realised very, very quickly that would only disperse the problem, because how could you ever enforce that? And if you did put a limit on debit card, then there would be an issue there. They would bounce around all the bookies until they fulfilled their limits of £200 or whatever. And if you banned debit cards, then there would be an issue with regards to the future virus or future restrictions on cash. So I get that, and I reversed out of that. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there has been much food for thought in the contributions tonight, and whilst it's a step, I don't know how big a step, but I look forward to the day when the 85 order is repealed and we start with a fresh canvas in tackling the issue of problem gambling for our people. 40,000 households, that's 40,000 families and friends, more people than that. And I think we need to deal with this effectively and efficiently in the next term, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And also an issue on Clause 14, which I should raise, and it's only fair that I do. We should distinguish between on-course bookmakers who only operate 22 days a year compared to the land-based bookmakers who are open every week. When you go to a course, I'll be honest, it's more of a social event. It's more of a social event where you're going there and you know you're only going to spend £45, £70 on so many races. And you stick to that. So it's more as a social event. So whilst there should be a levy on course bookmakers, it shouldn't be the same amount or value as ordinary bookmakers in the land-based. And that's one thing that I would say with regards to the development of a levy going forward. I'll leave it there, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Stephen Dunn.
Mr. Deputy Speaker,
At every stage when this bill has been debated, either in this House or within our Communities Committee, almost every person that has spoken has raised the very important central issue of the high prevalence of gambling harm throughout our country. We all know people who have been adversely impacted by problem gambling, and I would like to commend the work of the support groups out there and those well-known personalities, including our local sports stars, who do influence people and have certainly helped to highlight the risks associated with gambling harm. Those that have bravely come forward to speak up and speak out on their gambling addictions. I would also like to thank all of the organisations and bodies who took part in the various submissions to the committee within this important bill, as well as the officials and committee team, and acknowledging the work of the all-party group. Whilst I acknowledge that this is the first step in gambling reform within this mandate, I am disappointed that the Minister has not gone further. The numbers of people who find themselves in the grips of gambling harm is truly shocking. Gambling harm leads to debt, depression, can lead to loss of a job, family breakdown and major financial issues, to name but a few. Around 1 in 6 people here today are directly or indirectly impacted by gambling-related harm. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a public health crisis. The painful truth in this debate today is the fact that this bill does very little to help those that are most impacted. Do not worry, we are told. Wait for the next mandate. Another bill is coming that will solve the problem. That will be too late for many of the 200 to 400,000 people who need help today. The reality is, the Minister is today asking us to move forward with the first piece of major legislative change in respect of gambling in 37 years since 1985, with the backdrop of a gambling harm crisis. The Minister and her department made the choice that the first substantive clause of this bill would not be a clause to help those in gambling harm, and I believe that is very regrettable. Rather, the very first substantive clause of this bill actually increases the hours that bookmakers are open here across Northern Ireland. What signal does that send out? I don't believe it is one that we are facing a public health crisis. Many members will legitimately echo the words of the Turf Guardians Association when they give evidence to our committee. It was pointed out that people can gamble by phone, internet, at a racetrack and even travel across the border to bet, so there is no logical reason to keep shops shut here. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, tone is often important. What tone is being set by this bill? If the first substantive clause is one that helps the bookie and not the person who needs our help, I believe the wrong tone has been set. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if after Clause 2 and 6 this bill had gone on to outline provisions for a regulator, a robust strategy to address gambling harm, provisions to ensure the Health Department had the tools to address public health concerns, a means to help people exclude themselves from gambling, a code of practice with teeth, or even a levy that would fully pay for the harm caused, then perhaps Clause 2 and 6 would be uncontroversial. But this bill unfortunately contains none of these things. It has been left to individual members of the House to work with charities and other organisations to try and amend the bill to at least put some clauses in the legislation that directly addresses gambling harm. And it's disappointing that some of those amendments that would have helped address the problems were not selected for debate this evening. What we have is a bill that seeks to give more opportunity to gamble. If Clause 2 and Clause 6 stand, people will be afforded a 17% increase in shop opening hours in which to gamble. The written evidence submitted to our committee was very interesting, with both the Institute of Public Health in Ireland and charities such as Gambling with Lives, who do an excellent work right across the UK. And I would just like to put that on record. And I think awareness has really been raised over the last number of years through the work of this group and other important groups. They were very clear in their concerns around greater opening hours contained within these two clauses. We have seen during the COVID pandemic the central emphasis correctly placed on following public health advice, but however that doesn't appear to be the case on this issue. A bookmaker employee also spoke to me recently within my constituency office who works in a local bookmakers. He expressed serious concerns around greater opening, purely on the basis of wanting time off to spend valuable time off with his family during the weekend. I do not believe there is a lack of opening hours availability currently, and I don't sense that there is a real appetite out there for more opening hours, and I want to register my concerns around this as we try and best support those with gambling addictions and ultimately reduce gambling harm. Gambling addiction is not like other addictions. Sadly, people with a gambling addiction are 15 times more likely to take their own life. 20% of problem gamblers have considered taking their own lives over the past year alone, and the harms of gambling are devastating. And that is why the tone that we set in this House today with this bill is very important. There is often only one winner, and it is not the individual placing the bet. The reality is that it is very difficult for people in the grips of gambling harm to escape, and the gambling industry knows this, and it is often relentless in how it exploits it. In evidence to our committee, the department gave the rationale that Sunday opening was all about sport, and the committee was told that sports happen on Sundays. Football, GAA, American sports and golf are all happening, and people are betting. But sports betting is not the only gambling, of course, that occurs in a betting shop. Do we as an Assembly really want to increase the risk of gambling harm by opening up bookmakers an extra day of week with no protections in place? I will be opposing clauses 2 and 6 and urge other members to do so as well. As has been mentioned, the digital revolution has undoubtedly transformed the gambling industry. Almost every mobile phone has the ability to have a gambling app installed. Those apps have no set opening or closing times and no doorman to monitor age restrictions and policies. The betting shops is in their pockets day and night, 24/7. Online gambling has brought gambling from the high street to our homes, and easy accessibility can be the biggest issue for problem gamblers and those with addictions. Another example was the popular football index scheme of a gambling scheme which collapsed in March last year, leaving over £90 million worth of stakes trapped right across the United Kingdom. That was an example of a betting scheme that attracted many people, as it operated under the guise of being a football stock market where people bought shares in footballers.
Order. Can I draw the member back to the amendments and the consideration of the bill rather than the wider issues that he's addressing?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And that was an example where individuals lost thousands and thousands of pounds with not a penny in return. Mr. Deputy Speaker, turning to Amendments 4 and 5, which stand in my name and the name of my party colleagues, these amendments have been put down in an attempt to deal with a glaring admission in the current Code of Practice. Namely, the bill does not make provision for the code to be enforced. The draft code contains no civil or criminal sanction for any breach of the code. The draft code reads more like a best practice manual than a serious code of practice. Just this past weekend, The Guardian published an article entitled What Gambling Firms Don't Want You to Know and How They Keep You Hooked. This article is a real eye-opener, describing how the gambling industry ensures people become addicted and that addicts keep coming back to gamble. This is an industry that ensures people become addicted to their product, but more than that, they design their product to ensure punters lose. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Amendment 4 is potentially a groundbreaking one for the United Kingdom, as it seeks to ensure that the gambling industry cannot be cavalier with people in the grips of gambling harm. In imposing a duty of care on the industry, this places a legal liability on gambling licence holders, and if a licence holder fails to uphold the Code of Conduct, this could be a breach of the duty of care that they owe to a customer and would give rise to potential civil proceedings and an award of damages. The bill does not provide legal sanction for a breach code of practice. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Amendment 5 does not remedy this defect, but it would allow anyone who has identified multiple or significant breaches of the code to apply to the court to have a licence or permit revoked. The bill only allows the code of practice and adherence to the code to be used in court proceedings where a licence or permit is being renewed. Amendment 5 would give the power to the Department, the PSNI, a person affected by gambling harm or any other concerned member of the public to apply to the court to have a licence or permit revoked in the case of multiple or serious breaches of the code. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these amendments, while not providing the remedy that the bill should contain, at least provide some teeth to what is a disappointingly benign draft code of practice that the Department placed before the committee. I urge members to support the amendments. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I now call the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey, to respond to the debate.
Yeah, thanks very much. And I suppose firstly I want to put on record my thanks to the Committee for Communities, the Chair and Vice Chair, just for their assistance in progressing this much awaited bill to consideration stage, and of course all of the staff teams at the committee within my own department as well, in terms of the work that they have done to get it to this point. Their scrutiny obviously has been robust and diligent, and therefore with the 2 amendments that I am bringing forward, and also with the other amendments. And I have always said at the start of this that I want to work with the committee in this shortened mandate to make it as robust as possible in terms of the first stage of this legislation. I do want to add, in terms of, I know some members made a comment around the sequencing of this bill and what moves first. I don't dictate that. That's dictated by the 85 order, so maybe the member would like to raise that with the British Government Minister who brought it in 1985. So I don't make the sequencing arrangements. I have to base that on the existing legislation, and that's what I've done. In terms of some of the areas, and I know with opposition by some in terms of Clause 2 and Clause 6, I think it is important to say that gambling is already allowed on Sundays and on Good Friday at racetracks, gaming arcades, and of course online as well. So treating bookmakers and also commercial bingo clubs differently is not consistent in terms of having that same approach across the board. And there was an inconsistency then in the legislation and a difference in how different gambling routes were treated. So my attempt is to make sure that we address that. And of course, bookmaker shops will continue to be prohibited from opening on Christmas Day, including Christmas days that fall on Sundays. And indeed, the majority of respondents to the Department's public consultation also expressed support for relaxing bookmakers' office opening hours. I think in terms of the risks which have been highlighted, and of course I've listened to many family members out there who have lost loved ones, who have lost ones impacted. Indeed, we have heard it from some members of this Assembly as well, who have been impacted from gambling. But it is important that these clauses 2 and 6 are not seen as standalone. These have to be seen as part of the broader bill and changes that we're looking to make, which do impose new controls on the betting industry through the Code of Practice, the creation of new offences in relation to cheating, and allowing people under the age of 18 to use high-stake gaming machines. The bookies are already allowed, as I say, to open on Sundays in the south of Ireland and in all of the other jurisdictions. Yet, according to the available statistics, the rate of gambling harm in those jurisdictions are significantly lower than they are here. So again, and they're continuing to fall. So we do need the research. It's not just the issue of opening on Sundays. They haven't driven up the numbers. The numbers in those other jurisdictions are actually falling. So again, more work needs to be done as to the causes of gambling and why people find themselves in that predicament. I think also the issue in terms of the 2 clauses around the rights of betting office workers. I mean, I had raised this in the previous stages of this bill, and indeed Clause 3 of the bill is designed to protect betting office employees from being forced to work on Sundays against their will. As was previously stated by the Chair of the Committee, I consulted with the then Minister for the Economy, who advised that she was satisfied that Clause 3 would protect workers from being forced to work on Sundays against their will. She also added and considered that a refusal to grant workers time off for bank holidays or religious significance, for example Good Friday, could also amount to indirect religious discrimination. So bookmakers' officers will still be required, as I said, to close on Christmas Day and where Christmas Day falls on a Sunday as well. And the same stands obviously for Clause 6 in terms of commercial bingo halls as well. In terms of obviously moving Amendment 1, and I'm going to cover others, obviously in response to concerns that were raised by the committee in relation to Clause 9A, which proposes to repeal Article 1375 of the Betting, Gaming, Lotteries and Amusements Order 1985, I agreed to table an amendment to which would have the effect of retaining Article 1375, but still deliver my overall policy of helping society lotteries raise more money for good causes within the community. And at the moment, society lotteries are heavily constrained by Article 1375 in terms of the maximum amount of money they can charge for a lottery ticket. Currently set at no more than £1, this £1 limit has not been reviewed in over 30 years. It is much too restrictive a limit in my view, and wholly unrealistic in terms of the economic realities that the voluntary and community sectors face. Altogether, I suppose I'm convinced that there is more of a pragmatic option, namely to maintain a ticket limit provision for society lotteries in the 1985 order, but to set that limit at a greatly enhanced level. And that's why I am therefore proposing to amend Clause 9A to include a maximum ticket price of £100. I'm satisfied that this change remains consistent with the previously of helping society lotteries raise more money for good causes within the community. Increasing the maximum allowable ticket price from £1 to £100 might seem at a first glance to represent a massive leap, but I should make clear that I do not envisage every single lottery ticket from here on being sold at £100 or close to £100. I expect activities like the normal £1 or close to £1 weekly lotteries to continue as before, even after this change, if it's made. £100 represents only a maximum price. It would only be rarely used. Say if a society was running a major capital project or large annual draw. And of course, I've considered the possibility that individuals may seek to abuse that much higher limit proposed in Amendment 1 by running, for example, multiple or continuous draws at £100 or even £80 or £90 per ticket. Therefore, before tabling this amendment today, I wanted to make sure that my department could, at any time it became necessary, impose general limits on the frequencies of ticket sales at certain high prices. And having reviewed the 1985 order and taken appropriate advice, I am satisfied that the department has the sufficient power under Articles 1374 and 13721 to prohibit societies, if required, from running constant or too many draws with tickets at or close to the upper limit of the proposed £100. As well as the legal protection, I believe this Assembly should draw reassurance from the many voluntary organisations, sports and community bodies that run these types of lotteries. They do so not for selfish reasons, but in the interests of the community in which they're based or work. Lotteries are not about personal profit. They are about assisting others in this context, and most organisers of society lotteries want to continue to run low-price lottery draws. As many of them have said this, and it would be counterproductive to have their cause to only sell tickets in the future at £100 or at £80 or £90. Although Amendment 1 alters Clause 9 of the bill, I'm satisfied that it remains consistent with the original policy intent and has always been to increase fundraising opportunities for society lotteries. Therefore, I propose Amendment 1, which will introduce a maximum ticket price for society lottery tickets of £100. On Amendment 3, I agreed with the Assembly's Communities Committee that the list of consultees proposed in Clause 14 of the bill, which relates to the creation of an industry levy powers, should be expanded to include organisations representing health or social care problem related to gambling harm and any other relevant organisation, as appear to the Department to represent the interests of those impacted by gambling harm. This is the purpose of this amendment. And I take the point made during the committee stage that the objectives of the levy demand that any future consultation on it should include those who have the experience of or are working to combat gambling harm. I am satisfied that Amendment 3 strikes the right balance between the interests in terms of looking at the industry more broadly and, of course, the interests of those to whom any levy is meant to serve, namely those who are suffering or have experienced gambling harm, and those who have knowledge of the health and social problems that arise from it. The amendment, as drafted, remains consistent with the original policy objective of creating a means through which government may impose a statutory levy on the gambling industry, and the proceeds of which must be used to fund education, treatment and research. And of course that levy will be critical going forward. On this basis, I propose, therefore, Amendment 3. I also want to thank the members for tabling the remaining amendments, and I understand fully their reasons for bringing these forward. However, as was said previously, I had raised some concerns in terms of how they were drafted, and I would just like to go through, and I know some of them obviously are not going to be moved here today. And of course, in terms of Amendment 2, there were concerns in terms of the amendment and how it was presently drafted, that would remove the current proposed requirement for the Department to make regulations as to the amount of levy, the formula and its payment. It is stated in the bill that the regulations would be subject to consultation with stakeholders and ultimately agreement in this Assembly through affirmative resolution procedure. Consultation on the amount and structure of the levy is designed to ensure all relevant interests and ideas are taken account of before any proposed levy, amount or calculation formula is set in law. If this amendment, if it was to be carried, obviously it's not going to be carried now, that there was the concern that it would fall short of what may have been needed. I know the proposer has said that he wants to continue to work with the department in terms of looking at what can be done, and obviously I have given a commitment in terms of doing that in the time ahead. In terms of then, give me a second. In terms of Amendment 4, then I want to acknowledge, obviously, that Amendment 4, as proposed, with the best interests of people who gamble and who may be vulnerable to gambling harm. So again, I completely understand the reasons that was taken. The segment of Clause 15, which Amendment 4 seeks to alter, refers specifically to arrangements for the Code of Practice. Arrangements in themselves do not owe a duty of care. The duty of care will, of course, be owed by the facility provider, namely as stated at the beginning of Clause 15, the holder of the relevant licence, certificate or permit, but the duty should be absolute, not expected, and it is therefore for the Department to try and clarify for the industry and licensing authorities what those absolutes should be through the Code of Practice. The amendment also does not make clear as to precisely who is expecting the duty of care to be exercised, expected by whom or of whom. Again, the arrangement cannot expect. I recognise that this is technical and perhaps word-picking, but the technical is important in getting the legislation right. And having said that, I do not think it's right or in the public interest for me to oppose this amendment out of hand. And again, I am willing to work with the proposers in terms of moving to the further consideration stage to ensure that we fix any of those technical changes that need to be brought in terms of meeting the overall thrust of this amendment. Again, as with Amendment 4, I did have some misgivings around the wording of Amendment 5, and I would like to be sure that if we proceeded with Amendment 5, it will achieve the intention in which I believe is to make it easier for the courts, licensing and enforcement authorities to take due account of the proposed Code of Practice at Clause 15 in the way all of us would want them to do. And at the same time, I also want to make sure that we do not lose whatever strength already lies in the codes at this time as well. And of course, I want to avoid a situation where this Assembly is trying to do its best, avoids inadvertently encroaching upon the territory of the licensing authorities and courts. Again, in terms of this issue, I am happy to work with the proposers in terms of, again, trying to find at further consideration stage a way that we can progress this and move it forward as well. In terms of Amendment 6 then, and I know that, again, this has been withdrawn, and obviously there has been some discussion and consideration as well, and I can completely understand the thrust and the reasoning as to why people want to see more, and I completely understand that. I assumed that it had been crafted in a roundabout way in terms of banning the use of credit cards, but I suppose, as was stated earlier, I agree with the proposers' intent of the amendment around credit cards should never be accepted by operators as a means of paying for gambling. But as Minister with responsibility for setting the regulatory framework for the industry, I believe that the use of credit cards in gambling should be prohibited. In that context, and when I introduced this bill to the Assembly last September, I made it clear I wanted to deal with credit cards through the Code of Practice, as proposed at Clause 15. Members will be aware that my department at the moment are consulting on the draft codes, and these include a provision to prohibit operators from accepting credit cards directly or indirectly as a form of payment for gambling. I did, as I said, would worry in terms of the possible effect of Amendment 6, and I know it's now not going to be moved, in terms of machines or slot machines that in the form of cash or tokens, and I know obviously concerns or queries had been raised by the proposer of this. And again, I want to continue to work with them in terms of seeing at further consideration stage if we can strengthen the legislation as it is going through at the moment. I suppose I do want to end, because I know a couple of members from across the chamber had raised in terms of the limit of this bill. I have been clear from the start when I came into post 2 years ago that I did want to see changes. I recognise that when the pandemic hit and when focus turned on emergency response as well, that we do need a completely new order. The 1985 order is completely out of date. But I think people do recognise that within a restricted mandate of 2 years, just over not even 2.5 years, that you wouldn't have time to completely rewrite a new order. So I was left with the circumstance: do I move nothing, or do I try and get some additional protections through and continue the work in building on what Part 2 of this legislation will begin to look like? And I know, and even talking to our staff team within the department today, we are already having those discussions and looking, and I know, and working with individuals and organisations that support people who have been impacted by problem gambling, are already as well thinking of what the next stages would be. But the reality is, this order, as members said, I mean, I was 5 when this was created. I'm now coming 42 in April. And I've been the only minister in that time that has brought forward any changes to this legislation. I'm not saying that to score points, but it was within a shortened mandate of less than 2.5 years, and with a global pandemic. So it's not everything. I have given a firm commitment. I know the department are geared up for looking at the next stage of the legislation. But as was mentioned earlier, it is important that we get something through, and I think the community outside, those campaigners, are expecting that we do get something through in this mandate to give those additional protections, and then we can focus in a new mandate on phase 2 of the legislation.
And I now call Jim Allister to wind.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear anyone in this debate dispute the fact that there is a huge public health issue arising from gambling addiction. Almost every speaker espoused that as a fact. And yet, for most speakers, there was a corresponding eagerness to find reasons to do nothing about reducing access to land-based gambling. And that, I think, is sad commentary in itself. I think Mr. Dunn put his finger on it when he said, when you have a bill whose opening substantive clause is to liberalise and extend the facility for gambling in circumstances where there is a supposed acknowledgement of the problems created by gambling, then it is setting the wrong tone. And that's to put it at its mildest. And that is where this legislation gets off entirely on the wrong foot. Yes?
Well, the legislation, that's not through intent, as I said. I have to bring the sequencing of this bill as based on the 1985 order. So maybe you would like to take that up with the Minister, the Direct Rule Minister from 1985, as to why they placed the sequencing of the legislation in that order. Of course, the priority is to protect those, but I have to take the legislation in the order that it's based, and that was from 1985.
Well, if the Minister's telling us she is in office but not in power, then it's a fairly poor reflection on the post that she holds. The Minister has it within her power to bring any legislation within the transferred ambit on the subject matters which lie within her department. So that is a lame excuse which does not stand up at all. The fundamental here is that this House knows there is a huge problem pertaining to problem gambling. And this House tonight is presented with a bill which, instead of tackling that, which deliberately ignores the Public Health Authority's advice on that, is in fact going to embrace the opportunity to make that problem worse by increasing the hours of availability. Mr McGuigan referred to gambling with lives. And Gambling with Lives has had a very poignant comment to make about this issue, because some said, oh, we can't really do anything about the land-based gambling because people then will simply go to the online gambling. Let me read you what Gambling with Lives said in 2 short paragraphs about this matter. It said, Gambling with Lives is concerned that extending opening hours for any gambling establishments in Northern Ireland will lead to an increase in gambling-related harm. The recent Public Health England report, Gambling-Related Harms Evidence Review, found that increasing the availability of gambling is a key factor in increasing not only gambling activity, but also gambling harm. I pause there to say, I'm surprised that anyone would seek to take issue with that pretty patently obvious fact. It goes on. As far as we are aware, there is no public outcry for greater availability of gambling in Northern Ireland. So we find this proposal both concerning and unnecessary. Whilst we are aware of the threat posed by the 24/7 availability of online gambling, land-based gambling venues provide those suffering with gambling disorder with the means to bypass any online or bank blocking tools that could significantly aid their recovery. Extending opening hours of betting shops will therefore inevitably lead to increased harm, especially increased access to fixed odds betting terminals which have addiction and an at-risk rate of OBTs is over 50%. There you have it, Mr Deputy Speaker. There is no excuse for increasing land gambling because of the existence of online. Of course, it needs to be tightened. Of course, it needs to be tackled. But the fundamental choice that this House will make tonight is, are we just talking platitudes about being concerned about the increased risks from gambling, or are we actually prepared to do something about it by signalling that we're going to follow the logical Public Health Authority indication that we're going to reduce, we're not going to increase the availability of betting shop gambling because we know that inevitably it leads to greater problems. And if we don't do that, then we are embracing greater problems. And it really does resolve to questions of platitudes rather than a serious intent to deal with it. And that's why I urge upon this House the practical, necessary step, important of itself, but also signalling very directly the direction of travel and intent of this House. That's why I recommend that this House rejects clauses 2 and 6.
Before I put the question, members, I would remind you that we have debated the members' opposition to clause 2 stand part, but the question will be put in the positive as usual. The question is that clause 2 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. No. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. No. I think the noes have it. I think the noes have it. declare the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. I would remind you that we should continue to uphold social distancing and that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come into the chamber. Order, members. Would members resume their seat, please? Before I put the question, I would again remind members present that, if possible, it is preferable if we could avoid a division. The question is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. All those in favour say aye. No. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Order members, the following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Philip McGuigan and Aisling Riley. Tellers for noes, Jim Allister and Paul Frew. Before the Assembly advise, I want to remind you that as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. I remind all members of the requirement for social distancing while the division takes place, and I ask you to ensure that you retain at least a 2-metre gap between yourselves and other people when moving around in the chamber or the rotunda, and especially in the lobbies. Please be patient at all time, observe the signage and follow the instructions of the lobby clerks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Members, apology, there has been a technical error, so we're going to have to run that one again. Apologies for that. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Order members. Clerk, please read the result.
82 members voted, 53 members voted aye, 29 members voted no. The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. The motion is carried. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 3 to 5. I propose, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. The question is that clauses 3 to 5 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Before I put the question, I remind members that we have debated the members' opposition to clause 6 stand part, but the question will be put in the positive as usual. The question is that clause 6 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I am hearing noes from the TUV member and from the DUP benches, but I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 7 and 8. I propose, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. The question is that clauses 7 and 8 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 1 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey, to formally move Amendment 1.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 9, page 4, line 5, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 9 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 10 to 13. I propose, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. The question is that clauses 10 to 13 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 2 has already been debated, and I call Mark Durgan to move formally Amendment 2.
Not moved.
Amendment not moved. So that's me, option A. Amendment 3 has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey, to move formally Amendment 3.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 14, page 7, line 7, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 14 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 4 has already been debated, and I call Paula Bradley to move formally Amendment 4.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 15, page 7, lines 25, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 4 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 5 has already been debated, and I call Paula Bradley to move formally Amendment 5.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 15, page 8, line 22, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 5 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 15 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 6 has already been debated, and I call Paula Bradley to move formally Amendment 6.
Not moved.
Amendment not moved. Do you need to do question 5? No amendments have been tabled to clause 16. The question is that clause 16 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to the schedule. The question is that the schedule stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And that concludes the consideration stage of the Betting, Gaming, Lotteries and Amusement Amendment Bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. I would ask members to take their ease for a few moments.
Okay, members, we'll resume the sitting. Members, I just want to make a point. I think it's important at this stage to make the point that it's very late in the evening, and I have to say I'll be very, very sorely tempted to reschedule this to tomorrow morning. If I do that, that means to say then this bill cannot be tabled next week, and the week of the 28th is a very, very busy week. So I don't want to be doing anything to put this particular bill in jeopardy. But I want to say that I've heard quite a number of speeches today which were nothing more than second stage contributions. That's an abuse of the privileges that we all have here to try to make our contributions, which are very important, each and every one of them. The points you're making, people are making them passionately. But to spend so much time today, which has taken us now to almost 10 o'clock at night, it is grossly unfair that there are people in this chamber, both members and other officials, who are going to be travelling the roads here at midnight tonight. It's simply not good enough. We've been doing a lot of work between ourselves, our office and our team, and all the party whips. There's been great cooperation, with very good cooperation today again, the Business Committee, in which we're trying to schedule as much legislation as we can get to be fair to all the members and to be fair to all of the staff and all the party teams who have been working to prepare the legislative programme to see us to the end of this mandate with as much legislation passed as at all possible. That's the common endeavour that we have all agreed to. And yet again we'll have today, which I believe to have to say I've been honest, I've been quite disappointed today with what I would consider a breakdown of discipline, where people just speaking quite clearly on the basis of as if it was a second stage debate that we're engaged in. We all should be mature and long enough around the tooth here to be competent, mature, passionate about the issues, but also disciplined in order to get the business conducted. There's a lot of very, very important bills which are outstanding. Everybody has agreed we want to get as many of those bills completed as at all possible. So I'm urging members this evening, be passionate. Obviously this issue is very passionate, it's a very emotive, it's a very important issue to a lot of people. And I want to see it been successfully processed as well. So I'm urging people to remember that this is a consideration stage of a bill and to deal with it in that capacity. And if we do that, we'll end the evening earlier, which allows people to be able to travel the roads more safely. And I'm urging members to do that. So on that basis, then, we'll resume the agenda. So we are now dealing again with the consideration stage of the Autism Amendment Bill. Consideration stage of the Amendment Bill, and I call Mrs Pam Cameron to move the bill.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I move that the consideration stage of the Autism Amendment Bill be now taken.
Members will have a copy of the marshal list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There is a single group of 7 amendments which deals with the autism strategy and the reviewer. I would remind members intending to speak that during the debate on the single group of amendments, they should address all of the amendments in the group on which they wish to comment. Once the debate is completed, any further amendments in the group will be moved formally as we go through the bill, and the question on each will be put without further debate. The questions on stand part will be taken at the appropriate points in the bill. If that is clear, then we shall proceed. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 1. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. We now come to the single group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 2 to 7. I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Health, Colm Gildernew, to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group. Colm Gildernew.
Moved. Ceann Corley. And are you content for me just to go ahead into my remarks? Yeah. So, Ceann Corley, what I will do is I will just make the Chair remarks, and I will, even though it is something that I'm very passionately involved in, but I will forgo my own Sinn Féin remarks because I have other colleagues here who also have been passionately involved, and they can pick up on those. So I apologise in advance for whatever length these are, but they do outline the committee's consideration and therefore have to be gone through. So, Gormagat Mar Sin. And it's great to see people here in the chamber who have fought and campaigned so arduously for such a long time on this issue as well. Ceann Corley, first of all, I will give a brief outline of the committee's scrutiny of the bill, and then I will provide some further information on each of the committee's proposed amendments. When the Autism Act 2011 was introduced, its main objective was to enhance the provision of services to and support for people with a condition on the autistic spectrum. The Act sought to achieve this by amending the Disability Discrimination Act 1985 to resolve any ambiguity as to whether the term disability applies to autistic spectrum conditions. The Act also required the preparation and implementation of an autism strategy. During the second stage debate in the bill sponsor outlined that key issues that this bill is seeking to resolve. Through the work of the all-party group on autism, a number of issues were identified. These included only one of the 3 action plans in the autism strategy being completed and the absence of any measurable outcomes or targets.